Hey, it's Teresa. Subscribe for more horror stories.
This is Ella, test pilot of the Amagon. This is my 68th recording. My radio is almost dead. It has been 3 days without any familiar sightings. I don't even know where I am in the solar system. No planets, no asteroids, no stars. Just a deep darkness and a strange light shining in the distance. I have been flying towards the light as that is my only navigation point or source of hope. I'm not sure if I'm going to make it alive, but what was that? It sounds like something just landed on top of my ship. I have to check it out. This is Ella, test pilot of the Amagon. This is my 69th recording. This is Day 4 in this dark space of nothingness. I'm not even sure if I'm in space anymore. I don't think I can be that far away from our sun and still breathing. But if I'm not in space, then where am I? Something else is out here with me, but it's just too dark to see. I know something is here. I hear strange sounds sometimes outside of the ship. It seems as though this darkness can be felt. Even my light is swallowed up by this dense darkness. I'm scared, and I fear that I might never see the light again. I hope someone finds this in the future, but for now, I'm going to keep my hopes alive and continue towards the light. I knew my recordings were probably never going to be found, but that was the only form of recreation I had. I never planned for the project to malfunction.
I switched it on one last time. The battery was almost dead, and I made my final recording.
Hope, they say, is being able to see that there is light despite all of the darkness.
I started.
I am presently living in the reality of those words right now. I wanted to make Dr. Markarov proud. Was I foolish to take the task? I probably wanted it for pride, to be known as the first astronaut who made the quantum leap that birthed teleportation into the world, traveling 1,000 light years in a split second. I probably wanted my name to echo in the halls of fame forever. I don't even know why I volunteered to be the first to test his experiment. I would probably never be remembered as anyone who mattered. The project had malfunctioned. I don't know what went wrong, but I am now lost in space. The oxygen level is depleting quite faster than it should. I don't understand what's going on, but at this rate, I just have a few more days. But, I'll keep on hoping until my last breath.
The familiar sound returned, but this time, it came with intent. I needed to find out what was on the ship. I strolled towards the control center in the ship and waited for the right timing. After a brief wait, I brought Amagon to a sudden halt. Whatever was on top of the ship rolled towards the front, and I instantly turned on the lights. Something terrifying stared back at me as I let out a dying scream. We need to get her out. Markarov's voice exploded throughout the conference room. With all due respect, sir, we don't even know where she is. We don't have any coordinates. We don't even know if she is still alive. We have zero knowledge of the damage, and I don't think anyone will want to risk a second entry. One of the scientists argued, and the others nodded in acknowledgement. I'll go, a voice echoed from the far end of the conference room. Everyone shifted their gaze towards the sound of the voice. It was Michael. I'll make the jump and get Ella back, he said. This is no time for bravery, boy. Don't be a fool, a voice echoed from the conference room. The new ship modification is 2 times faster than Ella's. I have made my choice, Michael argued. If I don't make it back in 2 days, then you can abandon the project and forget about us. I believe this will work. A strange silence descended upon the entire room as silent murmuring slowly began to sip into the room. Michael was a junior scientist, and he had dedicated his entire life to Project Amagon. Not only was he Ella's colleague, but he was her best friend, and they had worked together for years. He was not going to just leave her behind to die in space. He had to try. He was proud that Ella had decided to take on the project. I mean, he would have stepped up if she hadn't volunteered to go. This was his chance to finally fulfill his life's dream, even if it led to his death. All right, 2 days, Makarov declared. He bent towards Michael and whispered a few words into his ears before shaking his hand in respect of his bravery. Bring Ella back, he said as he strolled out of the room. Yeah, I had heard about aliens and demons, but I never guessed I was going to see one in my lifetime. Whoever knew that they even existed? Was I perhaps on my journey to hell? Was I dead? Several thoughts plagued my mind as what I had earlier seen still left me breathless. Was that an alien? I asked myself. Everything had just gotten more creepy. I was going to die anyway, so I might as well remain strong. I searched for a song, but none seemed to come. This was my 5th day, according to Earth's clock, and no one had come for me yet. If I didn't die from lack of oxygen, then probably one of these sinister-looking creatures I had just encountered would do a more perfect job. Either way, death was almost certain. Warm tears strolled down my cheeks as I thought about the certainty of my fate. My lips had gone dry, but I still had a little strength left, as a beautiful poem that my father had once read to me when I was much younger strolled across my mind. I mused calmly under my breath. The sun has set, yet there is no need for a dark night. For there hangs starlight, and the moon ascends. Mountains may crumble, and disaster befalls. Pity the land, for no matter how far it tried, it could not reach the sky. Yet the clouds descend as rain, eager to kiss the terrain. If the slopes crumble, then let it be. Let water fall where the trees may grow. Like times of strife in the advent of war, the song will rise. Echoes of cries, the rolling of dice. Fear it not, despite the uncertainty of culmination, despite the fear of the unknown. Nothing will go wrong. Not with a heart standing strong. I sobbed harder and sniffed in as I wiped my tear-streaked face. I heaved a huge sigh and finally submitted my will to fate. The creature had returned, but this time with more friends. They were much more aggressive this time, slamming against the spaceship window and cracking it slowly. The window was surely going to give way at any moment. I guess the aliens were going to get me first, and, not the oxygen. I rushed for my spacesuit and braced for the worst. The pounding continued, and I grabbed my laser gun. You thought I was going to go down without a fight, huh? The space window soon gave way, ushering in a dozen sinister-looking creatures. They moved in a distorted manner and had several leg-like structures which supported the grate of their body. They had no eyes, but present in front was a wide, mouth-like structure. They made several strange noises as they flooded in, and they were as dark as the darkness outside. Come on! Let's do this! I breathed heavily as I switched on the laser gun and fired towards the incoming creatures. The gun didn't seem to have much effect on them, but at least it kept them away for a while. One of the creatures succeeded in withstanding the force of the gun. It seemed slightly bigger than the rest. It approached me and slammed me towards the wall. I groaned in pain, rising quickly to my feet, moved into another chamber in the spaceship, and shut the door tight. I swallowed hard. I knew I would not be able to keep it up forever. Soft hands scaled across my shoulders, and I immediately let out a loud scream and fell to the ground. I stared closely at what had earlier touched me. Oh, my jacket. Oh. I let out an angry grunt, grabbing the jacket and tossing it towards the ground. Another warning. My oxygen level was at its lowest and was almost gone. I had been doing a lot of running and had burned up a lot of oxygen in the process. Not like it mattered. So, okay? This is how my story ends. I would rather die from lack of oxygen than let those things have me. It seemed as though my entire ship was now overrun by these aliens. I moved slowly towards the emergency exit, climbed up onto the top of the spaceship, and reached for my helmet as the aliens stormed towards me. I took in one last breath. It felt good. I was right. The darkness out here could actually be felt. My eyes caught something hovering behind me in the distance. It seemed like some sort of spaceship. I turned. Is that my rescue ship? A burst of energy emanated from the spaceship directed towards the incoming creatures. I stared in shock. They came for me! I screamed. The spaceship fired non-stop at the creatures, and I joined in the party. I switched on my laser gun and gunned down anyone that came too close.
Ella, quick! Get in! We don't have much time!
A familiar voice invaded my ears. It was Michael. I wasted no time in jumping into the spaceship as Michael continued to fire at the aliens. I jumped aboard the spaceship and gave him a warm kiss on the cheek. He stopped shooting for a moment, turned to me and smiled. I'm glad you're safe. Those were the only words that escaped his lips. How did you find me? I asked curiously. I will explain later. Come on, let me show you something cool. Buckle up. It's time to take you home, Michael said, as a tiny chuckle spread across his lips. He punched a few buttons, switched to supersonic speed. A new upgrade, he said before darting into the darkness. Supersonic speed. Cool, I let out calmly. These were going to be the most memorable 5 days of my life, and I was glad to have recorded every moment, for hope never falters. Hey, it's Teresa. You're listening to The Dark Cosmos. A loud knock on my door stole my attention. Who is it? I asked, but received no reply. I immediately turned off the television and took out my pistol from underneath the table, which sat in front of me. I moved quietly towards the door and turned the knob, but I instantly lowered my weapon in surprise when I saw the person who stood outside. Still haven't let go of the old days, he chuckled. Murphy! I exclaimed with excitement and proceeded to steal a warm hug. How long has it been? 9 years? 10, he countered with a wide grin on his face. Why didn't you tell me you were coming? I wanted it to be a surprise. Oh, it's a surprise, all right. There was a look on his face that told me he wasn't just there to see me. Murphy was like a father to me. My parents had stashed me off somewhere close to a nearby clinic, but Murphy had taken me in and built me into the soldier that I had become. I owed him everything. He always treated me like a daughter. I see you built a good home for yourself over here. How's, what's her name again? Emily, I replied. Oh, yes, Emily, Murphy replied, scratching his head. She'll be 10 next week, I said with a wide grin on my face. The only thing that could break our best soldier, Murphy joked. I laughed calmly. He was right anyway. I was a secret agent for decades, but I couldn't bring Emily into a life of secrets. I had served with honor, and with Murphy's help, I was allowed to retire earlier than I should have. Murphy was stalling, and I could see it in his eyes. Something was wrong. I stared straight into his eyes with a questioning look. He knew what I was trying to say. What? He asked sheepishly. Talk, I replied. He breathed hard before speaking. We had an incident. One of them broke out. Which one? Murphy had been beating about the bush, and I needed him to come out with the truth. The Orion, he replied. That was impossible. I had killed the Orion myself. Orion was my toughest opponent as a secret agent. It was one of the reasons I left the Secret Service. It had taken Emily captive and killed my husband. The Orion could shapeshift and also read minds. Yes, it wasn't human. My job as a Secret Service agent was not only bound to human threats. Scarier things are lurking out there in the dark, and our primary objective is to keep them out of sight and hidden from our world. But something was not right. I killed that fucking beast with my own hands. And you say he was being held captive. How? Confusion and anger were clearly visible on my face, and I hoped it was not what I was thinking. About that, Orion did not die," Murphy replied. "I ripped him from inside. How did he manage to survive that?" I couldn't believe what Murphy was saying. How would they have left such a smart, lethal beast in a cage and hoped he wouldn't escape someday and return for revenge? "Well, the Orion has a unique regenerative ability. He healed himself soon after you passed out from the heated fight. We captured him, and you thought it was best I didn't know. So, why are you telling me all this now?" I was already fuming with anger. I couldn't believe Murphy had kept it away from me. "Elena, you have to understand. You were grieving back then after you lost—" "Oh my God!" Murphy was still speaking when a horrifying thought crossed my mind. I grabbed my car keys, rushed into my car, and sped into the highway. There was only one thought on my mind. Emily. 10 years ago. "Where is Elena?" Murphy's voice exploded into the silence. "She went after the alien, sir," a voice replied. "What in the Sam hell?" Murphy was astonished. His jaw had dropped. Elena just had a fatal accident, and she was covered in bandages, but she still managed to go after Orion. She had watched her husband die in the car crash, which was caused by the alien creature, and her heart sang a song of vengeance. The heavy downpour did not make things any easier as she tracked down the beast. It had taken the last and only important thing in her life: her daughter, Emily. The Orion had killed her husband and had taken Emily. She'd rather die than leave Emily in the hands of such a creature. The day had begun just like every other day. Track down the creature and capture it. But she had failed to complete the mission. It was as though the creature knew that she was coming. It, however, reappeared unexpectedly, causing a fatal car crash, which led to the death of her husband. I had tracked the alien to an abandoned warehouse, and I soon spotted it. Emily lay calmly in the room. For some reason, it didn't hurt her. I had been trained in combat against different species of aliens, but this was my first interaction with an Orion. But I didn't care. I launched towards the creature with everything I had left. It took a while, and at a heavy price, but I prevailed. I dug a knife right into it and ripped the creature from the inside. I held little Emily tightly in my arms, and I could hear the blaring of sirens in the distance as I drifted into oblivion. I was surely done after this mission. Emily deserved a better start to life than this, and it was my duty to ensure that she got it. Present day. The sun was high up in the sky as I sped along the busy road. My heart pounded heavily as I thought of Emily. It seemed as though history was repeating itself. Here I was, once again, chasing after a familiar threat. Deja fucking vu. I prayed underneath my breath that she was fine. If the Orion was truly alive and on the loose, then he'll be after revenge. And my daughter was in danger. She had left for school in the morning and anything could have happened. I soon arrived at her school and drifted into the school park. I didn't have to search for long to know what had happened. She had been taken, and it had left behind enough clues. I'm too late. Oh, what does it want with Emily? That son of a... Murphy drove in soon after. Why didn't you tell me? I asked him. I'm sorry, Elena. The rules forbade me to. Fuck the rules! My daughter's life is on the line here. I barked back. I understand how you feel, Murphy said. No, you don't! A call soon came in. It was Murphy's, and from the look on his face, it wasn't good. Okay, just breathe. I need to stay strong for Emily. What's wrong? I asked, fighting to keep my voice steady. Murphy swallowed hard. Well, the Orion broke into HQ. It has gone through the portal. And Emily, my years of training, was the only thing keeping me together. It has her with him, Murphy replied. Why didn't anyone stop it? I was getting tired of running in circles. I'm not sure, Murphy replied calmly. Here's what I know. She's still alive. That was all I needed to know, and if I had to travel through space and time into another world to save Emily, I would gladly do it. I jumped into my car and stepped hard on the gas pedal, heading towards HQ. I could hear whispers of my past, and it had come back to haunt me. I held back the stream of tears which attempted to fight their way out. Remain strong, Elena. I have to remain strong, I mused under my breath. One alien had broken into the HQ and managed to creep its way into the portal, and they couldn't stop it. It had been a while since I stepped into these grounds. I stepped out of my car and rushed into the HQ. New students flocked around the HQ, and I began to reminisce on the old days. I took the secret path to the underground base, hidden deep within the ground, and I could see the admiration on the faces of most of the students immediately when I stepped into the main base. Everyone knew who I was. I'm sure they've all heard tales of my many escapades in the Secret Service, and to many of them, it was a privilege to finally see me in person. I was their icon. Where is the portal? I asked one of the top-level agents. He wanted to argue, but he knew what they had done, keeping such an important secret hidden away from me. So instead, he pointed towards a path, and I followed it. The portal was usually heavily guarded, and I was baffled at how the Orion was able to make it inside easily. Something didn't feel right. I stopped at the armory and kitted up. Murphy soon walked in, and even though his heart wanted to, he knew he wouldn't be able to convince me not to go. I was stubborn. Be careful, Elena. I nodded calmly and rushed towards the portal. I'll go with you, a voice echoed, and in the entire room, everyone fell silent. I turned. I'm sorry, who are you? I asked. My name is John. He's the agency's best agent presently, Murphy interrupted. And I don't think, I don't think it's a wise idea to follow her. He continued, staring sternly at John. I could need an extra pair of hands. If he was the best, then he needed to know what it felt like to fight in Orion. We were both soon ready, and we stormed into the portal. Reports showed that the alien creature had traveled into a planet known to us as Dune. Dune could support human life, and that gave me more relief. But one question still plagued my consciousness. What does it want with my daughter? John and I journeyed along the alien landscape of the strange planet. The Orion probably used Emily as bait to lure me out. But my question was, why? There was something strange about the Orion's behavior, but I wasn't quite sure. But if he wanted Emily dead, she would be long dead. It felt as though it wanted to tell me something. Its trail was too easy to track, which was odd. The Orion was a master at scheming, and if it wanted to stay hidden, it could have covered its tracks. It wanted me to find it. Its tracks led to a cave-like structure that stood high somewhere in the east of our location, and we strolled into it. Dune was much colder than Earth, but we were well kitted for the Outer Earth mission, so we braved on. Be on your guard. Expect anything. Something is going on here, and I don't like it. John nodded in obedience. We soon arrived at the mouth of the cave, and we stepped in. It wasn't long before we stumbled on the Orion. It was standing calmly at the far end of the room. It didn't seem like it wanted a fight.
"Mummy!"
Emily screamed with glee.
"Meet my new friend!"
Friend? I was confused. How could she call such a scary-looking creature friend? Hand over my daughter. This is between us. Leave my daughter out of this. We both took our weapons and strolled calmly towards it. Something was written boldly on the ground. It was in English, and it read, "I didn't kill husband." We stopped short, and I exchanged glances with John, when the realization suddenly hit us. The Orion was not the predator. It was the prey. All it wanted was to return home. But this revelation gave birth to further questions. Someone was not telling me the full truth. Oh yeah? If it wasn't you, then who did it? I dropped to the ground and carved out 2 letters. My heart skipped a beat as I read it out loud. John saw it too. How could I trust this creature? The truth was that I wasn't even sure who to trust. Murphy had lied to me and kept an important secret away from me for almost a decade. And the Orion? That thing was not to be trusted. I knew that I would have to investigate this new information for myself. If you are telling the truth, then let my daughter go, and we'll tell them that the mission is complete. The Orion nodded in obedience. Emily didn't seem scared of the creature, which was a good sign. I shot a quick glance at John. He knew what I was demanding from him, and he nodded in obedience. "I wouldn't say a word," he replied. "Thank you, John." Emily ran towards me and gave me a warm embrace. "Ooh, I've missed you, sweetie," I told her. "I've missed you too, Mom," she replied. I shifted my gaze back towards the spot where the Orion had been, but it was gone. "We need to go," John said behind me. There were a lot of secrets that HQ was keeping from us, and we had most likely been their pawns for years. I was lost in thought as confusion plagued my thoughts. I was grateful to Murphy for all he had done for me, but this has led to my husband's death. I needed to know what was going on, and I hoped that I had not made a mistake by letting the alien creature go. Time always tells the best of tales, and I was going to find out soon enough. I also hoped that I could trust John. "Can I trust you?" I asked him anyway. "Trust is a choice," he replied. "But I'd help you find out what had happened to your husband. If they're hiding a secret from you, then you'd need to know." Who would want to frame up the alien, and why? Several questions began to ravage through my mind, and I sought an answer. But for now, I needed to remain quiet. I needed to keep Emily safe while working in the shadows until I found out what they were planning. Hey, it's Teresa. You're listening to The Dark Cosmos. Elena's husband, Carl Henderson, worked as a combat journalist and was usually off on different assignments in war areas to interview soldiers. Elena only wished that they could have some more time to spend together because Carl was often out of town ever since their wedding. He was mostly all about location and location to get first-hand information from soldiers who wished they could return to some sort of normalcy. The good thing was that no matter where he traveled to, he still returned to Elena, while the young soldiers in those locations had no choice but to stay behind. Elena was excited because after being away for 2 months, he was going to be home the next day, and she couldn't wait to spend some time with him. The nature of his job allowed him only a little time to spend with friends and family. Elena woke up with a start because she heard loud footsteps on the front porch. She jumped out of bed, wondering how Carl had managed to make it home so early, since it was expected that it would take him some time to get home. With her blue robe on, she walked towards the glass door, through which she saw a shadow pass in a flash. She yanked open the door and went all the way to the back of the house in search of who, or whatever, was lurking around in that early hour of the morning, but thought nothing of it when she discovered there was no one outside the house. She laughed at herself for anticipating Carl's return, so much that her mind had played tricks on her. Later, she danced around the kitchen as she baked some pastries, fried some chicken parts, and made Carl's favorite soup. Her mind was filled with thoughts of making a baby with Carl, because that will make staying at home less lonely in his absence. She packed up their lunch into a little basket, and when he called, he teased her on how happy his homecoming made her. Brownie, their dog, who often sat with Elena while she busied her hands with knitting baby clothes in the living room, had run off into the woods that morning when Elena had opened the door and had not returned even at noon when Carl arrived. Elena was worried, but her attention was diverted when she saw Carl through the window. Her heart leaped for joy, like one who was returning with a long-lost lover. She pulled the metallic door open before he knocked and dragged him in with her hands tightly wrapped around him. He placed a kiss on her lips and took a step back to admire her flowery dress, which accentuated her curves and complemented her skin tone. Her blue eyes were filled with desire, and again he drew her into his arms.
You look so beautiful, Elena. I've missed you so much.
I've missed you, my love. It's so good to have you back home.
Home is where I belong. How were the past 2 months without me, huh?
It was hard. I only go out to the grocery shop when I need to get more provisions, and back here again to sit with Brownie, praying that you'd come home to me. On days when I get tired of watching the news and knitting, I would go sit with our next-door neighbor, but... Well, I stopped going to see her. She talks crazy, like one who must have lost her mind or something. She says things about a beast in a cave, how many people will be killed in a short time after now, how she sees doom and many other scary things.
She's old. You should expect that, but not to worry. Now, you have me all to yourself, my darling. You won't be listening to all of that anymore.
Carl searched the living room with his eyes. The living room was tidy as always. The breeze made the curtains dance. The flower pots were hanging by the window with freshly picked flowers. But something seemed missing.
Brownie! Where's that good fella?
He asked, referring to Brownie. It was strange that Brownie was nowhere to be seen to wag his tail around in glee. Carl had gotten the dog for Elena before he traveled for work purposes. He knew a pet will do some good around the house. And despite how costly it was, he paid for it and brought it home, and Brownie became a part of the family. Oh, Brownie, yeah, he ran into the woods this morning and hasn't been back since.
That poor dog must have been bored to stay out this long.
I'm scared that he may have lost his way in the woods. He's never been gone for this long.
I don't think so. He's probably just making new discoveries out there, but I believe we'll get to find him once we go into the woods.
Carl rested a bit, ate his lunch of black bean soup that was made with Florida citrus and topped with fresh Florida avocado, after which he changed into new clothes. They held hands as they walked into the woods that were behind their bungalow. Carl told Elena stories about the places he had been and about the people. She asked many questions and was sad on hearing that a lot of soldiers had died in the last war and would not return to families who hoped for them to come home. They walked a long distance away from the house to spend some time with nature. Birds were chirping as they flew above the trees. Their presence was a form of company for Carl and Elena, because the woods seemed deserted. They made their way through thick bushes, sometimes pushing through with their hands, hitting their legs against stones and tree trunks. A little while later, as they got to the giant trees, Elena thought she heard footsteps behind them. Did you hear that?
Hear what?
I think someone is following us.
No, Elena. I can only hear the leaves rustling.
He turned to make certain and laughed it off, saying it was just the fallen leaves that were rustling, and it was nothing to be worried about. Carl simply thought Elena had listened to all those crazy stories, and it was having a negative toll on her mind. They kept walking into the woods, and this time, it was Carl who asked Elena if she heard footsteps, because it sounded so close. I can swear that I heard footsteps right now. They stood still for a moment, but the only sounds they could make out was that of insects chirping and leaves rustling as they were transported by the breeze. They continued ahead, sometimes sitting down to rest a while. They played a hide-and-seek game until they got to a clearing in the woods, where there were fewer trees and more footpaths. Elena spread out the mat which she had folded and kept underneath the food basket, and they sat down to enjoy their lunch. While eating, Carl stood up and left to urinate. Upon getting back, he told Elena that he saw something that moved so fast it was hard to tell what it was. Elena suggested that they leave immediately because she had begun to have bad feelings about the place. As they walked down the same path that they had taken, they noticed footprints twice the size of a human's. Carl squeezed Elena's hand because he could see the fear in her eyes.
Don't worry. We'll be home in a little while.
She sighed when she saw Brownie some distance in front of them. Brownie seemed to have broken one of his legs and had blood all over his body. Oh, Brownie must have been in a fight with another animal, Elena said with a shaky voice.
Hey, Brownie. Come this way.
Carl called out to the dog. It was strange how Brownie just stared back at them without moving an inch away from the spot where he was. The footsteps became audible with sounds like a growl. A man-like beast whose 3 eyes blazed like fire jumped out of the woods. His ears were like that of a sheep. His body was slightly bent, and he had 4 giant hands and a long tail. His skin had scales and was like that of one who had lived for thousands of years. He pounced on the helpless dog that couldn't run, tore him in pieces with his bare hands, and feasted on Brownie. Blood was dripping from his mouth. His mouth opened wide to his ears when he growled. Ah! Elena screamed as urine flowed freely down her thighs. She was terrified and cried because the creature had eaten her pet and was moving toward them. They took to their heels, and occasionally they would look back to see how far away they were from the beast. Each time they did, their hearts almost jumped out. How fast can we run? She asked Carl when the beast was closing in on them. The mountains were visible from a distance, as calm clouds. They were uncertain what they were going to find there, but it seemed to be the only place they could run to. Should they turn to return home, the beast will certainly attack them. The sun had already gone down. They couldn't make out a single bird in the sky, and darkness was gradually slipping in. As they ran deeper into the woods, Elena couldn't keep up with Carl. His many years working for the military had trained him for this, in case there was a situation that demanded him to run for his life. But Elena was only good at making his favorite meals. She fell many times and sustained some scratches on her legs and hands. By the time they had reached the mountain, they were cold and exhausted. The sky was arrayed with stars, and Elena wished she could gather them to feel a little bit of warmth. Carl carried her on his back, and they went up the mountain. They sighed deeply when they were certain the beast had given up the chase. It was already dark. He held Elena in his arms, but she wouldn't stop shivering, not just out of cold, but out of fear of what may happen to them in the mountain. The mountain area was rarely a place anyone went to when they were in the woods, but they had raced to the top, where they found an entrance to a cave. There, they saw a fresh bloodstain on the walls. And one will wonder how many people must have been killed. Hanging on the walls were also human skulls, arranged in such a way that would send shivers running down your spine. A flat rock was situated in the middle of the cave, and they sat on it, looking around in absolute horror. As Elena stretched her legs, it rubbed up against something and she pulled out the torchlight from her sweater. On the ground were other bones of humans and animals, a countless number of them. It was no wonder Elena had never seen animals around. People always stared with questions in their eyes when she went out with Brownie. She drew her knees close to her chin and sobbed quietly. Oh no. Oh God. They had only moved into the neighborhood 2 months ago and knew so little about the woods or why people were rarely seen around in the woods. Were there rumors that they didn't get to hear about? Of course, if only Elena had paid mind to the old woman's story, she would have heard her say her husband went to the woods and was nowhere to be found again, or that the beast knew when humans were in the woods and will go after them to feed. Carl was uncertain of what to do. His mobile battery was dead, and there was no way he could put a call through to anyone. He tried to put it on, but they heard the same footsteps again, and it fell from his hands. He rushed over to Elena and covered her mouth to restrain her from making any sound. They stared at each other as if to say, death awaits us. But death awaits everyone who has life. They may not have imagined theirs will come hunting them as a predator, but they silently prayed that they would wake up from such a terrible nightmare. It was cold in the cave, and dark too, but they continued to run until they got to another entrance, in which they ran into. They heard the beast growl so loud that it seemed the mountain shook. I am so scared, Carl. Do you think he's going to find us? Carl gestured for Elena to quit talking. A strange smell hovered in the atmosphere and made Elena throw up on Carl's shirt. That sound sent the beast their way in a split second. It moved so fast that they couldn't have thought of a means of escape. All they had wanted to do was connect with nature and spend some good time together. Elena feared they won't survive to live their normal lives again. The beast stood before them. He was big and scary. The diamond on Elena's neck flickered, and he made to grab it. But Carl threw a bone at the beast, and it charged forward. Elena remembered her conversations with their next-door neighbor when she was describing the beast and how his saliva can completely paralyze a person to prevent the person from running away. She felt a wet liquid on her hand and knew what had happened to her. Tears trailed down her cheek. She had no choice but to accept her fate. Carl punched hard on a rock behind them, and it rolled away to reveal a passageway.
Elena, hurry! This looks a way out of here.
But Elena couldn't move her legs. She was stuck. I can't move, Carl. I don't think I can come with you. Run! Leave me alone to die.
No, Elena, I can't. I just can't.
She groaned in pain because her skin had started to peel off on its own. The beast was closer to her, and his saliva had dropped on her skin. That was the one way he kept his victims from escaping.
No! Elena! No!
From where Carl stood, he could see the beast eating up Elena's flesh. His brain said run, but his heart wanted to rescue Elena, who was becoming nothing but several bones. Ah! Elena's scream followed Carl as he ran. The beast looked up when he heard Carl curse loudly, and the beast asked in a hoarse voice,
"How fast can you run?"
Hey, it's Teresa. Subscribe for more horror stories. When people started moving to the moon, there was a lot of hesitation. People were skeptical, and they had their fears about leaving their precious planet Earth. But by the time people started settling in 2 more planets, much more distant and unknown, life on the moon couldn't have been a more normal and safer experience. At the beginning, people had worried about failure in the artificial atmosphere and gravity, the quality of food and water, things like that. But to be completely honest, a lot of people used to be plainly terrified of aliens. It took a while for humanity to get over that fear, jump in hundreds of ships, and settled their new homes on the moon. But when they finally did, they never looked back. More people arrive on the moon every day. Life is thriving. Very few people remember the years when passengers demanded the company of soldiers to even dare set foot in spaceships. General Aaron Levi is one of those people. He joined the army at the beginning of the transition to the moon. He gave the best years of his life protecting humanity from threats that never gave signs of even existing at all. Aaron didn't complain, though. At 68 years of age, he looked about 10 years younger. Although his hair was nearly entirely white, his body remained healthy and strong enough as if he expected to be called in for action any day. Except that he didn't. He never believed in aliens. He joined the army because he believed in protecting people, especially those he loved most. In some way, it paid off. Humanity was living safe and soundly on the moon. Most importantly, his wife, children, grandchildren, and older sister also had perfectly comfortable and happy lives around him. Aaron could calmly live the rest of his days, marveling at the small garden he was still surprised to be able to harvest on the moon's surface. Life was good. Life, however, was about to be violently thrown upside down for Aaron and all of humanity. There were so many years filled with fear and excitement and conspiracy theories of all kinds. Everyone wanted to believe they saw an alien spacecraft flying above them. Nobody wanted to imagine what happened if aliens didn't arrive quite like that. There was so much discussion about alien spaceships, how to understand, attack, or protect humans from them. People didn't even imagine what it would look like if they had to face the plague that eventually arrived. General Aaron Levi was, as usual, working on the backyard of his house that he believed tried to imitate old homes on Earth a little too obviously. His wife Betty, who was 4 years younger, was inside the house working on little pajamas for their newest grandson. Sewing machines were almost gone, but people still wanted to create, so they still existed. A couple of streets away, Aaron's older sister, Michelle, stubbornly lived by herself in a smaller house, refusing to give in and accept the help and company from her niece Sarah, a musician that visited as often as possible. Then there was Aaron's son, Owen, along with his wife Alice, and their 2 children, Billy and Charlie, 7 and 2 years old respectively. They couldn't have been more of a normal family, happily living on the moon if they'd tried. But then, in the blink of an eye, normalcy and happiness didn't exist anymore. The emergency alarms were delayed. All the radars were equipped to detect signals from any and all types of spaceships. They weren't prepared for that. A sudden, massive, powerful, unstoppable mass of unknown creatures flying fast toward the moon. At first, it looked like nothing but a spot in the sky. A darkening, growing cloud moving closer and closer. But then the alarm started. Meteorological emergency. Safety emergency. Biological emergency. Everything, anything. Whatever it was bad news. Mass hysteria was nearly immediate. Everyone walked out of their houses to look up at the sky and try to figure out what was going on. Aaron, who had been outside from the beginning, had to take a split-second decision. A moment longer could cost him his life, or worse, his family's lives. He considered staying put until he could figure out what was the threat, but immediately decided that if there was a threat at all, then there was nothing to wait for. He stormed into the house and found his wife. "Honey, listen to me very carefully," Aaron said, schooling his tone to display the gravity of the situation, but reassure her that they would be fine as long as she would listen to him this once. "An unidentified threat is coming to the moon. There's no time to waste. I'm going to need you to forget the standard protocol for emergencies. We're following my plan for emergencies. You know the one." "Oh, well, fuck," Betty stuttered. She stood up from her little chair, and her legs trembled a little. She wasn't in the army like Aaron. She was just a grandmother. She was just an old lady. But if there was something she had carefully memorized in all her years of life, was her husband's plans for emergencies. That small moment was the last moment of hesitation that Betty showed. In an instant, the two of them jumped into action. Aaron had military training, and his wife had every step of the plan memorized. She picked up the bags they always had ready. He picked up the weapons. She prepared the car. He locked up the house. She started driving. He started loading up his guns. It was time to fight for their lives. As soon as they made it out of their driveway, they noticed how fast everything was happening. The ominous cloud was looming closer than ever, almost darkening the entire sky. It was so close that they could finally see what it was. It was a colony, not of insects, but some monstrous type of creature. There must be millions of them floating up there preparing to attack, but the attack had already started. One by one, those monsters were diving down to the moon's surface and starting to wreak havoc. All over the sky, these creatures flew from one side to the other at incredible speed. The streets started to fill with screams of terror. Soon enough, the first explosions were heard. Then everything got much, much worse. Because people started fighting back. The army that had prepared for so long for something like this finally had a reason to go all out. But the shooting and the bombs and the explosions only made it all worse. The creatures started freaking out, and they began descending from the sky at a much faster pace. Betty drove the car faster. Aaron rolled down his window. The first stop was Aaron's sister's house. But they weren't the first ones to arrive. The shock of the scene in front of them was almost enough to give the poor old couple a heart attack each. Betty hit the brakes of the car and they both held their breath. In front of Michelle's house was Sarah's car, and on top of it was one of the creatures. Wild outrage, it jumped and made the small vehicle shake, grabbing it with the few pairs of massive claws. From up close, they could see the beast. It was like a bat of a size larger than a human, but with so many of the characteristics of a horrendous wasp, including a stinger, antenna, and 6 pairs of legs. Sarah must have driven there as soon as the crisis began, but she hadn't made it out of the car. Despite the chaos all around them, Aaron could distinguish his daughter's cries. He heard her cry since she was a baby. He lost sleep over her countless times. That was his baby, and she was trapped in a car under an alien beast trying its hardest to devour what it wanted. With his heart beating wildly on his chest, but with confident and deliberate movements, Aaron got out from his car. He picked up one of his best guns, an army model that resembled a shotgun. Powerful, but with an emphasis on precision. He aimed, shot, and watched the monster scream and contort its body in agony, spilling bubbly green blood all over the small car underneath. And finally, it fell heavily on the road. Once the creature was neutralized, a few things happened at once. Aaron ran toward the car, Sarah got out of it, and the two of them embraced. Old Michelle ran out of her house and straight toward the back of her brother's car, where Betty passed her a gun. Then all of them saw a pair of headlights rushing at full speed toward them. They were scared for a second, but then someone poked out of the passenger seat window, and they saw Alice. She was pointing a really big gun at them, at a spot above their heads. Aaron and Sarah looked up at that exact second that Alice shot, one of the monsters coming directly at them. Blood was splattered all over their cars and the father and daughter in the middle of the road, but they were saved. "Dad!" Owen yelled from the driver's seat window. "I'm so scared." He laughed a little out of confusion and hysteria, but meant every word. "I know, son," Aaron replied. "Let's get out of here." They were back in action. In one car, Owen and his small family, and in the other, Aaron with his wife, daughter, and sister. And they were moving as fast as their cars could take them. The monsters apparently recognized threats, and the Levi family had already killed 2 of them. Those creatures started chasing their cars, and one by one, Aaron and his daughter-in-law were shooting them down. But it would never be over. It would be difficult for the entire army on the moon to defeat the threat. The only option was to leave. "What about everyone else?" Sarah asked her father from her place on the back seat next to her beloved aunt. "I don't have an answer for that, darling, Aaron replied. He was a general. Everything he did in his life was to protect the people around him. But this was much bigger than him. Eventually, they arrived at one of the Army's bases. It looked exactly like Aaron had imagined. Pure chaos, but, at the very least, a little hopeful. Because that was their exit. That was where emergency spaceships were taking off every second, saving as many people as they could. That was where General Aaron Levi pushed every member of his family into a small ship and stood by the door with tears in his eyes. You don't have to do this, his wife said. Dad, we love you, his son added. I have to, Aaron replied. I prepared myself my entire life for this. He took one last look at his family and managed to smile. Why are you all crying? I'll see you soon, and I love you all. Goodbye, General. His daughter Sarah hugged him one last time. General Aaron Levi turned away from the ship and started heading towards the armory. He took care of his family first, and now it's time to eliminate the threats on the moon. Where am I?
You're under lockdown in a jail cell, Miss Bradshaw. Try to stay calm.
Lockdown? Jail? Is that you, Lillian? Oh, God, I have such a migraine. Oh. Why are you pointing that gun at me? What the hell is going on?
Officer Day will do just fine, Elsa. You need to stay calm, do you understand? This lockdown is for your safety and mine.
No! You have to let me out! You can't keep me! Not a lockdown! No! You need to tell me what's going on, Lillian. I mean, Officer Day? How did I get here? What the hell do you mean I'm under lockdown? Can you please just put that gun away? And why does everything hurt? Ouch! Oh, ow. What the fuck is this? Did I get bitten by something? For the love of God, Day, what the hell is going on? Please tell me.
You are under strict lockdown, Miss Bradshaw. Sit down.
Oh, God. No. Okay. Please, Lillian, what do you mean by lockdown? We grew up together. Just tell me what's going on. You're scaring me.
There's an outbreak, Elsa. It started yesterday at the game. The whole town was there, and so were you. You don't remember?
No, I can't. The last thing I remember is coming home from school. We just finished midterms. It's football season, right? Yeah. My brother made varsity. My parents wanted me to go with them to his first big game. What happened there? How did I end up on lockdown? What's going on, Lillian? Is my family all right?
They're not all right, Elsa. They're dead. Maybe even turned by now. Much like everyone else in this town.
Dead? What the hell do you mean by dead?
I just saw them yesterday. Oh, God, ow. Oh. That bite looks bad. That's why you're under lockdown, Elsa. You're infected.
Oh, infected? What are you saying?
A stranger came to town a few days ago. It wasn't unusual during football season. We figured he was from the opposing team. It was just odd that he came so early. We saw right away that he was sick. After COVID, we're all on our toes. Police officers, firefighters, hospitals, even emergency personnel. None of us wanted to end up under lockdown again. So much for that. But at least it's you that's sick. And not me.
What the fuck is that supposed to mean?
It means I'm not the one infected, Elsa. I'm not the one under lockdown. During the game, the stranger turned. I don't know how to explain it. It's like those old movies about the living dead. He started killing people. Everyone scattered. People were bitten. He got to too many. We did our best to contain him. We thought he was crazy. But it was too late. The infection had spread. We lost control.
What happened to me? What happened to my family?
We didn't know. When we finally figured it out, it was already too late. The stranger had infected so many. He bit your dad, Elsa. After the outbreak, your family went home. You and your mom wanted to take him to a hospital, but Mr. Bradshaw, he refused. He turned into one of those things during the night. He killed your mom while you were sleeping. He killed your brother. That's when he got to your room. Elsa. He tried to kill you too.
No. He killed them. Then why didn't he kill me?
We started making house calls. We reviewed videos and witness statements to figure out everyone who had been attacked by the stranger. The name Bradshaw was on the list. He was biting into you when we got there. We heard you screaming from your room. We ran down the hall. We broke in your door and we got him away. You tried to make us put down our guns. We killed him. I killed him. You ran to his side and you cried. I saw the bite and I knocked you out. You can thank me for that nasty migraine. But thank your dad for the bite.
No. Okay. No. Okay. If you already killed them, what are we doing here? Why am I under lockdown? What are you waiting for?
was waiting for the turning. They always turn in the end.
Hey, it's Teresa. Subscribe for more horror stories. For many decades, humanity has been obsessed with the secrets hidden in the infamous Area 51 of the United States Air Force. That confidential zone in the Nevada desert was the object of countless conspiracy theories and far-fetched Hollywood movies. But years later, by the time humans finally made real contact with aliens, everyone was quick to forget about Area 51. It all started on one of those faraway planets that were the closest thing to Earth that people had discovered. When science allowed for humanity to look closer into one of those planets, our satellites were quick to detect movement on the planet's surface. Something alive. The entire human race was overcome with excitement, and all the best scientists of the world came together to send a team to make first contact with the other life form. In a matter of years, the first ship containing extraterrestrial forms of life arrived on planet Earth. The event was so extraordinary that it was impossible to keep it a secret, and aliens became part of the common knowledge of the people. Area 51 was forgotten, and a new space was created for the containment, study, and not long after, the training and protection of those specimens. It was called the Extraterrestrial Life Center. Funnily enough, the ELC wasn't that far away from the old Area 51, but this one wasn't a secret after all. It was an international effort, and a handful of years later, after the species were studied and understood enough, there was even a recreation area that people affectionately called the Alien Zoo. That distant planet, home of the first species of aliens that humans found, studied, and eventually, and much to people's surprise, nearly domesticated, was rich and full of life. The standard type of creature that was introduced into our planet was very similar to our big felines. It resembled a sphinx cat, but with the shape and size of a small tiger, but much stronger. Different specimens were completely bald, varied in color, or were covered in thin scales. About half of them, selected at random as if it were a regular genetic trait, had on their backs wings like a bat, but enough to be functional to carry them through small distances and heights. Their internal organs and the functioning of their brains were still being studied. They were intelligent and loyal enough for people to grow immediately fond of them. Everyone started calling them sphinxes. On Earth, sphinxes were studied and trained for many purposes. Mostly they served as guides and protectors when human beings made their way to these creatures' homes to examine the place more closely, bringing in new species of living organisms, including plants and similar beings to the sphinxes. There were plenty of campaigns to avoid governments finding a way to weaponize these creatures, but it was impossible to prevent such a thing from developing in secret, exactly as most people feared. There were clandestine projects going on at the ELC, unethical experiments, and extreme training of the sphinxes was pretty much unavoidable. Everyone deep down knew this, but there was more. There were other species found on the Sphinx's planet. Cautiously, samples of soil, plants, and water were brought to Earth, along with a couple of bugs carefully contained. There was nothing people were sure they could handle other than the Sphinxes. So who the hell had the idea to bring back to Earth a monster they didn't even understand yet? His name was Larry Vega, and the day of the accident, he arrived late at work. He had been on the latest ship that retrieved new alien species. He had been the one to spot this new creature. He had shot the tranquilizing darts and had been the one to convince others to go along with it. But when the time came and everything got out of hand, and his beast freed itself from its containment, shortly after the scientists had discovered it wasn't even from the planet they were barely starting to understand at all, Larry arrived late at work. But he was right on time to witness the carnage left behind. There were only 2 entrances to the confidential wing of the ETLC, the back entrance and the long tunnel that connected it to the main building, where the public procedures took place. This day, Larry parked as close as possible to the back entrance, and when he first walked in, everything looked normal, just too quiet. But after a couple of steps, everything started to happen at once. First, the sounds. Faint moaning and gurgling sounds, and dripping as if a faucet had been left open. Then, the smell of something rotten, a faint metallic scent, and something earthy and damp like wilderness. Larry started walking slower, more cautiously, suspicious of the quiet around him, but it was no use. The first door he had meant to check, it was torn off its hinges. Inside, it was meant to be just an office, and it had been turned into a cemetery. Bodies were strewn all over the place, over desks, on the ground, broken into impossible positions in their chairs. Larry knew the only pair of claws in this world that could do such damage. Despite his better judgment, Larry walked out of that room and continued exploring the building, only to find more and more horrifying scenes. Laboratories destroyed, dead colleagues, bodies ripped apart into pieces. So much blood. And, in the midst of it, a trail of dark hairs that he could recognize anywhere, because they belonged to the beast he had brought to the planet. Larry reached the other exit of the building and saw that the tunnel leading to the main building looked unharmed and free of bodies. He hoped this meant the extraterrestrial monster was contained in this smaller and secret building. He entered a code on a panel that would lock the tunnel, and then he ran all the way back to the door where he first came in. He couldn't simply ring an alarm or call for help. If he couldn't solve this, not only would he be blamed for everything, but all the darkness of that clandestine department would end up exposed. That was probably the reason why the rest of the ETLC seemed clueless about the tragedy that just happened on its property. He couldn't fix this by himself. He couldn't fix this at all. But perhaps if he could capture the beast again, it wouldn't be too bad. So Larry made up his mind and left the building, then ran all the way to the entrance of the parking lot, where 2 people appeared to be playing with a sphinx. Excuse me, what is the sphinx, what is the sphinx's experience, strength and general abilities? Larry blurted out, more than a little out of breath due to the terror and physical exertion. Good morning to you, too, a woman wearing a lab coat replied with a cold tone. The man beside her with an army uniform smiled patiently at Larry and said, "My name is Captain Simon Key. This is my partner, Dr. Emery Blanco, and the Sphinx in our charge is number 311H, but we call her Honey, and she's an extraordinary specimen. Now what—" I need her! Larry interrupted the captain. There's been there's been an accident at the secondary building. We don't want anything to do with what happens there, the captain said. People died, Larry exclaimed, losing his patience. I need the Sphinx. The captain and the doctor exchanged a look of concern. They hesitated, but this is what they signed up for, wasn't it? Fine, the doctor said at last. But as soon as it looks like too much for Honey, we'll call reinforcements. Larry nodded eagerly and guided them to the entrance of the building again. Honey was moving ahead of them. She had on a leash that the captain held somewhat loosely. The extraterrestrial creature, a tiger with silver scales all over her body, and a pair of wings just waiting to be used, stopped moving as soon as they entered. Much like any animal on Earth, she showed classic signs of nervousness. She must have detected something out of the ordinary. What's going on here? The captain wondered, gently nudging Honey forward. Larry took a deep breath and prepared to admit his mistakes, but he was interrupted. A loud, deep and guttural voice sounded from the end of the hallway, so strong it seemed to echo from all around them.
You don't know. The man brought friends, and they don't know me.
The voice cackled. I'm going to faint, Larry whispered, leaning against one of the walls for support and willing his body to resist just a little more. What the hell is that? The doctor hissed angrily through her teeth. Before Larry could explain, the beast showed itself. It walked out of one of the doors at the end of the hallway, but they could see it very clearly. At first, the silhouette seemed to be that of a grizzly bear, hairy, dark, standing on his back legs to reach an impressive height. But this creature from an unknown planet didn't have front paws, a face, or anything else that resembled bears. Its body moved endlessly under all that hair, like intestines or worms, and at first Larry knew what that meant. But from that dark mass of hair emerged a long, heavy, strong claw that could only be compared to that of an impossibly huge lobster.
You bring me to another planet.
The monstrous alien started talking again, without any sign of a moving mouth.
I had to learn how to communicate in your language. I have to fight for food. I have to defend myself from food. I have to kill them all. And you take this long to bring me a friend.
While the beast talked, it opened and closed its claw rhythmically, and Honey, the friendly and trained creature, listened intently and slowly moved toward it. The three humans watched, perplexed, as Honey stopped right in the middle of the hallway, between them and the other alien. It had said the word friend, but Honey looked nothing, if not absolutely, terrified.
Attack!
The horrible being said, and Honey didn't move.
Attack!
It ordered, and Honey started whimpering and shaking, refusing to do anything.
Attack! Attack! Attack!
The monster yelled so loudly, the walls seemed to shake. Frustrated by the smaller alien's loyalty, the beast attacked itself. Without moving its body much, its claw shot out of its body, extended like an arm at a great speed, and hit Honey with enough force to send her flying toward the humans, knocking them down and falling atop of them on a pile on the floor. The captain and the doctor with the extraterrestrial creature they studied, trained, and befriended. The scientist with the beast he found, captured, and unknowingly let brutally murder his coworkers. They were helpless, but they weren't dead yet. Can you call for reinforcements? Larry asked in a faint tone, while the beast laughed maniacally as it approached them. He didn't hear the other's reply, but he heard the loud, frantic sound of an alarm going off on the main building. He closed his eyes, hoping he didn't have to know what came next.
Hey, two of us here. Subscribe for more horror stories. This mission started out like any other. At the time, I was staying at home, closer to the beach than the mountains where most of my jobs took place. I loved my house, but I couldn't wait to get back to work. There was nothing in the world that compared to the rush, the adrenaline of being out there, risking my life, fighting in the name of the entire planet, being a hero. My job was my life, and I had treasured my profession since I was a kid, since the first time I heard that being an alien hunter was a real thing. Everything started a couple of years before I was born. An alien invasion, just like humanity had dreamed of and feared for so many years. It was a catastrophe, and changed our history forever, but we, as resilient humans we are, came out victorious in the end. But that wasn't the end. Not at all. In a matter of months, a much smaller attack happened, and a year later, an asteroid that crashed on our planet carried living creatures within. It was as if that first invasion broke through an invisible wall, and now we couldn't stop these unwanted visits from happening. Sometimes, in asteroids or ships crashing on our planet, these were accidents. The aliens are confused, helpless, and occasionally they didn't even survive the atmosphere of our planet and would die almost instantly. Still, some incidents turned violent. Not necessarily full-blown invasions, but a beast released on an unfamiliar territory will easily turn savage, desperate to satiate hunger, thirst, or simply react aggressively to cope with the terror of the new environment. That's where people like me come in. Since that first attempt of an alien invasion, the military of every country in the world started preparing special units in case of another extraterrestrial threat. When I was a kid, these were really overwhelming, even theatrical groups that appeared to be getting ready for a war at the end of the world. However, as time wore on, technology improved at a breakneck pace, and we grew more knowledgeable about these menaces. The specialized units started requiring fewer people and greater weapons. Alien hunters became unique, rare, and highly tactical. They were real heroes, and for children everywhere, that was the dream job. At least it was for me. I had to work harder than most people can even imagine, but I've made it. Now I'm one of the best alien hunters on the West Coast. For that exact reason, more often than not, I didn't even need a team. When I got the call for this job, I immediately jumped into action. I prepared an all-terrain military vehicle, filled it to the brim with all the weapons I could possibly need, and, on the way to the coordinates on the mountains, I listened to the friendly voice of the AI assistant on my watch that replayed the details of my mission for me.
Asteroid 16B28 identified at 0700 hours of the present day. Estimated time for contact with the Earth's surface around 1600 hours. An approximate of 6 heartbeats detected. Official orders indicate neutralize and capture, if possible. Eradicate if necessary. Good luck, Agent Eric Welch. Let us know if there's anything else you need.
A little before the estimated time, I saw the asteroid crash somewhere in the mountains. It was a little odd. Not just that it had arrived earlier than expected, but having so little time to prepare beforehand. At this point, most asteroids are detected days in advance. But I tried not to complain too much, and only moved faster. It wasn't until the moment I arrived at the perimeter and parked my vehicle that I noticed this was not going to be just another job. First, the mountain was on fire. It was normal for a collision to ignite fires, of course, but this was much, much worse. Maybe one of the minerals in the rock from space reacted badly against the Earth's atmosphere. I started coughing and spoke into my communication device. "Attention! Agent Welch here. I will require assistance from the fire department urgently."
Understood.
The artificial assistant immediately replied,
Do you need reinforcements from the Hunters Unit, Agent Welch?
"No thanks, I have that part under control," I replied quickly and ended the message at the same time I picked up a weapon and shot. There had been yellow, glowing eyes watching me from the flames among the trees far away from me, but moving closer and closer until I could hear it screeching and whining and getting ready to attack. Finally, the creature jumped towards me, but I was quick enough to shoot. An especially strong, metal-reinforced net shoots out from my gun and captured the beast in the air. It screamed and screamed and squirmed on the ground while I looked at it. It was awful, but not completely unfamiliar. But this particular type of alien resembled a common monkey, despite the shocking differences in the internal anatomy of their bodies. The spikes, the strength, the outstanding aggression. At least they were relatively small. It was one of my least favorite species so far, but all too familiar. Something close to monkeys could be close to humans, and the last thing I needed was thinking I was hunting something in any way related to my species. I waited for a second longer as the monkey-like beast continued to scream. Then I shot a different weapon, tranquilizing darts this time. It fell asleep within seconds and I started moving again. I set a couple of traps. I chased a few of the aliens and defended myself from others, and I avoided the fire. I got deeper and deeper into the woods of the mountain, coughing here and there because of the nearby smoke. But I trusted my equipment, the fire department, and my training to get me out of there fast enough if necessary. Every few minutes I heard a shrill cry from one of the aliens as they got caught in my traps. And then I spotted one running away from the blaze. I started chasing after it. I felt my heartbeat pick up and I couldn't help but smile. This was one of the most dangerous jobs in the world, but I had the time of my life with it. I ran until my lungs began to burn. I aimed the gun and fired a net that expanded and easily caught the target. I was grinning, satisfied, when I heard one of the monsters screech close to me, and I heard it too late this time. I screamed too when the creature landed on top of my head. I fell to the ground and groaned in pain. The monkey-like beast yelled desperately and tried to claw its way into my brain, but luckily I was wearing a helmet. I hit the alien with the butt of my gun, sending it tumbling to the side. I quickly moved up, aimed, and shot once, twice, 3 times for good measure. The little monster screamed just once. Blood blossomed all around it, and it fell limp and lifelessly to the ground. I was left panting, observing the rapidly decomposing body. It melted quickly as if it was boiling, and the smell was awful enough to make me retreat. When I was able to catch my breath, I took off my helmet and noted the scratches on its surface, tearing off the paint. I promised to tear out my brain if I wasn't more careful the next time. My heartbeat didn't have time to return to normal before I was startled again, but this time it was different. It was worse. I heard a feral scream coming from higher up the mountain, and I cursed my luck. That sound was much deeper than the higher-pitched yells of the little guys I'd been dealing with. I remembered the description of my mission. Approximately 6 heartbeats. That didn't necessarily tell me anything about the size of the threat. I had no option but to take a deep breath, regain my composure, and get back to work. I double-checked all the weapons I had on me and started moving uphill. Naturally, I began to worry. Oh, my confidence didn't waver, not after so many years of fighting against the most unexpected, dangerous and aggressive aliens this world has ever seen. I doubted there could be any worse than any monster I'd already faced. Creatures that defied our laws of physics and all reason. Aliens as small as mosquitoes, or as big as grizzly bears. I fought against claws, horns, fangs, tentacles, and venom. I wasn't scared of anything. On my way to the top of the mountain, I came across another one of the small aliens and I easily caught it, but then immediately heard one more screeching nearby. I stood still for a moment, waiting for the attack, my heart thumping inside my chest. But nothing came. I decided to move forward, more cautiously this time. I had to stay hyper-vigilant. What I found took my breath away. The alien wasn't about to attack me. It was wounded. It was lying on the damp forest earth, in a small puddle of its own greasy orange blood, already starting to boil, melting away the wounded body, but not quick enough to kill the agonized beast. It gave me enough time to investigate, which only made matters worse. The wound on the side of the extraterrestrial animal's torso looked like a bite, like something had just grabbed a bite of the alien monkey and left it there to die. But this species didn't usually attack each other, and that bite looks much smaller than something from a wolf or anything from these mountains big enough to overpower one of these monsters. I was unsettled, but I'm still convinced I'm stronger and better prepared than any alien hoping to attack me. And that's when I heard it. The explosion. It was so unexpected in so many ways that it made me jump in place, and then I immediately ran in the direction it came from. My mind scrambled to remember every case when the materials of the asteroid or the substances within reacted explosively when in contact with stuff from this planet. It wasn't completely unusual, but that was not what I was focused on. An explosion like that could only mean one thing, and the fire around us, it finally made sense. It was a fuel leak. The thing that crashed here today wasn't an asteroid. It was a ship. I cursed under my breath. The inconsistencies in the case finally made sense, but I hated that I had received flawed information. Still, it wouldn't be the first time I faced a single ship by myself, and I needed to know more. Despite getting a little closer to the forest fire, I reached the spot where the spaceship crashed. When I was close enough, I slowed down and moved more cautiously. All my senses were focused. I was alert and ready for a possibly lethal encounter. I double-checked the weapons strapped around my waist and across my torso. I had capture nets, explosive bullets, everything in between for all shapes and sizes. In my hand, I was holding a gun of tranquilizing darts for medium to large species. I was prepared for the worst, but if it was something new, I would be the one to bring it to the laboratories. This monster was mine. I heard footsteps nearby and turned hastily. There it was, coming at me from the dark, coming through the smoke. A big round head gleaming under the moonlight. I aimed and studied it quickly. About 6 feet tall, one head, 4 limbs, shockingly anthropomorphous. I fired a dart, but I could tell from the sound that I didn't pierce its skin. I started stepping back, firing again and again, but all of a sudden, the alien started running towards me, then suddenly leapt in the air. I grunted when the beast knocked me over. The fall took my breath away, and I reached for a different gun, but the monster didn't linger on top of me. It quickly moved away and I scrambled to my feet, but what I saw next made my blood run cold. The spaceship. At first, I only frowned when I saw it, but upon further inspection I felt my heart skip a beat. Chills ran down my body, and for the first time in years, I was truly worried about what I'd just walked into. That ship. It wasn't alien. It was ours. Part of it looked frozen, and the rear section was badly burnt, but as if the design wasn't familiar enough, I saw the word NASA still visible on the broken hull of the devastated ship. A tragic sight. I didn't have time to think about the possibilities. Movement behind me made me turn around. "What are you?" I yelled. I groaned at my own nerves showing, but I couldn't let that affect my performance. Another shuffling sound, this time from the other side of the ship. "Show yourself! Now!" I ordered as loudly as possible so it wouldn't be so obvious my voice was trembling. I took a deep breath and focused. I let go of the gun I'd reached for and gripped the tranquilizing darts tighter. I had a bad feeling, but I couldn't shoot to kill. I took a deep breath and moved slowly around the ship. I couldn't hear anything else. No movement. This was it. I could shoot. I could shoot and end this right now, but you know the old saying, curiosity killed the cat. Instead of shooting, I switched on the flashlight attachment of the gun. Both of us screamed at the same time. But the actions were very different. I was terrified, and whatever was in front of me was startled like any other beast caught in headlights. This wasn't a person, not anymore. But it certainly wasn't alien. The suit was dirty and torn. The glass of the helmet was cracked, leaving exposed the face of someone that used to be an astronaut. But now he was a feral, infected thing with orange stains around its mouth. Alien blood. Before letting myself try to imagine the circumstances that led to this astronaut's tragic fate, I shot to kill.
Hey, two of us here. Subscribe for more horror stories. Jason! Jason! I knew that voice. That was my mum. Crap, I exclaimed. I was just about to shoot down the military chopper and complete the mission, but she didn't know I had a console. I had to get rid of it before she walked into my room. I groaned silently, unplugged the console, and swung it under my bed. My mum doesn't like me playing video games, but video games are my world. I could play them all day if I were given the chance, but my grades at school were suffering, and this seemed to upset her a lot. My door flung open. She never knocks, I mused. What did you say? Nothing, Mum. I'll be going out of town this weekend to see Granny Sandy. Wanna come? This seemed like heaven. The best news I had heard all year. Oh, not the news about us going to see my granny. Of course I wouldn't go. A whole weekend of gaming. I could already picture all the battle scenes in my head. No, Mum, I've got a few assignments from school. I'll be really busy this weekend, I lied. I wasn't proud of it, but I wasn't interested in going anywhere, forfeiting the chance of a lifetime. My mum seldom travelled or went on trips. I've had to perform a few crazy stunts to prevent her from getting to know that I've been hiding a PlayStation 5 under my bed for almost a year. She would freak out big time if she found out. Alright then, don't break anything. I'll be back on Monday. And that was all she said before strolling out of my room. I waited for a while before jumping up and down on my bed in ecstasy. It was Friday and she was going to be leaving soon. I thought about what game I'd start my weekend with. A lot of thoughts just tumbled through my head as I began to daydream. Bye, Mum! I screamed as I watched her get into the cab. I turned back immediately as the cab driver drove off, a wide grin creeping over my face. I was going to use the massive TV in the living room. This was going to be an intense gaming experience. First things first, I needed to get some supplies from the nearby store. Mum had kindly left me some cash, and there was no going out once I turned on the console. Stepping out into the alley, night was already falling over our small town. I was going to play games throughout the night and into the morning. The cold air sent small shivers down my spine as I strolled along the street. I got what I wanted from the dairy and hurried back home. I was already approaching my home when I spotted a new store nearby. I'd never noticed it before. It seemed like a sort of pop-up thing, but it had games in the window. Is that the new 3D GX console? I gasped. I didn't know it was on sale already. I rushed towards the store. It would be worth a fortune, though. I noticed there was something off about the place. It looked old. Something definitely felt odd about the store, but it didn't bother me. I just wanted to know the price. Hello? Anyone there? An old man sprung out from behind the counter. He remained quiet, watching my every move. How much does this cost? I stammered, pointing at the console. He brought out a price tag. I wonder why he wasn't talking. Perhaps he couldn't. $200! I exclaimed in shock. It seemed too good to be true. Was this some sort of scam or trick? I had $200. That was my entire savings, but I needed to be sure it worked. I've read on countless Discord threads that the 3D GX console was worth well over $1,000, but he was just selling it to me for $200. The old man proceeded to plug in the console and handed me the controller. I turned it on and selected the game of my choice. It actually worked. I was playing it without the 3D glasses, but it worked! I excused myself to the old man and ran back home to retrieve my money. When I returned to the store, I dumped the cash on the checkout counter, and he handed the console over to me without a word. This was simply unbelievable. This was going to be the best weekend of my life. I rushed back home, unplugged my PlayStation, nudging it unceremoniously back under the bed, and plugged in the new Alpha. It worked! I jumped around for joy. I still couldn't believe this was happening. It all seemed like some sort of dream. I'd been playing normally for almost 3 hours when I remembered that I hadn't tried the 3D glasses yet, and that was actually kind of the whole selling point of the 3D GX. There was only one game installed in the 3D section, something about aliens, duh. I was anxious, didn't even bother reading the name. I put on the glasses and started up the game. Everything went dark for a brief moment, and then I was greeted by a strange sight. A desert. The scorching sun was merciless. I thought I wasn't supposed to feel anything. I stood in the open, staring at the ocean of sand, and I began to feel uneasy. Something felt too real for this to be a game. Suddenly, a massive, scorpion-like creature sprung out from within the sand from a distance and rushed in my direction. It's just a game, Jason. It's just a game. I tried to reassure myself as my heart raced involuntarily, faster with every second. It didn't seem to be working. I turned around, running from the incoming threat and screaming at the top of my lungs. I raised my hands to my face to take off the 3D glasses, but they weren't there. Fear instantly permeated my entire being as my whole body trembled at the realization. Where are my glasses? I let out. I was starting to cry. A clash of emotions rushed into my head and I dropped to the ground. The strange creature soon reached my location. I was totally defenseless. I stared in shock at the terrifying beast with no way out. It swung its sharp sting towards me and I dodged out of the way at the last second. I'd barely caught my breath when I felt a spasm of pain down my leg. It had swung one of its claws towards me. I groaned in terror as blood began to trickle from the wound. I was frightened, I was confused, and I couldn't understand what was happening. This was meant to be a fun night of gaming. I tried to grapple with what was going on, but I couldn't find any explanation. Where am I? I asked myself. The creature now approached me for a final strike. I could feel every pang of hurt, and it all felt real. If this was real, then was I going to die? I sat in the sand, shut my eyes, and continued to cry, tears trickling from between my clasped hands. I could hear my heart pound heavily. Was this going to be it? The ground soon began to vibrate, and my eyes instantly snapped open. Just then, another strange-looking creature sprung out from the heap of sand right in front of me, throwing me away at some distance and tackling the scorpion-like thing to the ground. The new visitor appeared even more terrifying than the latter. I wasn't sure which was better. Neither, I guessed. I couldn't even find a good description for the new beast. It was an all-out, monstrous brawl. Somehow, the game substituted for reality. The only thing on my mind was to find a way out of this hell. I saw my chance and staggered away from the ongoing battle. A sandstorm began to stir in front of me, but it was still better than whatever was behind, and so I forged ahead. The brawl soon ended. I briefly turned to catch a glimpse of who had won. I wondered what was happening. It appeared that they had just formed an alliance. They both rushed towards me. They were obviously much faster than I would ever be. There was no way I could outrun both of them. I flung myself to the ground and hoped once again on the kind hands of fate. As they got closer, a strange, humanoid figure emerged from within the sandstorm. He seemed to be able to bend the grains to his will. My jaw dropped. It all seemed like I was still in the game, but it had come alive. I stared in shock as he fought off both creatures with dexterity and skill. Who was this man? I wondered. He was dressed like some kind of medieval knight. He had long, flowing hair which extended down below his shoulders. He had a strangely shaped sword, but didn't seem to have any need for it yet. Or perhaps he didn't want to kill the creatures. They were no match for him regardless. It seemed as though he was playing rather than fighting. After a brief duel, he took out his sword. The air shimmered and it transformed into a staff. He struck the desert floor with the bottom of the staff. The creatures froze in an instant of calm. He hit the ground one more time, and the creatures immediately scrambled away from the area. My mouth remained open the entire time I watched this strange event. Suddenly, he turned his gaze towards me and I swallowed hard. He had a kind of ethereal radiance about him.
You are not meant to be here, boy.
His voice echoed like a thunderclap, and my heart instantly skipped a beat. He tossed a strange stone towards me, and I caught it sheepishly and stared down at it. I analysed the stone for a short moment before staring back up, but he was gone. "Wait! Don't go!" I let out. "Who are you? What do I do with this stone?" My words echoed in the silence, and I stared out again once more in confusion. I just wanted to go home. My gaze shifted once more to the strange stone, and I noticed that it had slowly begun to shimmer. What the? A loud sound invaded my ears, accompanied by a familiar pain. Someone had just slapped me. My eyes shot open. It was my mum. And I was back. I was scared but still grateful. I wanted to jump with glee when I saw her face. Whether it was her slap or the strange stone that brought me back, I couldn't tell. I didn't care anyway. I didn't want to spend one more second in that desert. My mum was fuming with anger. I'd broken a lot of stuff around the house, and my neighbour, hearing the commotion, had asked her to return immediately. He'd been knocking for almost an hour before placing a call to her. How long was I in there? And how did I break so much stuff, I wondered. I stared out the window. It was already morning. My mum had been yelling about a lot of stuff, but the sound of her voice suddenly snapped into focus. She was saying something about how disobedient I was. I noticed the video game, smashed on the floor. My mum stopped short, looking perplexed. She wasn't aware of everything that had happened. I rushed out into the street to check out the store where I'd earlier brought the console. It was gone, without a trace. As I limped up the stairs which led to my room, I realised that my mum might have just saved my life. Thoughts of the strange knight or sand god or whatever it was still plagued my mind. 5 years have passed, and I still don't know what happened that day. But I'll certainly never touch a game console again.
Hello, everyone out there in Internet land. Welcome to the Dark Cosmos. My name is Thomas, and it is my great pleasure to read for you and do all the little twiddly sound bits today. October 4th, 1999. Her eyes shot open. She could feel a sharp pain in her head. Darcy Duke began to wonder what was going on. She scanned her environment, but she couldn't recognize anything.
Where am I?
She mused. She stared at the pod-like structure from which she had just emerged. Everywhere seemed to be in ruins. She had no memory of who she was or where she was coming from. Smoke filled the entire place, but she didn't feel any discomfort. She then stepped out of the building and into the street, but everything still seemed strange to her. Several men in firefighting uniforms rushed towards her, shouting atop their voices as sirens blared in the distance. There were bullet holes scattered all over the place as bodies were being carted away into several ambulances. Something big had happened here, but no one seemed bothered about her as she snaked her way away from the crowd. She strolled past a mirror, but stopped short when she spotted a reflection of herself. She looked just like everyone else, but she didn't feel the same. She felt different. "22 years later. Darcy? Those were her footsteps. I'd recognize them anywhere.
Yes, Morgan.
I was right. She was the one. You know, we need to spend more time together. I'm gonna grow old and weak, but you're still gonna be here.
You jerk. You just have to remind me about that every time.
She walked in, strolled towards the living room, and planted a soft kiss on my cheek.
I love you, Morgan.
She whispered. How do I tell anyone that my wife is a super hot alien? I joked.
I'm not an alien, Morgan. I'm not even sure what I am.
Darcy smiled. She had gotten used to living with the reality that she was different from everyone else. Ever since she had emerged from the strange laboratory in Arizona over 2 decades ago, she'd not aged a day, and she rarely got hurt by anything. I was glad that she had told me the truth about her past. I loved Darcy dearly, and I was pleased that she knew that her secret was safe with me. We had fallen for each other 6 years ago, and nothing had changed since then. Darcy suddenly let out a loud groan. Darcy, what's wrong? I exclaimed. You're having those migraines again, aren't you? I rushed towards her and embraced her as she collapsed into my arms.
I remembered something else,
she said.
It was a short memory, but it's just like the others I've been having recently, and it doesn't look like Earth. Do you think I'm an alien, Morgan?
She asked me, but I wasn't sure what to tell her. I don't care, Darcy. I love you, and that's all that matters. Come on, I have a surprise for you. I rushed towards the couch where I was earlier seated and pulled out 2 tickets from underneath the cushion. We are going on a vacation, I let out as Darcy lunged and leapt into the air with glee. I loved to see her happy. I smiled and embraced her tightly. I'm never going to leave you, Darcy, I assured her. The location was just a few miles out of town. Darcy loved to travel, and this time, I was driving. We'd packed our stuff and we were now en route to our vacation site. It was going to be another wonderful experience. Darcy was seated beside me in the car, the radio turned up full bore. She swayed to the rhythm of the song, nodding her head to the beat. The highways were nearly empty, which made me drive at a rather incautious speed.
Are we there yet?
Darcy asked curiously. Yeah, we're almost...
Morgan, watch out!
Didn't notice the car, which had broken down right in front of us. I stepped on the brakes immediately as my Ford F-150 left the ground and somersaulted twice before returning to the earth. Time stood still for a moment as blood trickled down my forehead, but I was fine. I shot a quick glance at Darcy. She was unconscious. Unconscious? She so rarely got hurt. I crawled groggily out of the car, staggered towards the window where she was seated. I immediately noticed that she was trapped in her seat. I had to get her out. Darcy! I called out, and her eyes immediately shot open. She instantly gasped and stretched out her right hand, pushing me as far away from the car as possible, as the car instantly burst into flames and exploded into the air. Darcy! I exclaimed in shock. Incoming cars stopped and parked by the side to help out in any way they could. Someone call 911! I could hear someone scream in the distance. A normal human being should not survive the explosion, but Darcy was not a normal human. To everyone's surprise, she emerged from the car unscathed as everyone watched in shock. Yo, what the fuck? She doesn't look hurt, an onlooker said, obviously in utter disbelief. My fears had finally become reality. The news was out. Police trucks rushed in from all sides, and the onlookers soon began to talk. Darcy knew what had happened, but she couldn't rewrite the wrongs. She ran towards me with fear, clearly evident on her face. We need to get out of here before the media arrives. She understood what I was trying to say. We made a beeline for one of the ambulances and requested to be taken to the hospital. Even though we tried to pretend as though nothing had happened, we knew that they had all seen it, and they were definitely not going to keep quiet about it. 2 days had passed, and the news of Darcy's strange emergence was everywhere on the news. I had awoken to a soft knock on my front door and instantly walked calmly towards the entrance when firm hands grabbed me from behind, covering my mouth, pulling me away from the door. I tried to turn on instinct. Shh. That was all the masked man said with his index finger over his lips. They're going to kill you, he continued. Between him and the people at the door, I wasn't sure who to trust. They were both strangers, and he wore a mask. They want your wife. Okay, he had my full attention as I stared at him curiously. Follow me. He was still speaking when a loud bang interrupted the silence. As my front door immediately gave way, someone had just kicked it down. What the fuck? I exclaimed. Come on, the masked stranger uttered as he instantly pulled me away from the incoming threat. Loud shots were fired towards us as we fled out of the area. Darcy had heard the shots and joined us too. I could hear the thud of a helicopter in my backyard. Something insane was happening. A few men trooped in from the direction which we were running towards and began to shoot at our previous interlopers. Their uniform pattern was similar to the masked stranger, so I guessed they were with him. We were led into the helicopter as the intense gunfight continued behind us. I wasn't sure what was happening, but we both didn't have enough time to think and process what was going on. Even Darcy had been silent throughout. We jumped on the helicopter and were soon ascending into the sky, speeding away from our home. We landed in a strange and deserted area after flying for several hours. We both didn't know where we were, but we had no choice but to cooperate with our new friends. We were led into a dilapidated building which contained a massive hidden bunker. We stepped on board an elevator and began to descend deep into the earth below the strange building. Hopefully, we would get some answers soon. It was a lengthy descent, but we soon came to a sudden halt. Darcy gasped in shock as we stepped out of the elevator. She recognized the symbol that was engraved on the wall. A man strolled into view. He seemed to recognize her. How long has it been, 20 years, he began. Look at you. You've not aged a day. I exchanged glances with Darcy, and she wasted no time in asking him questions.
I woke up in a strange lab. Who am I?
It seems as though you lost your memory. All right. I'll tell you everything you need to know before the government gets here. January 1999. We intercepted a strange distress signal from space, but whoever we had heard was not human, so naturally we decided to check it out. A few weeks later, we found the debris of what looked like a crashed spaceship with you lying inside. You eventually awoke, and it took all that my men had to take you down. You were in a complete state of fury. You were nearly berserk, but we managed to sedate you with a strong anesthesia. We brought you to our laboratory for further experimentation, but, and I must stress this, we didn't want to harm you. The government found out about you, and since they knew about your, unique qualities and special abilities, they wanted to clone you, splice your DNA with that of ours, and replicate your genes. The experiments continued to bear little fruit, and we soon had a disagreement. The government wanted us to dig deeper, go further to get results. We had managed to clone you as human, but to make replicas with your ability, more extreme measures would be needed. We refused. I shot a quick glance at Darcy. She was perplexed by the man's explanation. I didn't want to believe his words, but somehow we all knew he was telling the truth. So, Darcy is an alien after all, I thought. A heated fight soon ensued, and we had to smuggle you into our own private facility. But we couldn't keep you hidden for long. They found us. They stormed our laboratory, tearing it to pieces. But I had managed to keep you safe, and released you from the containment chamber, and took away your memories. I decided that it was better for all that you were lost to us. I'm not sure where you came from or how you got to Earth, but this is as much as I know, and I hope that I've been of help. After the clash, I returned to the laboratory and I discovered that you had managed to escape, so I began to work on an experiment that would transform you back to your alien form and restore your lost memories. And I'm happy to say, after almost a decade of research, I have come out with a breakthrough. But I had to wait another decade to find you. I'm glad I did. The strange man was still speaking when a quiet clink interrupted him. A grenade had landed right in our midst. Everyone dashed for safety as a loud explosion erupted. The men who had attacked us back home had returned, and this time they'd come in with a bang. I finally began to piece together the strange puzzle about Darcy's past. The strange man dashed for a gun and shot at Darcy, and in a flash, all her lost memories came crashing into her mind. She stared up towards the oncoming threat, and something began to change within her. She could feel it. Whoever I was staring at was surely not Darcy anymore. She transformed into something else. Her skin began to slough off and was immediately replaced by a blue covering. Her eyes shone like sapphire. I had never seen a being of such beauty and magnificence. Her features were not dissimilar to ours. She was much taller and had a prominent tail. Even the intruders stopped short and did a quick double take. She didn't give them much time to think anyway, as she instantly lunged towards them, taking them all out with unnatural speed. She was too fast for them, and in the blink of an eye they were all on the floor, writhing in pain as the rest retreated quickly. I didn't know if she would still remember me. Darcy shifted her gaze in my direction.
I know who I am. I have to go home.
Those were not the words I had been expecting. How will you do that? Will you ever come back? She walked slowly towards me and planted a final kiss on my cheek.
I can send out a signal. They'll find me. I'd return just for you. I promise. I will always love you, Morgan.
Those were her last words before she left. As I stared into her sapphire eyes, she seemed more beautiful than ever. It's been 2 months since she left. Every night, I go outside and stare up at the stars, waiting and hoping for her light. Someday, I know she will return for me.
Are you ready? Sure. how do you normally start these things? Like my earliest memory, or what? It's like an interview without all the pressure and consequences. I'll ask a few questions and you answer them at your own pace. Just try to be honest or lie, if you want to. We're going to get to know each other, okay? Okay. You're in the military, Benjamin. Was that right? Tell me about it. Private Benjamin Shields. Earning that title was the proudest day of my mum's life. Thank God she's not here to see me like this. If the heart attack hadn't taken her, knowing that I got kicked out of the military would have. Would that help if we talked about why? Why what? Why you were discharged from the force. What? Don't you know? It's because of what I did. I mean, it's because of what I did. Well, that's good, Benjamin. The first step to healing is taking responsibility for your actions. I'm very impressed. I would like it if we continued this direction, and whenever you want to, we'll stop. So, what happened that caused you to leave the armed forces? It's not that I wanted to. It's that they couldn't keep me anymore. They say I'm crazy. They say I need medical help. The VA couldn't fix me, so I ended up here. Maybe you'll do better. Maybe you can convince me it's not there. Lord knows the military couldn't. What's not there? I call it the stalker. I think it's always been there. When I was a kid dreaming about joining the army someday, I'd spend days in the backyard playing with my little green army guys. I'm sure there's still a few of their missing arms and buried in the sandpit. You would take arms off your army men? Yeah, guess I did. Now, you're not being fair, Benjamin. You've been honest with me thus far, but that last thing you said, I can tell you lied. I mean, what do you want me to say? The truth? That would be a start. It did. The stalker tore off their arms and sometimes their heads. I was always too afraid to look at it, but I knew it was there. Whether I was playing with my military toys or even my dump trucks, it would break things. It would mess them up and until I would get into trouble, kind of like what it's doing now. Tell me, Benjamin, what has the stalker done? What else have you gotten blamed for? Like I said, it's always been there. I'm not aware of it all the time. It's like breathing, you just do it. But when you notice it's happening, it's all you can think about. When I was 5, it decapitated my army men. When I was 12, it killed our dog. It took months for my mum to look me in the eye after that. Even when I joined the military and started acting respectable, I don't think she ever believed me. When I was 18, it cut my girlfriend while she was sleeping. It nearly took her index finger clean off. She told everyone I was cursed. Thank God, it made her look crazier than me. My mum, though, without even asking me, she knew I would blame it on the stalker. When I was 22, it finally did it. I'd been in the military for a couple of years then. We were stationed in Afghanistan, and I was patrolling our encampment with another soldier. I'd started to forget the stalker by then. Stuff like that was chalked up to paranoia. VA doctors call it post-traumatic stress. I'd stopped talking about the stalker altogether. I guess the longer I went without mentioning it, the more it stopped existing to me. I think I was just pissing it off. What happened that night, Benjamin? What did the stalker do? I told you, I'd never seen it before. But when it cut him open, I knew what it was. It smiled at me. There were empty holes where its eyes should have been, but I could still see into them. Its grin was so fucked up and wide. Drool and blood seeped from between its teeth. Its skin was stretched over the twists and contortions of its bones like dried black leather. I had a fucking gun in my hand. Military issue. I could have shot it. I should have shot it. But I just stood there and watched while it shoved its entire arm through the guy's chest. The soldier that I was patrolling with, he never saw it coming. 1 second he was following me around the camp. Next he had a monster's arm splitting open his rib cage. How could he have done that? I mean, I never fired the damn gun. What happened then? Did it leave? Have you seen the stalker since? I'm afraid I have, Doctor. It's standing right behind you. Hi everyone, two of us here. Subscribe for more horror stories. The creatures have evolved and are now resistant to Regan's radio frequency, but Evelyn and her boys are very close to the riverbank, and she knew that they could not afford to stop. She wondered how the creatures evolved so fast. A few weeks ago, the creatures could not stand the static noise that emanated from the radio set, and they were able to weaponize it against them, but now, the high-pitched radio frequency barely had any effect on them. We would need to find another way to deal with these creatures, she thought, but what was important at the moment was getting Marcus and baby Abbott safely to the island. She knew that Regan had made it safely to the island. The radio frequency was obviously Regan's idea. "Marcus," Evelyn whispered. Marcus turned. He noticed his mother's index finger was placed across her lips in a gesture that meant, "Quiet." Marcus crouched. One of the creatures stood a few feet away from them, totally unaware of their presence. They knew they had to wait calmly as the radio frequency was now of little help. They had been wandering through the woods for a few days and were almost at the riverbank. They just had to make it to the riverbank without being caught. So far, they had not encountered any creature until now. Baby Abbott still lay calmly inside his wooden chest, and Marcus lowered it slowly to the ground. A branch snapped in the distance as the creature shifted its gaze toward the sound. "Oh shit!" A stranger sprung out from behind a small shrub and fled away from the creature. Evelyn grabbed her shotgun and trailed closely behind. "Hey!" Evelyn yelled as the creature turned immediately and charged towards her. She cocked her gun and fired 3 shots at the alien, dropping it stone cold to the ground. She was aware that the sound would attract more creatures. She quickly retreated to where Marcus was crouched, grabbed the wooden cot containing baby Abbott. "Let's go," she said, as they both joined up with the stranger and raced towards the riverbank, which was now in sight. "I'm Grant," the stranger said, but Evelyn remained quiet. "Thank you for saving my life," he continued as Evelyn nodded in understanding. They had been running for a while when Grant suddenly came to a halt and motioned for them to crouch behind a small rock. He placed his hands to his ears and listened to something. Evelyn could spot a tiny device embedded into both of his ears. It looked like some sort of advanced hearing aid. Her thoughts immediately trailed back to Regan. She hoped her daughter was safe on the island. "There are 3 of them," Grant finally declared. "How do you possibly know that?" Evelyn asked. "I built this device." He pointed at the device in his ear. "It can pick up sound waves and synchronize them into English." "So, you're trying to say that you can hear them speak?" Evelyn asked curiously. "Yes." Evelyn and Marcus exchanged glances. "Do you know why these things are here, on Earth?" Marcus asked, but Grant motioned to them to remain quiet. The creatures soon strolled in slowly and scouted the surroundings for a while, before retreating the way they came. "That's why I need to get to the island quickly," Grant started. "According to what I've been able to gather from their conversations, they were on a space trip when they lost control of their ship and crashed into the Earth. The Death Angels, as many call them, kill humans because noise is their kryptonite. That's why radio waves can harm them." "But what do they want from us?" "Not from us," Grant replied. "They're searching for something. I'm not sure what it is, but I believe they want to leave Earth as much as we want them to. Perhaps their planet is void of sound and Earth is a really noisy place to be.
I know that if we can find out what they're searching for and lead them to it, they'd be pleased to leave on their own.
Evelyn and Marcus listened to Grant's theory. He made little sense, but they couldn't conclude just yet. Besides, they had more pressing issues at hand. "What do they sound like?" Marcus asked.
"You can hear it for yourself as soon as we get on the boat."
Grant took off the hearing device and placed it into Marcus's ears along with a strange-looking map. "You are headed for the island too?" Evelyn asked in shock as they strolled out of the woods and into the riverbank.
"Yeah."
Grant proceeded to bring out a small boat, which was hidden somewhere behind the dockyard, and they all jumped aboard.
"I need to get a few things from that house."
Grant pointed towards a wooden house that stood erect at a short distance away from them, before strolling quickly towards it. "Mom, something is coming," Marcus declared after listening to a short conversation through the earpiece. "Grant, please hurry!" she screamed. One of the creatures soon leapt out from the field into the backyard as Grant stepped out from the wooden house. "Grant, watch out!" Evelyn screamed, but it was too late. The creature lunged towards Grant, and he dodged the first attack as he jumped towards his right. He quickly rose to his feet and fled towards the boat, but he was much slower than the creature as it soon caught up to him, hacking him into several pieces. Evelyn grabbed the oar and rowed quickly away from the riverbank. They had been rowing for several hours and soon arrived at the island. A familiar face sprinted towards them and stole an embrace. It was Regan. Evelyn was glad she was fine, but they had much more work to do. Emmett stood in the distance, watching the reunited family as he pondered upon what he had done to his family. He had watched them die. He should have fought for them. Evelyn narrated what Grant had told them before his death, and they all decided to work together to discover what the aliens were searching for. They knew that they wouldn't be able to stay on the island forever. There were some marked out coordinates on the map of the entire city, but they all didn't know how to connect the dots. Evelyn wondered why Grant had given Marcus the map shortly before his death, as though he knew that he was going to die. "I can help out with that," Emmett's voice echoed in the room. "I have some knowledge of it." 2 weeks of waiting have gone by, and finally some good news. Emmett was done with the map. Grant was trying to pass a message through the map, and Emmett had finally deciphered the mystery. "I don't know what is there, but what I know is that Grant's measurements all led to this spot. Whatever Grant spoke about is surely in that spot." Emmett pointed at a spot on the map. There was only one more task. Someone had to check it out. The location led back to the city across the river. Who was going to bell the cat? Regan stared at her mother. Evelyn knew what was going through her daughter's mind. She heaved a heavy sigh. Regan was stubborn. She knew that Regan wanted to go, and denying her will seldom ended well. She nodded in affirmation. Evelyn decided to go too. She couldn't leave Regan all by herself again. "Take care of your brother," Evelyn said to Marcus. "We'll be back soon." He nodded in affirmation. Regan, Evelyn, and Emmett started towards the city to discover what the map was pointing to, and if possible, lead the aliens to the site of the map, and for all their sakes. They better be right about trusting Grant's words. The task was not going to be easy. They weren't even sure if the marking meant anything, but if they had a tiny chance of dispelling the creatures from Earth, they had to take it. The sun had already been swallowed up by the dark sky when they arrived in the city. "It's already dark. Why didn't we think of this?" Evelyn let out in frustration. It was not the best of ideas to be on this side of the river at night, but they had to go on anyway. The trio made their way in the darkness of the night towards the marked spot on the map. Marcus had given the hearing device to Regan when he discovered that it enabled her to hear clearly. The marked spot was not far from the riverbank. They finally understood why the creatures were more concentrated in these parts than others. They soon arrived at the marked spot, and they discovered a cave hidden in the distance. "That has to be the place," Emmett mused. "Let's go check it out," Regan let out as they strolled towards the mouth of the cave. One of the creatures emerged from within the cave and charged towards them. "Go!" Emmett barked as he pulled out a small pistol and cracked a shot at the alien, drawing its attention towards him as he sped into the nearby forest. Evelyn and Regan wasted no time in speeding into the cave. There was an eerie feeling about the cave. It felt outer-worldly and was unusually spacious for such a small entry passage. They proceeded further into the cave and soon arrived at what seemed like its center. Something huge stood in the middle of the cave, but they were both not sure of what it was. One thing they knew, however, was that it looked like something from out of this world.
Evelyn brought out a small torch and shone it against the sinister object. Their jaws both fell as they stared at the massive object in shock. Grant was right. They were looking for this. A massive, space-like object stood in front of them, like a hive of some sort of a spaceship. The next task was to lure the aliens into the cave. That part was simple. They had brought along a few firecrackers. They wasted no time in shooting them into the air as they made loud bangs. Evelyn and Regan proceeded to hide at a secluded corner in the cave as loud rumblings emanated from the mouth of the cave. Several creatures rushed in and stopped short immediately once they felt the ship's presence. One of the creatures proceeded into the spaceship, and after a brief wait, an ominous sound was heard from within the spaceship, and it began to rise into the sky in the dark. Grant was right, Evelyn mused. They had been searching for this spaceship. The other creatures soon entered as a loud noise emanated from within the spaceship, probably alerting the others that they had found their prize. Evelyn and Regan watched as the massive object disappeared into the night sky.
Hey, two of us here. Subscribe for more horror stories.
We've been fleeing for our lives all day. I don't know what happened to my friend, but whatever that is, it's not John anymore.
Morgan's voice echoed throughout the dark alley.
We need to find out what's going on.
He added, "We need to go. I'll explain later," the strange man said. The winds of the desert ravaged through the excavation site as a group of archaeologists unearthed a strange-looking relic. They had never seen anything like it before. Well, not all of them. Dr. Elkin knew what it was. He stared in reverence at the mystical relic. He had waited hundreds of years to find it. The words of his father instantly reverberated in his thoughts. "Do not return until you have found the Kahvod." He was finally going to return home. He was going to leave this human form. He would admit that he'd begun to get used to it. Dr. Elkin strolled calmly towards the artifact, his gaze fixed on the strange-looking object. As he drew closer to his prize, he noticed something was wrong. It was broken, but that wouldn't be much of a problem. Finding the second piece shouldn't be difficult once he had this one. "Let me take a look at it," one of the archaeologists let out calmly. "You're not putting on gloves. Come on, we don't even know what this is yet. It could be harmful," another replied. "Oh, come on, quit being so paranoid and hand over the damn relic," he argued. Those were his last words. He let out a dying scream as soon as the relic touched his arm. Everyone stepped back in shock as the archaeologist groaned in pain. The strange object seemed to be stuck to his arm, sucking in his entire life force as they all watched in dread. A dark stain engulfed his entire body as he dried up and dropped to the ground. But it was not over yet. A dark mist emerged from the object as terrible voices resounded throughout the desert. The archaeologists had seen enough, and they all scrambled away in fear. Dr. Elkin stared in shock. This was not meant to happen. The Kahvod was not even meant to respond to humans. Something else had taken a hold of it, and he knew he would have to do something fast. A shadow moved in the distance. Dr. Elkin shifted his gaze quickly towards the direction, and his eyes were immediately greeted by an odd sight.
Mother of God,
Dr. Elkin exclaimed. He was back. The archaeologist who fell under the curse of the strange artifact was standing right in front of him. There were markings engraved on his body, with ruby eyes shining against the dark skin. This was definitely not the archaeologist anymore. It was something else. Elkin would know those markings anywhere. He swallowed hard. The Kahvod was his only ticket back to his planet, and he would take down anything that stood in his path, including Belladere, referred to by many as alien or demon god. He had taken host in the Kahvod for centuries, but somehow he had been locked in the depths of the earth until the curiosity of humans had just freed him again. Dr. Elkin had been tracking the Kahvod for centuries, and his recent discoveries had led him to the hot deserts of Egypt, but he had not expected to be welcomed by Belladere. This challenge, however, was not a problem for him, as this entity was still weak. He worried more about the second piece of the artifact. Whoever was in possession of the second piece was in danger, as the entity would attempt to gain strength by absorbing many human life forces before he got to it. Dr. Elkin knew that he would have to work smart and fast to reach the second piece on time, merge them before it became fully corrupted. If he could merge the Kahvod before Valadir's full emergence, he will be able to dispel the darkness and return to his home planet, regaining his honor. The entity which stood before him gave a loud shriek and lunged towards him. It had been decades since he last swung his sword. He had missed his ethereal form. Even though he had almost given up on his quest to find the Kahvod, he still longed earnestly for home. A blue flame suddenly engulfed his eyes as he scoffed at the appearance of the sinister being. It reeked of filth and death. He charged at the creature, keeping his gaze fixed on the relic. At the back of his mind, he wondered where the second piece could be. Our morning had begun with a mix of emotions. We'd received intel from an anonymous contractor about a secret relic that had just been smuggled into the State Museum.
"I don't like this job,"
John declared.
"A relic of such importance should be in all the magazines. Everyone should be talking about it. Why is it secret?"
I knew that John was right, but we all could not resist the temptation of the tantalizing reward we were staring at for such a mundane mission. It was simple. Break into the secret research lab in the museum, steal the artifact, and drop it off at the given location. And even though the last phrase which the contractor had sent in was enough warning, we accepted his request. "Do not let it touch your skin," he had said. There was an unusual feeling which hung like a pall over the entire mission, but we decided to take it anyway when hundreds of thousands of dollars began to appear on our account screen. We all exchanged glances. It was a deal. Hidden in the darkness of the night, we scanned our environment as we prepared to execute our perfect plan. The night was calm and quiet, which was a good sign as we put on our masks. Security around the museum seemed close to nothing. This was going to be a fun ride. We wasted no time as we snaked our way around the complex and soon arrived at the laboratory hidden below. "Put on your gloves," I declared, before hacking the security lock and storming into the lab. A prize sat in a glass case right in front of us. "This is too easy," Frank declared. An unsettled feeling instantly clouded our thoughts as we scanned the artifact for any wired traps or alarms. Nothing. "Oh, I don't like this," Frank let out again. "Quit whining. Let's just grab the artifact and get the hell out of this place," I declared, as John immediately sprung into action. He put on his gloves and grabbed the artifact as we stormed out of the building. We had been in the business of acquiring certain items for years, and we would all admit that this was the easiest job for the largest payout. We were almost out of the museum when the sound of sirens emanated from a distance. "Who alerted the cops?" I let out in frustration.
"I knew this was a setup. We should never have taken this job," John replied.
We stormed out of the museum and rushed into our trucks as police cars began to approach. "What the hell?" I groaned as I immediately stepped on the throttle and sped onto the highway as sirens began to blare behind us. We were the targets of an all-out road chase. "What is this artifact that would cost so much and attract that number of cops?" Frank said. He was now sweating under his suit as he watched the chaos grow with each second. The heated road chase had gone on for a few minutes when something strange happened. "John, what the hell do you think you're doing?" I let out anxiously as gunshots hummed and pinged off the back of our truck. "John!" He seemed like he was in a trance. "Frank, quick! Don't let him touch that damned artifact!" John was seated alone in the back seat, and as Frank attempted to stop John, he was repelled by a strange force. "What the hell?" he let out in confusion. "Oh shit! John, snap out of it!" At this point, I knew that something was not right about the relic. It began to glow as John took off his gloves, stretched his hands towards it, and embraced it. A loud shriek exploded into the already cacophonous night as John's dying screams engulfed the entire camp. I stared in terror as John morphed into a strange and dreadful creature. I had earlier shifted my gaze from the road, and I hadn't noticed the truck which now sped towards us. Loud horns echoed in front of me, and I instantly turned the steering on instinct, sending our vehicle drifting along the highway as security operatives closed in on us. I shifted my gaze back to John as bright, ruby eyes stared back at me. I could swear my heart skipped several beats as I exchanged glances with Frank. Suddenly, amidst the growing chaos, a bright light erupted in front of our speeding truck as I guided the vehicle away from the source of the light and crashed into a nearby drugstore. I emerged from the truck unharmed, but I noticed that Frank was knocked out cold. I immediately grabbed my gun and darted away from the scene. I shifted my gaze towards the direction of the light and noticed that someone or something had emerged from the dazzling aura, walking purposefully towards me. As the form drew closer, I realized that it was a man. His eyes were blazing blue. I screamed in shock. It seemed to be focused on whatever was behind me, and it held a similar relic in his hands. I returned my gaze to the vehicle. Whatever was crouched on top of the crash was not John anymore. Its entire body was dark as the night. A sense of shock began to wash over me. Suddenly, the strange creature lunged, and I pulled out my gun and fired everything I had in the clip while screaming at the top of my voice. Something passed by me in a quick blur. I guessed it was the strange thing who had emerged from the light. I had earlier figured out that I was not his target. He moved with unnatural speed. I attempted to wrap my mind around what was going on, but I was unable to piece together any meaningful explanation. In the blink of an eye, the creature had disappeared into a pile of dust. I shot a quick glance at Frank, but he was gone, as was the strange relic, which was sitting in the truck a moment ago. I was more confused than ever. Whatever the strange man was looking for was no longer there. He was here for the other relic, I guessed. He turned to me. He was definitely not human. My heart began to race as I stared into his eyes. I know you have questions, but we need to go. I'll explain later. His eyes returned to their normal color. We raced out onto the open road. Pandemonium had begun to break out all over the city. I am Zoar. Although I am known as Dr. Elkin in your world, I come from a realm beyond your galaxy. The strange man began, and I listened as we sprinted across the road. I was banished by my father for betraying my people and failing to protect the Kachvod from evil hands. The Kachvod is the key to the essence that binds my people together, and I am only to return when I have found it. I tracked the Kachvod to this planet, and I have been searching for it for centuries. 2 weeks ago, I finally found a part of it in the Egyptian desert, but it was already corrupted by the hands of another, Beladier, whom I had encountered in another realm many centuries ago. He probably wanted the artifact's power, but he's somehow trapped in it. He seeks freedom though, and he will gain it if he succeeds in harvesting enough life force from your kind. There was a man who was willing to pay us a lot of money to break into a museum and steal the artifact. I needed to know the connection. Yes, there are a few in your world who know of the power of the Kachvod, and even though they dread its touch, they want to control it. Others are interested in resurrecting Beladier. Who the hell would want to resurrect such a creature? I asked in shock. Someone put him in there, and even though I do not know why they want to free him, it seems like he has a lot of people under his influence, including the police. Sadly, they do not know the great power that lies within the relic, Dr. Elkin replied. Suddenly, strange men wearing strange suits emerged from the shadows, shooting at Frank, who was still sprinting across the road, touching as many people as he could with the relic. He was definitely under its control. I would recognize the logo on the chests of the strange men anywhere. They were from the contractor. If he had such a force, I began to wonder why he had asked us to do his dirty work for him. We were most likely his test subjects. Frank was hit with several shots, and the relic tumbled from his hands, crashing to the ground and shattering into many pieces. From them sprang a terrible creature. The alien was now free. A bright light shone from Beladier's chest. Dr. Elkin stopped short. emitting a sense of shock that the relic had broken so easily. The police sped in from all directions. This was now a contest between three giants. Belvedere was free, and he had managed to absorb the Carvode. That was his plan all along, Dr. Elkin mused. This is not your fight, the doctor said as he immediately stretched forth his hand, creating a massive portal of shimmering light in front of us. He lunged towards Belvedere, pushing him into the portal, and the other creatures instantly disintegrated into nothingness. Everything suddenly snapped back to reality, as the contractor's men also disappeared into the night. It had been a crazy day of aliens, cults, monsters, and tales of distant realms. I snuck away from the scene and retreated into the dark.
Hi, honey. Are you awake yet? Love, I can't hear you. This communication is one way, so whatever you're trying to say, I can't understand it. You must feel very confused, don't you? You were never the smartest type. You always cared more about strength. It's a pity we've come to this situation. My sister warned me, but you know how I am. Sometimes too foolish to listen. Oh, honey, don't think that I like having you like this. Of course not. If things were a little different, I could be there with you, talking face to face. But if I saw you right now, I don't know what I'd be able to do. It's just that I've devoted too many years to this relationship. God, this is so... I don't understand what I did wrong. I was such a dedicated wife. I helped you in all of your goals and projects. I gave you your space and let you go out with your friends. I gave you a room in my parents' house for your consoles. I even begged Daddy to let you enter the space program even though you did not have the necessary knowledge. I gave you every second of my life. And you went with her. I've been watching you for some time. You're not exactly careful, my love. The unexplained outings, the constant texting, the long time you locked yourself in the bathroom. I noticed that she was in our unit the first week you started dating. Is she really the best you could get? Of all the women working in the space program? No, of all the women working in this building, is that the best you could get? Having me? You choose her? It's just that, objectively, I'm a better woman. Not only do I have a higher position and my salary is much higher, I'm much more attractive. She's so bland. Thin where she should be voluptuous and voluptuous where she should be thin, and her hair. Damn it, her hair's a mess. There's no point to it anymore. No, it doesn't matter anymore. As I was saying, I watched you for a long time, Teddy Bear. I also spent a lot of time thinking about what to do. I couldn't just accept that my husband was cheating on me with such a low-ranking officer. I would be a laughingstock. I'm the youngest woman to reach the position of lieutenant in our unit. I have a reputation to uphold. No, that's not really the reason. At least, not the main reason. The truth is, I hate you. I hate you so much, you have no idea. You are the most useless man I know, and you don't even know how many nights I've comforted myself by imagining placing a pillow over your head until I released you from your last breath. When I found out you guys were making fun of me, I was almost relieved. But apparently, my lawyer didn't check our prenup. You weren't even my first choice, but Karen got married and she just kept rubbing me about her pregnancy. You weren't even good enough for that. So, we got to this point, with 3 of us locked in a metal box in the middle of space. You're the most useless of our group. Did you really think you were good enough to be chosen for this mission? You're so delusional, honey. If you weren't such an asshole, I'd have tenderness for you. I also managed to bring her along. That was not so difficult. She's a woman with bad taste, but dedicated enough to her work. I had to beg Dad a lot, but he's always had a soft spot for me. So before I released the first tear, he had already assigned us to this task. I had to put up with watching you two flirt, while you thought I wasn't looking at you. It was the longest training of my career. But my ultimate goal kept me strong enough to continue. And on the ship? Damn it, we've been up here for 4 months and you haven't let me sleep even one night. You haven't bothered to try to be careful about picking up the liquids. We're in space, love. Everything floats, haven't you noticed? I'm tired of cleaning up the debris stuck to my clothes and hair. A shuttle normally needs 6 people to be driven. I'm capable enough to cover 3 positions. Your new woman is capable of filling the other 3. She's clearly not counting on you, and obviously neither am I. I've seen you do absolutely nothing but complain about how cramped we are. Welcome to reality, love. Being an astronaut is no fun. I won't miss you. You've been really nothing but a bundle I've had to carry around for years. But I still wouldn't want our parting to be bitter. I don't want to leave you with any doubts. I'm going to kill you, honey. I'm sure you have no doubt about it by now. I don't think the news will shock you. I've had all this time to think about how to get rid of you. I thought of the traditional method. Taking one of the razors and going for your neck while you sleep with your lover. But blood floating on a ship is not a good idea. There's no chance I'll get rid of all the traces. Then I thought about causing you to overdose. It only takes 3,200 milligrams of Advil in one day to cause you liver damage. I could have medicated you for days until you died in agony and pain. But crushing the tablets to put in your food leaves many incriminating traces. Do you know there's no protocol for dealing with people who die in space? No one has ever died up here. No one that the government wants to recover. Haven't you ever wondered what would happen if the human body is exposed to the vacuum of space? Of course not. You're too basic to wonder things. If you went out into space without a suit, your body would swell, while any liquid inside you would vaporize. It would be agonizing. Pitifully, you would only go through this pain for about 10 to 15 seconds before you would lose consciousness due to the lack of oxygen. But on the other hand, no one would ever find your body. You would stay here, floating for the rest of eternity, a death without footprints and any traces of DNA. No one will ever know that I gave you a sleeping pill, that I tied you with your own clothes, and that I gagged you so you couldn't utter a word. Anyway, it doesn't matter, honey. In the place where you're going, no one is going to be able to hear you scream. I'll be back on Earth in about 20 months. By then, I'll be a poor widow who couldn't avoid a work accident. Must be your woman. There's no one else here anyway. I haven't decided what to do with her yet. I might send her to accompany you. Or I might keep her for myself. It's not like it's any of your business, love. We're about to say goodbye. I'd like to say I'll miss you, but I'm not so sure Goodbye, sweetie. I hope I don't see you in another life.
Woman is gonna kill me. She's a cold-hearted jerk who does nothing but complain. God, just the thought of it makes my head ache. I don't want to ruin the night talking about her, but if I don't get it out of my system, I'm gonna come home and blow my brains out. I could do it in her room. I tell you we have separate bedrooms.
Honey, you're snoring too loud. Did you contact Emily's brother-in-law? He's a wonderful doctor. Oh, sweetie, have you thought about spending less time on the computer to dedicate yourself to getting a college degree you don't want? Teddy bear, we can't do it tonight. There's hard training tomorrow.
I'm freaking out. I swear, the other day I got up at dawn to pee and she was looking at me. Not as if she'd accidentally opened her eyes, but as if she'd been watching me all night. And that maniacal expression. Wait, it gets worse. She's obsessed with the idea of having a baby.
She hasn't stopped bugging me about it. She has no idea I had a vasectomy when I was still in college. I got married for the money. A huge debt, 2 mortgages to pay. She was desperate, and I needed a sponsor. I thought it'd be okay because she's hot, but she won't even let me take her. Seems to think she's gonna get pregnant by osmosis. Guess she hates me too. She puts up every obstacle so we're not even in the same room together. I don't know what to do anymore. I never thought marriage was the new 21st century form of slavery. I could use some advice. If you... Damn. Sorry, dude, it's her. If I don't answer her, she'll kill me. She's crazy, I swear. She's completely lost her mind. Can you believe she forced her father to join me in the space program? Damn. We're getting our butts kicked. As I was saying, yeah, the lunatic can't stand to see me even in pain at home. She still wants to force me to work with her. I'm not even interested in space. When she told me she was working at NASA, I was hoping not to have to see her for several months every year, not to see her every day at work. I don't even know what I'm gonna do there. I studied graphic design, not whatever it takes to be an astronaut. Damn, glad I didn't lay any money down on this one. We haven't done it in 6 months. One more week and I'll be able to ask your ugly cousin. No. Oh, but the game, no! Do you want to see something amazing? Isn't this bunny super sexy? What? Don't look at me like that. She told me she was okay with me showing it. She works in the same unit as me. She's still low ranking, but she's extremely smart and dedicated. She'll have my wife out of a job in less than a year. And yeah, before you say it, I know it's a dangerous relationship, but that witch has her head so deep up her own ass she probably won't even notice. She's quite a goddess, isn't she? She's smart, polite, nice, seems to really care about me. The complete opposite of that harpy. Man, we live together, and I have to see her bitter face every day. Can you believe it's been almost a year since we haven't shared a bed? Now, that woman is such a prude. Well, it doesn't matter anymore. I don't need her now. My new acquisition makes it nicer. Now, my sweet lover is an expert in the matters of the bedroom. You know what I mean. Narrow waist, perky jugs. Oh, she's hot. Her thighs so taut. God, she's so fit and she squeezes me so tight when... Well, maybe this isn't the place to go into those details anyway. My wife... Yeah, I'm a little worried. She keeps acting strange, almost behaving like my mother. It's kind of scary. I think she's losing her mind. I really don't think she suspects anything, and she hasn't come back to me on the subject of kids. Dude, I really want to break up with her, but I know that when I open my mouth, she's gonna kick me out of the house and my job. It's not in my best interest right now. Our prenup really covers me. I wouldn't be out on the street, but I don't want this situation to be a problem for my new girl. Regardless of that, I'm gonna have to leave you early today. I'm going out to meet my pretty girlfriend. Thanks for covering me, buddy. I owe you one. Hey, man. Bad news. The crazy lady somehow managed to convince her dad to lock the 3 of us in that can in the middle of nowhere. I understand that she wants to take my girlfriend. She's super smart, efficient, but I think she's just taking me with her to keep an eye on me. She has no idea she's taken her worst enemy. Now that I think about it, maybe this idea isn't so bad. It'd be something like Space Honeymoon. That actually sounds pretty great. I could order a prescription for sleeping pills, so my goddess and I will have the whole night available for fun. Damn, she's coming. Talk to you later. Dude. That sounds horrible, but it's better than nothing. How have you been? It's been crazy up here. What? What? God, I don't understand anything you're saying. I'm telling you, it's been crazy up here. It's like being on vacation. If you ignore the claustrophobia, of course. I love the technology, man. It's not even that different from being at home. I don't have to do anything. I stay lying in my cabin all day. I even have food brought to my bed while the women are at work. This is the life, dude. I think I've won the lottery. My girl and I do it every night in front of my wife, and you have no idea how it turns me on. The feeling of danger is so exciting. She moans so sweetly as I give it to her. Witch doesn't know I'm talking to you. She'd kill me. I think she tried to get me up here to isolate me from everyone. She keeps acting crazy. Now she laughs when she sees me as if someone was telling her a joke. Sometimes I'd like to give her an overdose of sleeping pills, but I don't know how I'd hide a corpse. Hey, don't get upset. It was just a joke. And it costs nothing to dream. I'm kind of sleepy. It seems like it's going to be early to bed today. Let's just pray that my wife doesn't suffocate me in my sleep.
Hello, sweetheart. Can you tell me your name and age?
My name is Marina, and I'm 12 years old.
My name's Jim, and I need you to help me understand what happened tonight when you were home alone. Can you do that for me, darling?
I can. Do you need me to say everything?
Yes, everything, please.
My parents, they were at a concert. It was the first time they'd been out on a date in years. I had no idea. They told me they weren't coming back until tomorrow, until today. I was so excited about, staying home alone for the first time. They tried to get me a babysitter, but I convinced them not to. I told them I'm not a baby who can't stay home alone, that I could take care of myself. For you to understand what happened, I must start by saying that my parents didn't like me watching anything horror related. They would get very angry if they caught me watching something that wasn't approved by them. I wanted to be a little rebellious, and I thought it was a silly thing to do. They weren't going to find out, and I was home alone. I wanted to watch movies. I just wanted to take advantage of being home alone. I had heard from my friend that Rosemary's Baby was a very scary movie. They had also recommended one called The Witch. I wanted to watch both before my parents got back from the concert, but if I used Netflix, they were going to find out and wouldn't leave me home alone anymore. I knew it was wrong, but I looked for the movies on the internet anyway. I couldn't find them. And even though I really tried, every page I went to didn't work. Without realizing it, I ended up entering a chat room of an online poker game.
What did you find there?
Well, I registered there, and when I sent a message, they asked me what I was looking for. I told them I wanted to watch those scary movies to have a scary night, since I was home alone, and one of them sent me a link. He, or she, told me that I could get a good scare if I clicked on it. I got excited, and without thinking, I clicked the link.
Do you remember the username of the person who gave you the link?
No, I don't remember. The link took me to a blank page that didn't even have a web address. In a matter of seconds, a file was downloaded from the page. As soon as it started running, it sent me to the computer's video player, I seriously thought it was at least one of the movies I was looking for.
Can you tell me what you saw, sweetie?
Yes. It was a group of people dressed in black. Maybe there were 7 or 8 of them. Their skins were extremely white, like ancient Asians' makeup, and their eyes were a milky color, and their hair was silvery. They spoke in a language I couldn't understand. I didn't want to see it, but I couldn't look away. They did disgusting things. Then a very young woman came in, and she was pregnant. They tied her up on a table, completely naked. The tallest person took a long knife, like a butcher's knife. Then that person started with her fingertips. God, I'm gonna puke. I'm sorry. They tore her apart. Then they took her blood and made a long rectangle bordering the whole room. They started chanting, and I felt like I was being part of some kind of ritual. After they covered most of the floor with the blood, one of the white people came up to me, to the camera, and told me that I had opened a portal, that their great dimensional god had been invited into my home.
You need a moment? You're looking a little pale.
No, I'm fine. Our gazes met for a moment, and the white person said to me, "Are you having fun being home alone, Marina?" I turned off the computer immediately. I was too scared of what was happening. I didn't know what to do, so I ran to the living room to sit on the couch and wait for my parents. I didn't want to be home alone anymore. I was terrified by what I'd just seen. I couldn't help but wonder how long it would take for their god to come looking for me. When my house started to shake, as if an earthquake was trying to bring it down. The pots and pans fell from their shelves. The portraits and photographs fell from the wall. The spotlights began to flicker until they died, and the house was plunged into a deep darkness. I spent several minutes sitting in complete terror. When the shaking stopped, I noticed a movement in the corner of my eye. It was like a shadow walking behind the window. That thing started hitting hard on the glass, as if it wanted me to let it in. I could hear the shadow calling my name, and that hoarse, chilling voice that the white person had spoken to me. I was barely processing what I was seeing when the door began to be pushed, as if something was trying to get in. I was home alone, and I was terrified. I looked for a place to hide. I ran to my parents' room on the first floor. I locked myself in there and decided to call them. I felt like I was passing out when I realized that the calls were going straight to voicemail. Their phones were off. That's when I called 911. The person who was attending me was promising that they would send someone to see what was going on when the window in my parents' room started to shake loudly. A black shadow was hitting the glass and screaming my name. I thought it was gonna come in. That the thing they summoned with the woman's blood was gonna come into my house, and that they were gonna do to me what they did to her. You must believe me when I say I was scared. I thought I was gonna die. I panicked. I reached for the safe that my parents hid in the closet. I entered the password. It's my birthday. My father always keeps his gun in there. I grabbed it and I loaded it. I didn't know if the guns worked against demonic or interdimensional things, but I wanted to feel secure. The window kept shaking, and the hoarse voice was calling me. I walked into the living room to wait for the police. Then the door started to shake so hard I thought it was going to come off its hinges. The voice calling me sounded hoarser than ever, and it demanded me to open the door. The words sounded strange and slurred, as if what was calling me didn't know how to speak properly. As if what was calling me was drunk. The door began to give way under the blows. I pointed the gun at it. I wasn't gonna let it catch me. And I fired. It was the blue and red lights of the police siren that allowed me to distinguish my mother's terrified expression and my father's bloodied face. They had arrived earlier than planned. They were very worried about leaving me home alone the first time. I can't believe what I did. It wasn't my intention. How could I know it was them? You know, I don't even believe they are my parents. Maybe that God disguised itself as them.
Hey, it's Kira. I hope you enjoyed the video, and if you do, make sure to subscribe for more horror stories.
Hello? Hello? There was nothing. Only black around me as far as I could see. I couldn't move. My limbs felt heavy and my brain fuzzy. There was a pressure there, something that was keeping me from breaking free. But there was a voice. The voice that sounded so familiar, yet not all at once, slowly becoming louder and oppressive over my own. Who are you? I am you, of course. There is no room for anyone in this mind other than you. You are not me. I do not know you. You will. I did not know what that meant. I did not like it either. I wanted to move, to break free, and... Honey? My eyes opened and I could breathe again, although it was just superficial, since I no longer had lungs, or a body that required oxygen to survive. Honey, wake up. You've been down for too long. I have a meeting to go to. He was looking at his watch, like it didn't matter that I had just gone through experimental surgery, that I had done everything he'd wanted. Okay, is someone going to take me home? What? No, I don't have anything arranged for you. You'll have to figure it out. I have to go. I just wanted to see you open your eyes. I love the blue, honey. Thank you. I leaned in for a kiss, but was promptly denied, my husband walking towards the door. I really have to go. You'll look beautiful when you heal. Then he left. I was left alone, staring down at my new arms, my new legs, the flat stomach that I didn't have before from bearing 2 children. I knew if I looked in a mirror that my face would also be 10 years younger. I would look exactly like the mistress I knew my husband to have. I was beautiful, young, strong, stronger than any of them. There it was, the voice again. Hello? They can't hear me. Only you can. Because you are me. Yes, because I am you. Then, how does this work? I looked down at my arm, waving it side to side, admiring the flawless skin there. Well, it starts with you ignoring the blubbering idiocracies that come from a man that is weak. Nothing more than a human. You say that as if I'm no longer human. You are not. You're so much more. More? I don't know what you mean. You will. There it was again. The warning. The threat. The voice was silent once more, and I was left alone to mull over my own thoughts. Why did I listen to my husband? He was nothing more than an aging man, a man that would one day die and suffer alone. He was little more than a means to an end.
That's what he was. Someone to use for the mission. The mission? Mrs. Milton? The knock and the call of my name startled me out of my thoughts. I turned to find the doctor standing there, the one that had done my surgery. I'm glad to see that you're up. How are you feeling? Numb. That's to be expected. You should gain most feeling back within the week. Since we've completely replicated your body with nanotech and metal, it's to be expected. Especially with the experimental nature of this surgery. I didn't mean that kind of numb. I'm the only one to have gotten it? The first. The only one. I smiled, my hand clamping itself into a fist as I turned to the doctor. I'm the sacrifice, the beginning and the end, the harbinger of the Supreme. Mrs. Milton? I reach out and clamp my hand around his neck, feeling power surge from inside me. It was like everything was right in the world, that everything was at peace. Total and unequivocal joy. That was what this feeling was, as the nanotech inside me surged from my skin, dancing towards the man, and enveloping him whole. There was no time for him to scream, for him to call attention to himself. Welcome. The doctor was now completely metal. Once a person, now enshelled in a case of metal, perfected in every way. Honors to the Supreme. Wait here and bide your time with this place. It shall be the start of our new world, the heart of the Supreme. I walked out of the clinic, hearing the screams of nurses and receptionists and other patients inside. I could feel them click into place, welcoming them into the Supreme. It was like everything was right in the world. This was what I was meant to do. This was what humanity had brought upon itself. Their time was over, and they knew it too. Otherwise, they would not have created their own demise. It was time for a new era to start. Stop! I grabbed my hair and pulled, bringing my own voice back into focus. Air didn't seem to be filling my lungs anymore. I couldn't breathe. I needed to breathe. You need to complete the mission. I don't know who you are, but you need to get out of my head, right now. This isn't right. What did I just do? You made everything right. You ensured the end of humanity. What? No. Of course I didn't. Why would I do that? I'm human. Are you? Of course I am. I am human. With a forceful will, I took back control of my mind, making my way home. There were things that needed to be done, dinner that needed to be prepared, and children that needed to be picked up from school. My kids. A reminder. When did I need a reminder that those children were my own flesh and blood? The love that I felt for my children was dim. It was almost non-existent when I thought about them in that moment. It was strange. I didn't want to pick them up from school. I wanted them to come home and fall into my arms, welcome them into the Supreme. I wanted to complete the mission, to perfect them, to... The rest of the day, I struggled to maintain my composure. There were times in which I had to remind myself that I was still human, that I still loved my husband, still loved my kids. I was human. I was the same old lady gardening next door. The same couple walking their dog down the sidewalk. I felt love, compassion. I felt happiness and sadness, pain and pleasure. I am human. The kids came home. They threw their things on the floor and walked towards their rooms like it meant nothing. It didn't. Perhaps I would have cared yesterday, but there was nothing inside me now. Only a need to complete the mission. They too did not get the chance to scream, merely fall into the Supreme and be welcomed into the new world. No, what was that? I couldn't possibly have done that. That wasn't me. It wasn't. It was some kind of monster lurking in the shadows. And I am no monster. I am human. I am... I thought you would look better. The first and last words my husband said to me. Whatever little control I had over the being inside my mind cracked. It broke free and I lashed out, grabbing onto him and allowing the nanos to overtake him. "What is this, you bitch?" He reached out, his hand connecting with my face. There was no pain. There was nothing. "This is what you did to me. I should thank you. You made me beautiful, despite what you think. But I can't blame you. I was nothing more than a weak human before. Now I am strong. The beginning and the end. The harbinger of the Supreme. And it's all thanks to you." "Wait!" His screams echoed through our home. His legs, the only two have encased themselves in metal. It was incomplete. He could not move, only suffer through the pain. "Stop this! My gift to you." "What?" "My gift to you. The last emotion you will feel. Happiness at your husband's death. Happiness that he will forever be a failure. The last of the humans, suffering for the rest of his miserable experience. He does not deserve to enter the Supreme." "This is cruel." I couldn't look away from his pain. He was withering around, falling onto the ground with a loud clang that echoed louder than any of his screams did. This is the Supreme. There is no cruelty, no pain, no happiness, no feeling. Only the Supreme. But that's what makes me human. You're not human. I am human. You're not. You're me. Human. You are me. I am human. Human. You are me, and I am you. We are one and the same. One and the same? One and the same. It is time to complete the mission. I am the beginning and the end. The harbinger of the Supreme. Welcome, my soldiers. Welcome to the world. Welcome to the new world. Hi, welcome to the Dark Cosmos. I'm Kira and I'll be narrating today's story. Hope you enjoy! Inside of the headquarters building was exactly what anyone would have expected. Sleek, expensive, nearly indestructible. Sophisticated but functional. Escalators ready to take you anywhere. Artificial intelligence assistants to help you with anything. The staff was just as impressive. Agents wearing dark suits and scientists wearing lab coats. Plus, we were one of the first fields in history to hire cyborgs to work full-time for us. First in history. That was a funny statement, though. We knew better than anyone else how relative time really is. I would say time is meaningless, but that might be an exaggerated statement. Time isn't linear, isn't reliable, and isn't exempt from manipulation. But it isn't meaningless. If it were, I wouldn't have a job. These were the headquarters of a time-traveling agency, and this building exists somewhere in America around 20,000 years before Christ. Christ, an arbitrary way to keep track of time that most of my colleagues protested against. The reason for time of our location, supposedly, was one of the founders deciding that the only way not to be overwhelmed with the problems of humanity was to live long before society became a thing. In our headquarters, our staff worked non-stop on development and maintenance of time-traveling machines, as our agents travel across time and space as spies. We avoided tinkering directly with the flow of time, unless it was part of our most important missions. Mostly, we delivered valuable information for a price. Some of us lived simple lives, in any time and place we wished for, and we were called to work on specific jobs here and there. Some of us resided at the headquarters, making a family, friends, and entertainment out of our jobs. And then, there were agents like me. It's not that we were too busy working to have a life, it's just that every job felt like a different life. I've been 1,000 different people, and I expected to be 1,000 more before retirement. At least, that was my goal. Until I started to notice there was something wrong going on around me. Everything started somewhere on the 21st century after Christ, during one of my least favorite types of missions. Men that were too rich for their own good. rich enough to hire time-traveling spies to find out if their wives cheated on them. Like they had cheated on their wives first. But why was this stupid job turning out more difficult than necessary? Everywhere I went, something went wrong. Every time I cornered the woman, she escaped. As if someone was helping her. As if someone was sabotaging me. I tried to quiet my paranoid mind, and after succeeding, I moved on to my next job. Some world war or another. This time, I had to make sure a certain soldier survived. Again, it proved to be unusually difficult for an experienced agent like me. But this time, it was much worse. It started during the nights. The first night I was in that year, I was startled awake. Not by a sound, not by a touch, but simply the feeling of being observed. This happened again and again until I was convinced there was someone watching me. I was seeing eyes hiding in the darkness. I started hearing a voice calling my name. I couldn't sleep in the dark, or by myself. The loss of sleep affected my performance negatively, but it wasn't just that. The signs were all around me, making me get goosebumps every time I noticed something out of place. One soldier more than I counted at first. Not enough corpses to match the number of enemies I watched fell down. Damaged guns and misplaced explosives. And the entire time, I couldn't shake that feeling. Someone watching me. Something whispering my name. A shadow trying to kill me. By the time I took the next mission, I had my guard up. I had to sneak in all sorts of pills back to medieval times and pray the princess I had befriended wouldn't catch me with them and accuse me of witchcraft. I needed something to soothe my nerves, something to help me sleep, and a lot of things to keep my body healthy, strong, and alert. I had a feeling I knew exactly what was going on. After all, I had been working in time traveling for a little over 15 years. It was about time the side effects started showing. Everything revolved around paranoia. The different times and ages getting mixed up in your brain. The thousands of names and faces coming back to haunt your subconscious. Trusting nobody. Not even yourself. Yourself. That was a thought I had running in my mind when I was returning to the headquarters after that mission. Trust nobody. Not even myself. Especially if I was standing right in front of me aiming a bow and arrow to my head. The thing about time traveling is that when you press the button to take you back to headquarters, the experience is extremely disorienting. Inexperienced agents are advised to keep their eyes closed at all times, but I had gotten over it. It was an aggressively dizzy feeling. Reality blurred in front of my eyes. The past, the present, and the future collapsed around you. There was no time, and no solid ground under your feet. Your body reacts accordingly, as if trying to save you from death. Your heartbeat picks up, your lungs strain themselves, all your muscles tense and ache. And then it's supposed to be over. But what about a vision? What if, in the exact moment that I'm traveling back in time, someone catches me? Someone finds me alone, immobile, vulnerable in the dark forest. Someone wearing all black, a hood over their head, pointing a sharp arrow directly at my head, then shooting. When I appeared in one of the laboratories of the headquarters, I immediately fell to the ground, breathless. I passed my hand over my face, expecting blood but finding nothing, except for an arrowhead, lying on the ground in front of me. It got so close to me that it traveled in time with me. The realization that I almost died hit me like a ton of bricks. I moved quickly, disregarding the scientists that hovered around me and ignoring about 100 safety protocols. And I get out of the lab. I move as fast as I could, still in the medieval knight's clothing, and I storm into the office of my superior, Commanding Agent Luca Witt. "Someone tried to kill me," I announced without time for pleasantries. What if I tried to kill me? I'm aware that it might be my paranoia talking, I might be going crazy, but what if I'm right? What if there is a version of me from a timeline in the future or the past that wants me dead? It could be something terrible if they're a rogue agent, but maybe it's worse. Maybe I'll become a threat someday and they'll have to eliminate me as soon as possible. Luca is professional enough to go along with me, without asking stupid questions.
Agent De La Cruz, You failed to notify me you were experiencing paranoia.
He tells me with a serious look on his face.
You know that's a symptom of.
Developing an incompatibility with time travel. Yes, I know. But what if this paranoia is also the thing to keep me alive? As soon as I ask the question, a chill runs through my body when I remember the other possibility. What if trying to fight this is counterproductive to the greater good? Should I just surrender myself?
What?
Luca scoffed, looking deeply concerned about me.
Dela Cruz, stop talking like that. If you need to take a break, stay here, at the headquarters. But don't lose yourself. You haven't made it this far to lose the fight. You're a strong woman, a real leader, Dela Cruz. I didn't train you just for fun. I see a lot of myself in you, and I want you to succeed and get over this.
But before he could continue, I interrupted him. Don't you get it? I exclaimed, slamming my hand on his messy desk full of papers between us. I can feel it, even now! Those evil, knowing eyes watching all my movements, breathing down my neck. This thing, this presence, doesn't just want me to fail, it wants me dead. It's only reasonable that it's me, isn't it? Tell me, Luca. Is it standing behind me right now? Can you see it? Can you see me? My voice is shaking. My entire body was trembling really, and there was a drop of sweat going down my forehead. I had never been this tense or scared in my entire life. But Luca, he only looked sad.
Flora.
He whispered my name and shook his head.
Have you considered maybe it's time to retire? You don't need to conquer this company, you know? You need to stay alive.
I took a couple of deep breaths until my breathing normalized a little. Then I extended my hand to him. One more mission, I asked him. Please? He hesitated, obviously, but after a moment he shook hands with me, and I held his hand tightly. All things considered, I was surprised Luca Witt granted me my request. Going through a mission in the delicate mental state I was in could be catastrophic. But he trusted me, I guess, which probably wasn't a smart move on his part. Trust nobody, I repeated in my head. Not even myself. My mission was to go to the early 30th century after Christ, to find out the real identity of some people. That wasn't exactly my plan, though. If I lived long enough, I would do it, sure. I was a professional, but I was also in great danger, and my priority was figuring out exactly what was wrong with me. So, I took a little detour to the 19th century to visit an old friend playing socialite in the land known at that time as England. When I arrived safely, and I wasn't murdered in the first 5 minutes of my presence in that age, I guessed that this move was unexpected on my part, and I had successfully thrown off whoever was chasing me. I had to be quick then. I moved through the London streets as fast as my feet could take me. I pushed my way through a busy street, ignoring dirty looks and elbowing my way through. I wished with everything that I had that I wasn't about to experience any other symptoms of madness. But the only thing out of the ordinary was the way my heart jumped in my chest, and some of this recent tension left my body the second I finally saw her. Marianne Hall. I greeted her with my best smile. She was just arriving at the safe house where agents of the company stayed in this age. Flora Dela Cruz, she said. What on earth are you doing in my timeline? Are you okay? Not really, I sighed, throwing my arms around her and hugging her tightly. I noticed that when she wrapped her arms around my back, she flinched. I think I've been stabbed. Marianne pulled back from me and looked at her hands, covered in blood. She tried to invite me inside, but I shook my head. I can't, I told her. I won't put you in danger, but I trust you even if I shouldn't, and I know you have a full laboratory in every safe house of the agency. I need to know who wants me dead. Then I passed 2 objects to my friend. The arrowhead that nearly killed me during my last mission, and a piece of paper. Marianne accepted them, but also grabbed my wrist gently. Instead of asking me if I'd be okay, she wanted to make sure herself. She checked the watch on my wrist, which showed a full review of my vital signs, and let her know I'd have a couple of hours to live, even with this wound on my back. I'll find you, she promised, and then let me go. I was on the move again, slowly at first, and the sun was setting on the horizon. The cold night would be a disadvantage for me, but I didn't want to die yet, no matter what. So I prepared myself to fight for my life. On the next busy street I entered, I was lucky enough to notice the knife before it hit my stomach. With a discreet but sharp move, I stole the knife, and I noticed it belonged to warriors from ancient ages. The killer escaped before I could catch them, though, so this time I turned around. I was the one chasing them. My mind was screaming, "It's you, it's you, it's you!" I was going crazy. Maybe I've been chasing myself from the beginning. Maybe this was all me. Either way, I had to end it. The city was darkening, and there was one person running ahead of me. People were starting to notice and look at us in fear. When I was close enough, I took a leap and jumped on their back. We fell to the ground, and I felt my heart about to burst at the prospect of finally unraveling the truth. And then, I was hit with a terrible shock. My brain felt on fire. My entire body shook violently. Everything burned for a couple of seconds. When recovered, I saw people running away from me in horror. I was just attacked with a specialized taser, something obviously brought from far in the future. I stood back up, in trembling legs, and started to move. Then, I said goodbye to professionalism and rules and everything in between. I would cause great shock among 19th century folk, but this was my life, and I wanted it back. I pulled a modern gun out of the pocket in my jacket, and I shot it once, and then again. People ran away from me screaming, and the attacker fell to the ground. I walked calmly towards the body, and when I got there, I heard Marianne calling my name from the distance. I looked back in time to see my friend waving the piece of paper I gave her. "You were right!" Marianne yelled, and I smiled. I had grabbed that piece of paper from the desk of the man that trained me, taught me everything he knew, and then decided I was a threat capable of taking over his position. His fingerprints apparently matched with the arrowhead that tried to kill me. I turned back around, and when I reached the limp body on the ground, I turned it around with a kick of my boots. The lifeless face staring back up at me. It was myself. All along, it was me, from a different timeline. And I had just killed her. But then, "I'm sorry," Marianne whispered, right beside me, before shooting me in the head. I hate this country. God, I would give anything just to go back home. I never thought that I would miss the US so much. The military sent us here to keep ongoing local turmoil and strife in check. Just like us, right? To send our own people to help the little guy. I guess that's why I joined the military in the first place. We've been here for a few days. We were only supposed to pass through. The guys thought that with their compasses and Boy Scout know-how, they could see us to the other side, but the locals warned us. They told us not to go into the forest without a guide. Even the military couldn't train us for man's inability to ask for directions, it seems. But here we are, lost. Here I am, anyway. The boys have been missing for a few hours. We would lose one, and then another would volunteer to go find them. It all started with the first one, I guess. The first private to break away from the unit and go off alone. That's why he left. He said he heard people whispering. He thought perhaps some paramilitary group or lost citizens were talking in the trees. The locals lost. Ha! That's a laugh. The United States military trained us up, some of us for years, and dropped us off in a treacherous country. And what's the first thing we do? We get ourselves lost on the way to base. I should just take this Private Leslie Downs ID and throw it away. The military didn't train us to be screw-ups. Hello? Is anyone out there? Patrick? Davy? Come on, guys. Don't fuck with me like this. Just answer. If you are a local in need of assistance, I can help you. But I need you to come out of the trees now. I need you to talk to me. Come on out. Don't be afraid. I'm the military. Whatever it is, I can help. Please stop this. I just want to go home. Whoever you are. Whatever you are. I don't want to be here anymore. Fuck the military. Let me out of here and I'll leave this country. I'll go so fucking far away you'll never see me again. Please just stop. The military could never pay me enough for this shit. With or without the guys, I'm getting out of these woods. I'm getting back home, or I will die trying. If anyone finds this tape, if anyone listens to it, hear me now. I am Private Leslie Downs. The men in my unit, Private Patrick Morris, Private Davy Crosby, Sergeant... My unit is gone. In a night, they all became missing, in action in these woods. I cannot afford to search for them. Whatever or whoever is out there will not give me peace. I'm afraid it's coming for me next. If you find this tape, go to 104 Forest Drive in Downey, Idaho. Tell my mother. Tell her I'm sorry. Tell her I... Oh God. Patrick, he fell out of the trees and... Fuck! His skin is gone! His military uniform is still intact, but his fucking skin is gone! What the hell is going on? Jesus Christ, what is that? Who are you? Who are you? What the hell do you want from me?
This land is not your home.
What do you want? God, I just want to go home.
They call me the Baba Yaga, Leslie Downs. And you are never going home.
From my earliest childhood, I considered myself an activist. When I think of the origin of my interest in justice, I go back to my tender school years. Perhaps being born into a Muggle home was what taught me of hatred and discrimination. The state of my blood placed me as a second-class witch and earned me the scorn of those who considered themselves superior to me. Luckily, I had friends to defend me, but out there are so many who have no one. Not being a part of the solution is being a part of the problem, is what I kept telling myself when things got difficult, and things have always been difficult. When I was a child, the only tools I had to spread my voice were buttons and pamphlets. Now, as an adult woman, I have found a space in social media to contribute my grain of sand to this world. Instagram was unexpectedly the first place that I found a community. I was introduced to the app by my dad's nephew, who had stayed at my childhood home on holiday. At the time, I was also there on holiday with my children, so they could spend time with their grandparents. I think I was around 36, and had been somewhat disconnected from the Muggle world since I was 11. Internet wasn't even a word that had any meaning to me. Hugo and Rose immediately fell in love with the smart technology and, to be honest, so did I. It wasn't even 2 days before I created an account. Overnight, I quickly became addicted to Instagram. I had found a new life mission. My political career in the ministry began to be accompanied by an activist career for the Muggle community on this app. It was a long time before my messages of justice and equality found a niche. My community was small, but highly collaborative, and from there, our growth was exponential. When you get into controversial issues like equality, you quickly make a lot of enemies. It's not worth going into detail, but it was quite common to receive threats of all kinds. Despite this, I never felt in danger. I am a woman who has been through war. The comments made by a group of people on the internet had no relevance or meaning for my life, until they stopped just being words. One day, I started to receive many similar messages from different accounts with strange names. These ghost accounts had no profile picture, no followers, nor did they follow anyone. Obviously, they had been created with the aim of being anonymous and untraceable to other Instagram users. The messages at the beginning were relatively quiet for the hate messages. They would come and leave negative comments on my posts, accusing me of being a traitor and a liar, without me understanding what they were referring to. The only really unusual thing was the massive amount of people doing this at the same time. I think I counted over 500 accounts in one afternoon, and such was the frequency with which they wrote that quickly, all the positive comments from my followers were covered by theirs. My immediate solution was to limit comments in my Instagram account settings. This only seemed to piss them off because they started writing to my direct messages. At first, I enjoyed talking to my followers and learning from their life experiences, but after that, I was terrified to open any messages. I didn't know what motivated them to attack me, but they hated me fiercely. The messages that they sent me went from insults and ridicule to stories of the different ways they planned to kill me and my family. My work in networks was terribly affected by this. I couldn't even take my mobile because the screen was always covered by a notification of a video call from Instagram. When I hung up, it wasn't even 10 seconds before another call came in from another user. If things had only gotten to that point, I wouldn't even be thinking about this. The insults were quickly replaced by a lot of pictures of me in the supermarket, in cafes, and even in the ministry. I've been a social media personality since I was very young, and it wasn't the first time I had dealt with that kind of harassment. The Daily Prophet had taught me well on that subject. I started to distract them, never letting them know my routine. I knew that my only weapon was the confusion. Obviously, I didn't stay passive in front of this threat. I couldn't call myself Hermione Granger if I simply surrendered to the wishes of those sociopaths. That's how my investigation process started. I didn't really have much information about them, besides the messages that they left me. I even started to answer their calls, hoping to find something else, some thread I could follow. It was in vain. Getting any kind of information out of them about their origins or intentions was a waste of time. The calls always consisted of a black background and a person breathing. It was always the same breathing. And it didn't take me long to realize that they were looping a recording. When I wrote them on Instagram Direct, they just ignored my messages, or forwarded me their insults that they had shared with me before. They also replied at any time of the day, so I wasn't even able to determine the hours that they worked. By that point, I had separated from my family for fear of exposing them, and lived in Diagon Alley, alternating between rooms I rented in hostels. I was also very careful and kept an eye out for people on the street, looking for any suspects. I knew from the pictures that my enemy was magical, otherwise they couldn't send me pictures of me at the ministry. But no matter how hard I tried, I never saw a person with a camera, not even with a mobile phone. I had completely lost control of the situation when I started receiving pictures of me sleeping. For some reason, the Instagram notifications always woke me up when this happened, and I ended up dismantling the room, wand in hand, at 3 in the morning. The stress, lack of sleep, and anxiety I felt began to affect my behaviour. I felt paranoid every second of the day, as if I was about to die at any moment. This made me act erratically, just as they wanted. The desperate measures I was taking to protect myself were what ultimately doomed me. That morning, I felt too tired for apparition to be a viable option to go to the ministry. So I headed to the Leaky Cauldron to use the flu network to my office. I had barely entered the fireplace when it activated, taking me to a place I was unfamiliar with. I landed awkwardly in what seemed like a large hallway. My survival instincts kicked in, and I reached into my pocket for my wand to fight. But before I could make a move, a large light came towards me, and everything went black. I awoke to the sensation of a hard kick that made my brain rattle inside my skull and my mouth bleed. I wanted to get away from my assailant, but I could not see or move. The magic covered me like ropes.
So, we finally caught you, you slippery bitch,
said a voice with a refined accent I didn't recognize.
Did you think you were so clever playing hide and seek?
He didn't let me reply before kicking me in the face again.
Here,
he continued, pressing a wand against my throat.
We'll play with you for a while, you dirty traitor. If you behave yourself, we'll return you home with all your limbs intact. But if you scream or try to be smart, we'll go visit your husband and your darling children. Defendo!
I didn't scream when the spell cut my cheek. I remained myself by biting my tongue until it bled. I didn't have my wand, and I had no way to escape.
Ingodios skullos,
I heard someone else say. In that instant, my head began to swell, and that thing covering my eyes began to hurt.
Do you no longer raise your voice for the innocent?
The man sounded amused at my suffering.
Your soiled blood was blessed with the gift of magic, and yet you dare to insult our legacy by mixing with the filthy Muggles again. We don't like what you do, Hermione Granger. That's why we're going to punish you. Crucio!
They attacked me again and again. But I didn't scream. Not even when the torture went on for so long that I fell unconscious. Not even when during those days they did unspeakable things to me. Things that would leave that year in the forest as a picnic day. I didn't feel able to speak when I was violently thrown on the porch of my house in the middle of the night when my family was asleep. Now, even remembering this doesn't keep me conscious anymore. My body feels so weak, and it's so cold. It's as if I'm about to fall asleep.
Hermione? Hermione! My daughter! Oh my God!
Beloved brothers and sisters, I send you all blessings of light. I hope that if you love me enough, you will do the same for me on a day as important as today. I want to use this Facebook Live to spread my story to the ends of the earth. I also want to show my appreciation for all that you've done for me, for the information and knowledge you have provided me. In this way, I want to contribute with what I know, freeing us from the darkness I have helped to create. I don't know if all the brothers and sisters joined to this Facebook group know me, and my shameful magical origin. But just as the big corporations have tricked us all into falling for the lies of darkness, the selfish people of the world I was a part of have kept you away from my knowledge. The magic that runs through my blood has been the curse I've had to carry since the day I was born. Because of it, I've been forced to commit atrocities such as murder. Since the day of ascension has arrived, I want to free myself from the chains that still bind me to this earthly plane. In this special moment, where we'll release ourselves from the carnal yoke, I want to get rid of the character that I've had to carry all my life. Today, Harry Potter will die to give way to something greater. Therefore, and as a farewell to this mortal body, I will tell the details that have brought me to you as I lived them. I'm not sure, my beloved, that if you're all aware that when magic is applied to a technological object, it tends to break down or explode. For this reason, it really was a surprise to me when the wizarding world was invaded by the social media epidemic that has affected us. The increased contact between the wizarding community and the Muggle world, as non-magic people are called, represented a potential security breach that endangered the international statute, Wizarding Secrecy. This statute forces us to remain silent about our nature in order to insulate ourselves in the elite webs of lies. Through the actions of light, witches and wizards who have always been secretive about their own nature were slowly losing their fear of exposure, thanks to the anonymity offered by the internet. Social networks, especially Facebook, became the new fascination in what used to be my world. Its use was so viral that the oppressive misuse of Muggle Artifacts Office was unable to seize all the mobiles and computers that had been modified to be unaffected by the residues of magic. The sudden use of technologies meant that the fine line separating what was my world from the Muggle world was gradually becoming blurred. The ancestral magical families were slowly realizing that we were no longer in the Middle Ages, that we were entering the age of truth and knowledge. This situation, combined with the sudden interest of Muggles in magic and esotericism, which had been growing steadily since the 90s, forced the Ministry for Magic to take matters into its own hands. It was thus that the Department of Control for Magical and Non-Magical Communications was created. It was a coincidence? No. It was established by divine will that I was one of the few experienced Aurors. The Aurors are something like the magical police, with a close relationship to the Muggle world. So I was immediately selected to be in charge of the directions of the department. At the time, I wasn't very interested in Facebook, or any of its derivatives. To me, it was nothing but a waste of time. As Harry, the savior of the wizarding world Potter, didn't need any more media attention than I was already receiving. I was so wrong. I don't know what would have become of my soul if I'd remained ignorant like that. The activities I carried out in my job were mainly focused on reviewing all the information found on the net, separating and classifying the publications made by charlatan Muggles from those made by real wizards who spread our secrets carelessly. Now that I talk about it, I can't feel more ashamed of my actions. But you have to forgive me, my brothers and sisters, this all happened long before I knew the light. As I was saying, this task was extremely exhausting, and even with a team of more than 50 people, made up of wizards and Muggle-born experts in cybersecurity, it was really difficult to filter all the information. Sometimes it wasn't even clear at first glance when a post was magical or not. At the same time, it was very common for fake enlightened people to act on the fantasy that is necessary to hide the information, to protect those who are uninitiated in whatever they consider as the truth. In this way, most of the communities we had to investigate were sheltered in hidden Facebook groups. That's where my experience as an Auror came into play. Normally one of my compute engineers would identify a Facebook group of interest, the social network that had covered almost the entire market of the wizarding world, which I would infiltrate to inspect the contents of their posts. Some missions were easier than others, and for the most part, I could tell that the people within these Facebook groups were doing nothing more than repeating the nonsense they themselves had made up a week earlier. Thus, in the event that I determined that a Facebook group or user posed a security risk, I was obliged to deploy tactical operations to search for the perpetrators in order to bring them to Wizenmagot, the representatives of our justice system, for their trial and subsequent conviction, just as we erased any trace of this information from the internet, censoring in an unjust manner anything that we didn't like. That's how I got to know the Facebook group of the Guardian of the Galactic Federation of Light. Normally this wouldn't be a group that would be in our radius of vigilance. The precepts and doctrines that you shared were not directly related to the wizarding world. But there was something in this desperate look of that engineer who informed me about you that motivated me to investigate you. I honestly have never been so grateful to anyone in my life. I believe that all the hardship and suffering I've gone through has been a preparation to bring me to this point. Most of you already know what I mean. If I had not gone through so much hatred, neglect and abandonment, it is very likely that I wouldn't have opened myself up to your teachings. I am a living testimony of the veracity of the Federation's words. For me, you're not only a Facebook group, of course not. You've helped me to channel my true power. Without you, I would never have been able to open my third eye. I no longer feel pain, nor cold. You've saved me in the most profound way that a human being can be saved. Before you, I was nothing. I was nobody. Your teachings have been a blessed gift from heaven. There have been many who have tried to stop me, who have tried to prevent me from bringing the truth to every person within my reach, who have mistreated me, humiliated me, and called me crazy. Those people I have tried to save hated me. I have finally understood that my true family is among you, that those who don't want to follow the true path of salvation cannot be saved. I'm no one without you. I no longer need my wife and children. I no longer need my pretentious work, for the day of ascension has come, where all of us will spiritually depart to the mothership to join those who came before us. The day has come to end the suffering of humanity, of the world we have destroyed, of the society that crushes the innocent. It is time to return home to our cosmic family, as was done with Alpha Centauri. We have been fighting for 4,000 years against the darkness that invades the galactic nations, and it is time to offer our energy to the Council for the maintenance of peace in the universe. I will end this Facebook Live by inviting you to join me on this path. The time has come for all of us to ascend, for planetary liberation, for the triumph of light on Earth. The truth shall set us free. Raise your shouts with me, brothers and sisters. Avada Kedavra!
Hi, welcome to the Dark Cosmos. I'm Kira and I'll be narrating today's story. Hope you enjoy. I love humans. I can never hurt them, but they hunt me like an animal. I know I'm different, but I have proven over and over again that they can trust me. I fought with them against my people, and I defended the Earth with everything I had, but they still hunt me. I'm just a bunch of parts anyway. I'm just a computer cyborg. No, Xenora, you're not, Dr. Fisher replied. You're more than that. You can feel, Xenora. Computers don't do that. They don't have emotions, but you expressed worry and hurt just now. Yes, you're different, Xenora. You're unique, and that's why they're after us. Humans fear what they do not understand. What do they want from me? I painfully let out. It's simple, Xenora. Dr. Fisher replied. They want to understand you. They want to be able to control you, even if it means tearing you into a million pieces. I assembled you, Xenora, but even I do not fully understand you. You are a living being of your own, but they want to own you. A bang erupted from the far end of the cave. The soldiers had tracked us down there. Come on, Xenora, we need to go, Dr. Fisher let out in urgency. I'm not going, Fisher. I could see the confused look on her face. I'm tired of running. That was all I could say, as a dozen men trooped in bearing guns and proceeded to shoot some sort of sedative into my body. A part of me was still Xenora, the warrior from space, but the remaining part was Xenora, the supercomputer. Xenora, you have no idea what they're going to do to you. I could hear Dr. Fisher say as she was being shot too, and dragged out of the cave where we had been hiding. Was this what fear felt like? I wondered. It felt so strange, and I hated it. I awoke in a strange room.
Can you tell us about what you can remember after you died?
A strange voice greeted my ears. My eyes popped open as I looked around, searching for Dr. Fisher. I attempted to stand up, but my hands had been bound with heavy chains. Where is Dr. Fisher? I let out, anxiously.
Dr. Fisher's fine. Don't worry about her. She's still sleeping.
I could feel a subtle pain in my head.
Don't worry. It'll wear off very soon.
I want to see her, I replied.
We'll bring her to you when she wakes up.
The strange man replied. He seemed like some sort of scientist. I had watched several movies with Fisher, and I had seen what many scientists did with species of my kind. I had become an alien in both worlds, mine and theirs. Had I made the right choice to join the humans against my people? Should I have just joined my people against Earth? A lot of thoughts soon began to stroll through my mind as I drifted into oblivion. I remember the day I died. I began. I had led my people into Earth for an invasion, but we underestimated the humans and we lost the war. The humans had already seen us coming, and they were prepared for us. The Battle of New Mexico, you called it. My spaceship was shot down, and I crashed with it. I woke up in a strange place. It was a laboratory. Dr. Fisher had found a way to keep me alive. She didn't take my memories, but had reprogrammed part of my mind with a conscious artificial intelligence computer, and synced it with my previous memory. It seems as though the results were also beyond her expectations, because she always marveled whenever I completed certain tasks. She taught me how to speak, eat, and even sleep. I began to see that humans were not bad. Dr. Fisher had easily become my friend, and we seldom became bothered about something. I lived with her for 5 years before another invasion began. The humans were not prepared this time, and my species brought doom and death upon the Earth. They were, however, shocked to see that I was still alive, and I had decided to fight with the humans. I could not just stand by and watch them destroy the Earth. I knew their secrets, and I told the humans. With my help, the humans began to win the war. They retreated soon after, branding me a traitor. I had lost my original home. Xenora, are you alright? Dr. Fisher strolled into the room. Please take off her chains, she added. I immediately brightened up with glee when I sighted Dr. Fisher. Immediately, my hands broke free of the chains. I jumped towards Dr. Fisher and gave her a warm embrace. She does have emotion, Alice said as she strolled into the room. What's going on? I asked, curiously. They're good people, Xenora. They want to help, Dr. Fisher replied. Alice gazed at me curiously. She had never gotten this close to a female alien cyborg before. Hi, I'm Alice, she said. I'm the head of cyber, and I just want to help. We didn't want to interfere with your case before because you have a lot of eyes on you. But when I heard about your story, I decided to intervene. I nodded in understanding. I apologize for the rough experience earlier. We were being tracked by a government agency and we needed to extract both of you out of there fast. I'm glad we got to you before they did. Dr. Fisher says this is actually what you wanted. The day couldn't have gotten any better. They wanted to help, and they were not the bad guys. This is just a temporary facility, and we will be en route soon to the major secret hub. There are others like you there, and I'm sure there is someone you would love to meet. Alice then brought out her tablet and pointed towards a photograph on the screen. He's from my planet. Is he? Yes, Alice interrupted. He's been with us for 5 years too, since the Battle of New Mexico. He shares similar ideas. I wanted to ask more questions when the door suddenly flew open and a man in a black suit ran in.
We just received a phone call. Our location has been compromised and men are racing towards this place as we speak.
I had that feeling again. Humans called it fear. I did a double take at Alice, but I noticed she was still standing calmly. Prepare the convoy. 5 minutes! Alice commanded, and the man ran out. I was seated calmly with Dr. Fisher and Alice in one of the cars in the convoy as they drove their way towards the private airfield. The road to the airfield was too conspicuous, and this made Alice uncomfortable. The environment looked like an arid desert, leaving the road open and exposed from all sides. Alice knew that this was going to be a close one, but she needed to stay patient and optimistic. It had been a very tasking day, but what she feared more was the name of her company losing its secrecy.
Ma'am, I think you should see this.
Alice collected the tablet and switched it into a live feed. Her eyes immediately widened as her heart skipped a beat. The day was just about to get more interesting.
Incoming!
A hoarse voice sounded from the front of the truck. An explosion was heard in the front as gunshots exploded at all sides of the vast road. Alice pulled out a pistol and I prepared myself for a fight. We exchanged glances. The sound of a helicopter echoed in the distance, and several SUVs sped towards our location. Dust covered the entire area as Dr. Fisher took in heavy breaths. Xenora, wait! Dr. Fisher yelled, but I was already gone. I'll get her, Alice said as she stepped out of the truck and ran into the dust after me. I took down as many men as I could, although I tried not to kill them. I could spot Alice behind me, shooting into the sky as the helicopter sped towards our direction. Xenora, you need to come back! They're here for you! I could hear Alice's voice behind me. I turned. It came suddenly. A small shot penetrated my arm as I groaned in pain. I stared at my arm. It's not a bullet, I mused. I stared up towards the chopper, and I could sight a few men drop with ropes from the chopper as Alice's voice echoed in the distance. I could hear her screaming my name. The drug began to take its effect as I dropped to the ground, and soon came darkness. Dr. Fisher was still waiting beside the SUV when a man approached her. She knew that they had most likely captured Xenora, and they had come for her too, so she remained calm. The strange man proceeded to hit Dr. Fisher's head with the other end of his gun as she dropped to the floor. Alice watched in pain as the chopper flew away from her location and into the distance, as the other attackers on land pulled away slowly too. We lost Xenora, Alice declared.
And Dr. Fisher too,
the voice replied. Alice heaved a huge sigh. She knew she might have lost some men as she began to weigh her options. Was Xenora and Dr. Fisher worth the lives of my men and years of work, trying to keep my company in the shadows? She thought. It was a difficult choice to make, and she knew that she had to make the right choice. I could hear waves from the ocean as I opened my eyes. I was probably on a ship. I had brought this upon Alice. I brought pain wherever I went, and I was tired of this. I just wanted it all to end. Just then, Dr. Fisher's screams echoed in the distance as my head jerked up in shock. She was here too, and she was probably in a lot of pain because of me. I felt something that I had not ever felt since the invasion of New Mexico. I felt intense rage. I groaned loudly as I pulled the chains off my hands. A few men with guns stormed into where I was being held, but they were too late. I had already broken free. I sprinted towards where Dr. Fisher's screams emanated from and stormed into the room. The scientist, noting my presence, pointed the gun towards Dr. Fisher and pulled the trigger as Dr. Fisher dropped to the ground. I lost it. I went rogue, tearing down anything or anyone along my path. I had never killed this much since my rebirth. What have I done? I said as I stared at the bodies that lay in front of me. Fear and pain clouded my thoughts as I immediately jumped into the ocean. Alice guided Dr. Fisher into the chopper. She was not dead, but Xenora had thought she was. She needed to search for her. She stared at the cargo ship from the chopper. I need to find her, she mused. I need to find Xenora.
Here she is, Mr. Vice President. We'll get some answers. Everyone, quiet. Welcome, Flight Engineer Melinda Tate. I'd like to introduce you to the Vice President of the United States, our Director of Homeland Security, as well as several members of our agency's ranks, as well as your own delegate from NASA. They will be joining us during this interview. I am Agent Elizabeth Keynes of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and I don't care who you are. I just want to go home. Well, Tate, I'm afraid you won't be able to return to your loved ones until we learned of what occurred during your last mission. Do you understand? You already know what happened. They all died. What else is there? They did not simply die, Tate. They are missing in action. And you are the only one left. You will be answering my questions if you ever want to see your family again. Do we understand each other? I'll answer your questions, Agent, if you answer mine. I don't answer to you. Then just one. Do you believe in ghosts? Quiet! This is no time for games, Tate. You're facing serious charges. You may have survived, but this could still end with you losing your life. Do you understand? You want answers? I'm trying to give them to you. Shut up and listen. All right. Then tell us, what does the last voyage of the landing shuttle Polis have to do with ghosts? Everything. It has everything to do with it. We spent years preparing for this mission. They only picked the best for the Polis crew and trained us rigorously for Earth's first landing on the surface of Mars. We never truly knew what to expect, but we were trained to be primed for anything. Somehow, we still weren't prepared for what transpired. Go on, Tate. Tell us what happened. The voyage was normal. Even when we broke Mars's atmosphere, we landed safely with no complications. I sat on the flight deck for an hour after the touchdown, while the mission specialist deboarded and started gathering specimens from the red planet's surface. As a flight engineer, there were very few circumstances that allowed me to leave Polis's interior. There were only 5 of us. While our commander and the 3 science pilots made history, I remained stoically on board. I was a dedicated and determined soldier. I didn't mind being left with the ship. To be honest, it's probably what saved my life. I watched their work through the ship's exterior cameras. The commander kept in constant contact and provided me with updates throughout. Even from my seat in the cockpit, the view of Mars was incredible, and I was fulfilling a childhood dream. Until the commander made a discovery. There were signs of life. On the harsh terrain, our commander found what appeared to be a pre-existing work site, much like our own. When he described it, he sounded almost scared.
He was the most seasoned of us, so naturally his fear infected us all. I found myself shuffling through feeds until I found a camera view that was looking directly over where the ground crew had moved. The commander was standing near a series of deteriorated shelves and miscellaneous instruments, just like the ones we brought to Mars ourselves. While he described the scene to me, I finally noticed that there was something wrong with the camera's image. There was 5 astronauts standing around the lab's remain. Not 4, 5. Had your crew fully recovered from flight? Had the physician tested all of your vitals? Are you sure of... Yes, Agent. I'm sure of what I saw. There was an astronaut standing behind the science pilots. He was not one of our crew, but he was wearing our uniform. I took so much time making sure that I was truly seeing him that I waited too long to say anything. He extended his arms and pulled our physician to the ground. I watched in horror, when in a matter of minutes, the other astronauts struggled to fix his suit while he suffocated to death. To death? Yes. Despite all of our training, the doctor died. When they pulled his corpse on board, his skin was purple and swollen. It was like he exploded from the inside. I didn't know how to tell the others about the man I saw sabotage his suit. So, I tried to show them. You played back the tape. We all gathered around the screen. I got sick all over myself watching the physician claw at his helmet. The other science pilots rushed to the lavatories, while all life extinguished from him. Our commander kept the contents of his stomach down, and ordered that I play it back again. And what did he see? He ordered me not to tell the others, and he made me focus on the screen and see for myself. The astronaut that killed our doctor. His face was wrong. It was purple, swollen. He couldn't have been alive like that. He looked just like the dead man in our medbay. The commander and I never said it, but something in me knew. Knew what? That the astronaut that killed the doc was dead. Maybe the commander and I would have eventually admitted it to one another, but we didn't have time. We looked up and saw something else. A massive wall of rolling dust and debris was heading our way. Unlike the dead saboteur, this is something we were prepared for. In the event of a Martian dust storm, we were to evacuate the planet's surface until it was deemed safe to approach. But the commander was not ready to leave. Quiet! And what did the commander do? He couldn't wait for an answer. He told me that if anything went wrong, to immediately abort the mission and head home. I tried to talk him out of it, but nothing would change his mind. He ordered one of the other pilots to accompany him. They got back in their suits and connected themselves to the ship's tow wrench. The commander told me no matter what, the other officer and myself were to remain inside. The scientist left on board with me remained in her suit and monitored the tether. She stayed in the decompression chamber, near the hatch, to quickly let the others back inside. The commander and the other pilot went into the dust storm. His reports back were distorted and filled with static, but I understood everything that happened next. He went back to where the dead man sabotaged the doc's suit. He searched the site and the dirt surrounding it until he found something. Buried in the dirt from the storms and time was a weathered uniform of a crew member of the landing craft Polis. Within the suit were several human bones that were almost completely deteriorated. The commander ordered his co-pilot to immediately return, but then there was all the screaming. The commander reported 2 rogue astronauts in the storm. They were standing next to the tow lines. He told us to reel them back inside. Reel us in! Reel us in! The strange astronauts were touching the lines. The inside of their helmets were filled with blood and flesh, but he couldn't see their faces.
They didn't have any. They ripped the lines apart and the commander and the pilot were crying. They were screaming until their voices drifted away and we couldn't hear them anymore. I started the flight sequence. I ordered the other scientist left inside to come back to the cockpit, but she wasn't responding. I could hear the echo in the ship. I left the flight deck and ran to the hatch. She was there, locked inside the decompression chamber, pressing a million buttons, trying to come back inside. An astronaut was standing behind her. He didn't have a face. I stared into the empty shell of blood and guts and watched while the hatch opened, and both the science pilot and the ghost were sucked into a vacuum created by the Martian dust storm. They were all gone. It was like a nightmare. I wasn't waking up, but I refused to die with them. I ran back to the cockpit, strapped myself in, and finished the sequence to come home. When I finally breached Mars's atmosphere, I looked back towards the surface. The storm was massive from space. It looked like a swirling inferno of fire and wind. I imagined the others' bodies swirling in the chaos. I cried for them. I didn't stop crying until I saw Earth again. I smiled, thinking I had finally made it back home. But now I know. You're never gonna let me out of here. Why do you think that, Flight Engineer Tate? If what you say is true, and you didn't kill your fellow astronauts, why wouldn't we let you go home? You're right, Agent. I didn't kill them, but I know too much. I know that they didn't tell us the truth. I know they didn't tell anyone. This was the second flight of the Polis. The country's unpreparedness cost the lives of several brave men and women in the original voyage. How many of them were there, by the way? On the Polis's first flight? 4. There were 4. Maybe that's why I'm still alive. There wasn't a ghost left to kill me. They already got their retribution. Now that everything's out in the open, Tate, why not be honest with me? Why not tell me what really happened to your fellows? We both know that Ghost did not kill them. You're right, Agent Keynes. Ghost didn't kill the men and women of either crew. You assholes did.
Hi, welcome to the Dark Cosmos. I'm Kira and I'll be narrating today's story. Hope you enjoy. This was never our world. This was never our planet. Man had succeeded in colonizing Mars. We had brought our technology into this new world, and we were advancing at a rapid rate. Everything was moving so fast. The last few years have witnessed a massive revolution of technology on the Earth. Teleportation and artificial intelligence technology has become a thing of the past, and I had just received news this morning that my boss, Dr. Carter, had just succeeded in building the first ever time travel device. It was linked to a spaceship that could travel to and in time. This groundbreaking discovery will completely change the course of science relating to physics, time, and cosmology. This changes everything, and our definition of the past, present, and future will need to be reviewed. Dr. Carter had always made a statement about this concept of time. Time is a constant that spins on eternity's watch, she had once said. I would, however, confess that even though I am proud of being a part of the team to birth such a historic discovery, I do, however, feel the evils that this device would attract. I am still trying to wrap my head around the concept of time travel, despite several classes from Dr. Carter herself. It was a world of knowledge and theories, which many still see as thousands of years beyond our level of advancement. But Dr. Carter had managed to break the bonds of time, both literally and figuratively. "Kathy, briefing in 5!" A familiar voice echoed behind me. I nodded in understanding, cleared my table, and stormed out of my bunker. I had awoken not long ago, and I had been waiting for Dr. Carter's lecture and plans. Everyone was rooting to hear what Dr. Carter had in mind for her new toy. As I stormed out of my room, I could see a few men sprinting towards the main lab at a distance. People rarely ran over here. There was usually no reason to. The shocking part of Dr. Carter's discovery was her secret ingredient, as she often called it. It was here, on Mars. Ever since we came to Mars, the speed of advancement in our technology has doubled over the past decade. There was a heavily guarded secret, known only by the highest echelon of scientists present on the mission. The missing puzzle piece to all of the Earth's previous discoveries. A few years ago, we could only dream about teleportation. It seemed like an impossible feat, but we had proven that nothing is impossible in the world of science. Just as a crusader in the medieval age would have seen the rise of the internet and mobile phones as impossible, that's how we viewed the possibility of the invention of teleportation. That I could travel long distances at the snap of a finger, and although teleportation is bound by several rules, it has become a norm in recent years. But then, when we all thought that we had seen enough, Dr. Carter had proven us all wrong. She had just invented a time travel machine. When I reached the lab, I noticed that the men who had just stormed into the lab were mumbling a few words to Dr. Carter. She seemed to be surprisingly engrossed in whatever they were saying. My curiosity flared. I needed to know. "What's going on, Max?" Max was my colleague. He also stood amongst the crowd, listening attentively to every word. He ignored my question. "Max, come on. What's all the ruckus about?" I was intent on finding out.
They say they saw signs of life along the Northwest Valley. Something about a cadaver?
Cadaver? I whispered. But humans were only allowed entry into Mars last week, and no deaths have been recorded yet.
That's the weird part, Kathy.
Maxwell replied.
They say it ain't human.
Nah, quit messing around. That's not possible. I struggled to believe the existence of such a disturbing fact. If this was true, this discovery could give rise to an entirely different era of research and theories. New questions and concepts of everything. This was huge, and with the invention of teleportation and time travel... Oh my god. Time travel! The realization suddenly hit me as I thought about the vast possibilities of time travel. I could bet that Dr. Carter would want to know who the first inhabitants of Mars were, and what happened to the planet. I was still lost in thought when the top echelon of scientists, led by Dr. Carter, sped out of the facility. I didn't need to be told where they were headed. I joined the train. There was very little staff employed, only the very best in each field. The knowledge of the construction of a time machine was a heavily guarded secret, only revealed to a few of us, and even the outside world was oblivious to the presence of such an advanced device. As we glided inside our mini space pods towards the site of the discovery, I could not help but imagine a truth of such relevance in the fabric of time and reality, and I was also a part of the discovery of these huge markers in the timelines of history. We soon arrived at the site, and after several investigations, we discovered that they were right. Something else had walked in this planet, centuries before us, and it was definitely not human. Dr. Carter was silent throughout the investigation. No one knew what was going through her head, but we all had a clue. Regardless, we soon got to find out. I couldn't sleep. The night had collided with my growing curiosity, and I had lost the contest. I was crushed under the cruel whips of mixed emotions. Fear and excitement ravaged through my entire being, as thoughts of whatever adventure awaited me in the next few hours stole my sleep. I was scared of a possible malfunction of the unknown expectations that awaited us, but I could not help the excitement of traveling back into the past and exploring the unknown history of Mars. Why me? I wondered. There were so many other scientists who could have embarked on this mission, but she decided to choose me. I wasn't even sure she remembered my name, so it had come as a surprise when she called me to join her team, who were going to be the first set of scientists to test the time travel machine. I was a bit skeptical, but the only thing that assured me was Dr. Carter's confidence in her work. She was also going with us. She wanted to find out what happened to Mars, so we were journeying into the past of a strange planet to discover what secrets lay. The hour soon came with a strange anxiety, I could hear my heart pound loudly as we stepped aboard the time spaceship. Kronos. What better name than the Greek god of time himself? We braced ourselves to launch into a world of unknown possibilities, and we prepared to be named as the first men to travel back in time. Dr. Carter had made sure to take the necessary precautions before jumping on board the Kronos. I didn't bother too much about the long theories and mechanics of time travel. As long as Dr. Carter was with us, I was sure that we were all in safe hands. There was 4 of us, and we were all ready to make history. I shot a quick glance at Dr. Carter just before we launched back into the past. Her eyes shone with childlike wonder. She was eager to see what her discovery could achieve, and the many secrets which the past held. She was the only one amongst us all who didn't have any tint of fear. We strapped on our spacesuits and prepared for the journey into the unknown. Dr. Carter had used the alien remains as a time compass. "Who is ready to make history?" Dr. Carter said calmly. We all smiled eagerly. Those were the last words that were said in the present. In a flash, Kronos took off. As we traveled across thousands of specters of light, everything seemed to blur around us. Kronos seemed to be the only thing protecting us from tearing into 1,000 expressions of sound and light. My sight began to dim, and I began to feel nauseated. I attempted to fight off the feeling, but I couldn't. Next came darkness. "Kathy! Kathy!" I could hear calm whispers of my name. "Kathy!" This time, it came with a certain urgency. My eyes shot open. I rose to my feet, struggling to achieve balance. I scanned around the new environment, and my eyes were instantly welcomed by a terrifying sight. "Where the hell is this place?" I asked, perplexed, and slowly turned to Dr. Carter. "I made a mistake." Those were not the words I wanted to hear, but I instantly knew we were in trouble. "I should not have used the remains of that creature as a time compass," Dr. Carter whispered. "It took us back to the exact time when that creature had died." It seemed as though the creature had died right in the worst possible time. We had arrived on Mars in the middle of some war. I could not call it a war anyway. It was a massacre. Whoever or whatever waged war on the inhabitants of Mars was much more advanced in technology and might. They burnt down everything that crawled to ashes, and we could hear the loud cries of the Martians from a distance. Mars was boiling hot. Everything seemed to be going down in flames, and so we couldn't picture a pre-war era. Whatever battle was being fought had been going on for a very long time. The very core of Mars was destroyed, like it had been poisoned with some sort of substance. We had no idea who the invaders were, and we were certainly not willing to stick around to find out either. They looked terrifying enough from a distance, and that was enough warning for us. "We need to get out of here now!" I let out in terror. I shot a quick glance at our ship. The engineer seemed to be fixing something. "We crashed into a small debris. It's not major damage, and he should be done soon." The strange calmness in Dr. Carter's voice was beginning to make me feel more uneasy. She seemed to be more engrossed in the heated clash and chaos in the distance than she was about us returning to the present in one piece, and perhaps correcting her error. "I don't think we have a soon," I let out in frustration. I had just finished speaking when a loud bang erupted very close to our location. I swallowed hard as I did a double take at the engineer, who was still fixing the ship. Our gazes met, and for all our sakes, we hoped that it was just an explosion. Fate frowned on us as a massive, otherworldly creature sprung out of the dark soil and lunged towards us. It looked neither like the inhabitants of the planet nor the invaders. The creature had spikes all over its body, and it was covered in red dust. Dr. Carter gazed in awe at the humongous beast. There was certainly no way 4 scientists were going to bring down such a massive creature. It looked like a small dragon without legs. "It's headed for the Kronos! That's our only ticket out of here!" I screamed. "We need a distraction!" Everyone scampered away from the creature, shifting its focus away from the ship. The creature moved at an unbelievable speed, and we knew it was just a matter of time before it had one of us in its grasp. As the screams of one of ours echoed through the region, drawing a lot of attention towards our location, I knew that we had to leave immediately. or we may never make it out. The invaders also heard the cry, as a few of them now rushed towards our direction. A strange feeling suddenly strolled across my mind. These mighty invaders were never meant to be aware of our existence. But what if we had just upset the flow of time by creating a memory of beings such as humans? Perhaps they would now have a memory of us in the present. I shrugged off the dreadful thought as I shifted my gaze towards Kronos. Dr. Carter had crept into the ship, oblivious to the engineer, and she was already preparing to leave us behind. The strange creature now charged towards me as I sprinted towards our time-traveling ship. I was not far from the ship, and I jumped aboard just before Dr. Carter launched Kronos and darted back into the specter of light, despite my constant pleas. How could you leave them behind? I stared at Dr. Carter with rage. Every discovery comes with a great price. Those were Dr. Carter's last words as we pierced through time back into the present. Repairs had not been completed before our launch, and I prayed underneath my breath that we were going to make it back in one piece, as sparks erupted at every corner of the spaceship. We made it back with a massive explosion, destroying Dr. Carter's life's work in the process. Her time machine shattered as we emerged in our present. Even though Dr. Carter knew her mistake, the time travel device was destroyed, and I would definitely not be looking forward to another time travel experience. I needed some rest after that chaotic event. We had lost 2 good scientists on this mission, and it would be a long time before Dr. Carter would be allowed to experiment with further projects. Or probably not. I remember the last words she said to me as we returned to the present. I knew that it wouldn't be long before she began messing around with time travel again. Guys, I'm live! Shut the hell up! Can someone tell us what's going on? The teachers aren't saying anything. They have us under lockdown in the gym and we are freaking out. Usually, if there's a bomb threat or even a shooter, they tell us. But this time, nothing. Why are we in here? Why are we on lockdown? What is happening outside? Is my mom alright?
Jeez, calm down.
Don't tell me to calm down! You're all thinking the same thing! We've been in here forever! It's 8, you guys! We should have been home hours ago! The teachers are totally freaked, and the Wi-Fi is in and out! Rachel got on Google long enough to see a news story. Something about random killings. Is that what's happening? Are people dying out there? I can't fucking get a signal! Can someone check on my mom? Please! What was that? Miss Flowers, what the hell was that? Everyone be quiet! Abby, put your phone away. Put it away now! I was just trying to... I'm so scared. I can't call out. No one can. We're still under lockdown. I was able to get on the Wi-Fi again. Please let this post. Ah! Ah! I think people are hurt. The teachers left us in the gym. They went to talk to someone about the lockdown. I followed them. I was the only one that would. That's when it happened. There were men with armor and guns. They looked like SWAT guys with gas masks. The teachers yelled at them. Something about no one being infected and there being no need for the lockdown. Something about kids being inside. The men didn't answer. The principal moved. He took one step outside. They shot him. They shot him and the others ran. The men, they shot the ones who ran too. Oh my god. They're dead, aren't they? They're all dead. Miss Flowers? Miss Flowers! Please! Please! Wait for me! She's trying to kill me. Everyone is trying to kill me. I followed Miss Flowers. I yelled and yelled until she finally stopped. That's when I saw it. The sharp pencil in her hand. It was all bloody, and it looked like a piece of something was stuck to it. Skin. God, this is so fucked! When she turned around, I saw the blood. It was all over her. At first, I thought she got hurt, but her face was wrong. Her eyes, they're usually so sweet and understanding, but they were burning, angry, full of hate. It wasn't her in there anymore. Miss Flowers was gone. She was dead. The woman that taught me how to paint watercolors was an empty shell. Nothing remained but rage. I could feel it. I could feel that she wanted to hurt me. She started walking towards me. She raised the pencil in the air. I fell backwards onto the lockers. They were open. Books fell on me and hit my head. There was blood on the floor. My hand slipped in it while I tried to get up. She was so close. Her foot slipped. She stepped wrong in the blood. She started to fall, and I rolled to the side. Even though her head landed safely on the clothes inside the locker, I knew I couldn't let her back up. I knew it. I had to do something. I grabbed the locker door, and I slammed it. I slammed it on her head, over and over again. She never screamed. She never even begged me to stop. She laid there until her body went limp. Even after it did, I kept slamming the door. When I finally opened my eyes, I saw her skull. It was caved in. Blood was everywhere. It was on me. It crawled away. I started running. God, I didn't even know where I was going until I was there. I thought while I ran, maybe it was a sickness. Maybe whatever was happening outside had made it in. Maybe it was a virus making everyone go psycho. Maybe that's why the school was on lockdown. Maybe the men with guns were psycho too. I finally got to the gym. I wanted to tell the others what happened, but they were gone. No one was left. Not alive. Bodies were everywhere, all over the court and in the stands. I couldn't recognize them. Faces were purple, others were beaten, and some were crumpled into misshapen heaps at the bottom of stadium steps. I didn't know what to do. I thought of the best place for signal. The place I knew would have good connection. I ran to the library. I locked the doors. I've been in here a while. I hope that I'm the only one inside. Oh, God. think my mom is okay. I think they weren't protecting us from anything out there. They were trying to keep us in. Abby! Abigail! Where are you, honey? There is nothing to be afraid of. I'm not mad at you for hurting me. I just want to keep you safe. Come out, Abby. I know you're in here. I can hear you breathing. One, 2, 3. There you are. Ugh! Oh, you're not going to try and hurt me again, are you? This is for my friends. This is for my family. Oh, Abby, you were always my favorite student. You wouldn't want to kill your dear old art teacher, would you? And this is from me. You were never my favorite teacher, you psycho bitch. We're all going to die here. It was a calm Friday evening. The school bell echoed into the air as students trooped out of various classes, going about their business. Jack! Susan's voice sounded from the far end of the alley. Jack knew that voice anywhere.
Hey, babe.
He replied calmly.
Are you still up for our date?
Susan walked up towards him and embraced him, calmly, as Jack stole a quick kiss. Sure, I wouldn't miss it for anything.
How about your dad? He's not gonna let you run off into the woods for a few days.
Jack said. He's going on a business trip with my mum. Jack was already grinning.
We have the entire weekend to ourselves then.
He said as he strolled towards his car.
Come on, let's stop at my house before you go home.
Jack added. It was spring. Susan stared out the car window as Jack sped away from the school premises. She loved spring, the sweet scent of blossoming flowers, the calm and cool evening breeze, and the beautiful nostalgia that came with it. This was their final year, and she pondered on what adventure awaited her after high school. She shifted her gaze to the canopy of trees that stood high in the distance. The Firefly Woods, as the kids called it. The woods were always lit by a beautiful display of fireflies at night, swarming throughout the entire forest and illuminating the night. A beautiful sight to behold. She had picked the spot for her date with Jack the next day. They wanted to spend a night away from the noisy town, and the Firefly Woods were just perfect. Her gaze was drawn back to the road as the loud screeching of tires erupted beside them, and Jack cursed at the top of his voice.
Son of a bitch!
He had almost collided with an oncoming driver. The driver was probably drunk. Susan shook her head in confusion.
You okay, babe?
Jack asked as he sped towards his street. She gave him a calm nod and shifted her gaze back outside of the window. Her father would be going on a trip in the morning, and she couldn't wait. Jack soon arrived in front of his home, snuck Susan into his bedroom, and shut the door. They exchanged glances. Jack stared at Susan lustfully as she grinned wide. He strolled towards her, searching her lips, and began to kiss her passionately. He locked her towards the wall, and they both wandered into a distant fantasy. Suddenly, there was a loud bang on his door. Jack? Is that you? I need your help with something. Jack groaned. He had already begun to climb several mountains and valleys with Susan in this beautiful fantasy world, and the last thing he wanted at the moment was his mother's pestering. He ignored her. Jack? Susan pulled away. Come on, you need to answer her.
I'm coming!
He let out grudgingly. Susan chuckled, hitting him on his chest and pointing towards the door. I think I'll be going too. My dad wouldn't be happy if I get home late, Susan said.
Alright, I'll see you tomorrow. Don't forget to bring some backup.
Jack joked and winked as he strolled out of the room. The morning came with a new freshness as Susan waved her parents goodbye. She had packed her things and had been waiting for her parents to leave before giving Jack a call. She watched closely as they drove out of the yard and into the highway, slowly disappearing into the distance. She danced around, smiling. She picked up her phone and placed a call through to Jack. "My parents are gone. We can go now," she said with increasing glee.
All right, babe. I'll pick you up in 5.
Susan rushed into her room to gather her things. She was set for their camping date in the woods. Little did she know what adventures the day had in store for them both. Jack soon arrived, and she jumped into the front seat. They were going to have a fun night together in the woods. Firefly Woods is a popular camping site in town and has been declared safe for recreational activities. It was a natural wonderland, blessed with a beautiful canopy of trees, birds, a waterfall, and of course, the delightful display of the forest illuminated by fireflies at night. It was the perfect spot to cuddle under Jack's arms as they stare into the skies, watching the stars boast of their beautiful light in the dark space above. A wonderful wonder. They soon arrived in the woods, and Jack snaked his way around the trees as they searched for a perfect spot. After a while, they found a spot. They set up camp and unpacked the food.
So, what you want us to do first, huh?
Jack winked while munching on some chips. Susan smiled sheepishly. She knew what he meant. Jack licked his lips. This made Susan twitch in suspicion. "Movies?" she chuckled, ignoring his gesture. They had set up their tent, and the evening sun was already going to rest. A few of the fireflies had already begun to fly around as they both watched in awe. Susan was staring at the laptop screen when she felt warm hands down her skirt. She knew it was Jack, and she remained quiet. Their lips soon locked together once again, and the intensity began to grow. Suddenly, a strange bang erupted in the distance. They were both too occupied to notice the first time. It returned, but this time, sending vibrations throughout the area. "Ouch!" Susan let out.
What the hell was that?
Jack exclaimed, rushing out of the tent. "You bit my tongue, Jack!" Susan let out angrily. Another bang erupted again, from right in front of them, before Jack could respond. Susan shifted her gaze towards the direction of the incoming tremor. "I think it's coming from over there," she let out, strolling calmly towards the direction. Jack held her back.
Babe, what are you doing?
"Checking it out."
What? Come on, we need to get the hell out of here.
Jack yelled. A roar echoed behind them as their feet sprung into motion. They didn't know where they were running to. They wanted to get as far away from the strange noise as possible. "Jack, I'm scared," Susan let out as they ran further into the woods.
Oh shit, where the fuck did I park my car?
Jack mumbled angrily. This was meant to be a perfect night. Was someone playing a prank on them? He thought. They told no one about their date. They stopped short when they got to a sinister-looking structure.
Is that a cave?
Jack stammered. 2 strange noises in one night. What the hell was going on? Something moved in the bush behind them, and they both turned in shock, breathing heavily as they took slow steps backward. Click. Susan stepped on something just right in front of the cave. They exchanged glances before shifting their gaze towards the floor. There was a strange carving on the floor. They both swallowed hard. The first bang they had earlier heard returned. It seemed as though they were standing on the belly of the beast. The entire ground shivered under the force of the tremor. It seemed to be coming from right below them.
What the?
Jack exclaimed. The ancient carving gave way as a bright light engulfed the night. Jack and Susan's screams echoed into the night as they descended into a large pit. The pit seemed endless and dark. They held themselves close as they descended further.
Susan! Susan! Babe! Susan!
Her eyes popped open, and she immediately gave a loud gasp. It was Jack. She wanted to speak when Jack covered her mouth, motioning to her to remain quiet.
Something is out there,
Jack whispered.
It's still dark outside. Let's wait till morning.
Where are we? What happened? Susan asked, cautiously.
We're in a cave, babe. I'm not sure, but we're going to find out in the morning.
Jack replied. My head hurts. Susan knew that something was different about the place. But just as Jack had said, they had to wait until morning. Morning soon arrived, but the duo could hardly tell the difference. The sky was covered in a dark hue as they stepped out of the cave. They scanned their surroundings as they snaked their way around on the road, which was covered in old, rusted cars, crashed and scattered all over the road. The debris of strange objects lay on the ground, and it seemed as though some sort of war had happened a long time ago.
What happened here?
Jack mused. On a high-rise building in the distance, Nicholas was crouched with binoculars in his hand. It seems we have some visitors. He was amazed at how they walked carelessly on the road, and their clothes seemed different. He knew what had happened, and he had been waiting for them. He had been waiting for the time loop for over a decade. They needed them alive to correct the future. His mistake. But he knew that the aliens would soon get to them. Nicholas knew that they would need to act fast if they wanted to get them alive. Jack, Susan whispered. Look, she said, pointing towards a billboard. It read 2046.
Oh my god. I think whatever we fell into took us into the future. Susan, watch out!
Jack's screams echoed into the air. He shoved Susan to the ground as several shots were fired towards them. They did not sound like guns. Jack managed to take a glance at what was shooting at them, and he could not believe his eyes. A group of people suddenly sprung out from nowhere, shooting at the aliens, bringing them to the ground. Get up, quick, let's go. More will be coming, I'll explain later. A husky voice sounded behind them. A few men grabbed both of them as they sprinted away from the open. Jack and Susan stared in confusion at the recent turn of events. They were too shocked to protest. The men have returned to the shadows in seconds. They fought very quickly and coordinated. It was nothing compared to anything Jack had ever seen before. The men had taken them to an underground chamber. They remained quiet throughout. They were taken to a heavily bearded man who sat calmly in front of a round table. He seemed like their leader. I have waited so long for you. Jack and Susan exchanged surprised glances, but remained quiet. There's not much time left. The next time loop will be 15 years from now. We need to get it right this time.
Get what right? What happened here?
Jack asked, confused and desperate. Nicholas sighed. Relax. We're not here to hurt you. In fact, you are here to help us. 25 years ago, my father unleashed chaos upon the Earth. He found a portal and opened it, granting these creatures a gateway into our Earth. We have tried for years to send signals into our past on a day before my father ever finds the portal, and we have finally been successful. We will help you to get back to our past and your present, but you must promise us that you'll destroy the portal gate before my father gets his hands on it, to prevent this future from ever happening. How do we get back? Susan asked. Nicholas shifted his gaze away from them. He knew that it was not going to be an easy task. Hey, it's Kara. I hope you enjoyed the video, and if you do, make sure to subscribe for more horror stories. Alanya sat outside in the yard with Brandon as the rain clouds gathered in the distance. It was going to be a long night, she thought. The winds brought with it the bitter sense of mud as they both braced themselves for a heavy outpour. All the stars are gone, Alanya said, after taking a quick glance at the sky above. Yeah, they're hiding behind the rain clouds, Brandon replied, as he stared intently into her eyes. When are your parents coming back from their trip? He asked. Tomorrow, Alanya replied, already flaring up with a mix of emotions. Brandon pulled her close to give her a warm kiss. All of a sudden, a loud bang sounded above them as they both shifted their gaze toward the sound in shock. Something seemed to approach from the skies toward their direction with unreal speed. Brandon and Alanya watched cautiously as this strange object descended towards the earth. Brandon had earlier thought it was a shooting star, but its speed seemed to reduce as it got closer, like some sort of controlled aircraft. Brandon held Alanya tight as they continued to watch the strange event. It soon hovered past them and crashed into a nearby forest not so far away from their location. It appeared to be as huge as an entire house. They exchanged quick glances. Alanya wasted no time as she instantly sprinted towards the woods, but she was held back by Brandon. Are you crazy? We don't even know what that is. It could be dangerous. I think we should call the police. No, Alanya argued. I think we should check it out first before calling the police. Are you out of your mind? Brandon replied immediately. Was it just me, or did that seem like any aircraft you've ever seen before? So you're saying it's an alien spaceship? Alanya asked, curiously. Come on, Allie. Not this alien stuff again. Brandon replied frantically. Aliens are nothing but fiction made for movies. But you said it yourself. That doesn't look like a normal aircraft. Alanya shot back, but Brandon remained silent. Alanya had been a huge fan of alien fiction since she was a kid, and it became a part of her over the years. She believed in a vast multiverse, and that humans were only a small part of the many worlds existing beyond the stars. The rain soon began, and they were both forced back into the house, as several thoughts ran through their minds. Alanya had succeeded in convincing Brandon to call the police just after they checked it out the next day. The heavy rain brought with it a ferocious wind, reminding them of nature's strength as the night raced further. Brandon was awoken the next morning by a ray of light which seemed to have escaped the window blinds. He turned around, but Alanya was gone. His heart began to pound as he instantly sprung out of bed. This alien crap is gonna get her killed, he mumbled as he rushed out of the room. Alanya, he called out as he sped towards the front balcony. I'm in here, Alanya replied from the kitchen. I'm making breakfast. He heaved a huge sigh of relief as he strolled towards the kitchen. Come on, we have to prepare for school today, Brandon said as he retreated towards the bathroom to have a shower. The morning had come with an unusual calm. The sun hugged the sky as the birds sang sweet melodies from afar. A beautiful morning was what they needed after such a tumultuous night. Brandon did a quick double take at the woods before speeding into the road. He had agreed to follow Alanya into the woods after school, in search of whatever had flown past their heads the previous night. He still felt very reluctant about his decision, but he just wanted to get it over with. What do you think we'll find? Alanya asked. She seemed unusually fired up about the strange event, and this baffled Brandon. I guess we'd just have to wait and find out after school, Brandon replied calmly as he sped into the school premises. School soon came to a close, and Brandon was shocked to discover that Alanya had left school earlier without him. He jumped into his ride and sped towards her house as he hoped that she had not gone into the woods without him. She hadn't. He stormed into the house only to find Alanya sobbing quietly on her couch. She had been mocked by everyone in class about her alien enthusiasm. No one seemed to believe her claims, and they had gone ahead and called her several demeaning names. Come on, forget about them, Brandon assured her. Alright, let's go get some proof about what we saw yesterday, He tried to cheer her up, and it somehow worked. Alanya seemed to brighten up slowly as a tiny smile crept across her lips. She didn't seem scared of whatever landed in the woods at all. Brandon was perplexed at her strange courage. Or was she bound by the whole alien frenzy? That she failed to realize the danger of what they were about to do. Brandon guided Alanya through the arched pathway carved out from the branches of the evergreen trees which stood high in the forest. It was going to be a long walk, but they had no choice. The path leading into the woods was not motorable. Brandon could feel a subtle tingling of fear as he began to slowly regret his decision to follow Alanya into the woods. They both had no weapons or training at all. If anything attacked them, they were both surely dead. We should have gotten there by now. I think we should go back.
Go back? We should be very close. We can't turn back now,
Alanya argued. Brandon stopped short to catch his breath. They had been walking for almost an hour, and the orange sky was now slowly getting replaced by a few shades of black. Night was coming. Come on, Allie. It's getting dark. I don't think it's gonna be wise lurking around these woods at night. Brandon continued to argue, but Alanya was adamant. Okay, that's it. I'm heading back with or without you. Brandon finally lost it, and retreated towards the path they had just emerged from.
Brandon, wait!
Alanya pleaded. Brandon? Brandon! Brandon was gone. There was no way he could have left so fast.
Brandon! Is this a joke? Because it's not funny right now.
Alanya began to breathe heavily. She felt like she was being watched. She turned around to scan her surroundings when she noticed something odd standing at a distance in front of her. It seemed transparent but was unusually opaque. She could neither see through it nor beyond it, but it was colorless and blended with its surroundings, like a transparent chameleon. It was definitely not invisible. She could see it clearly, even in the dwindling light. Alanya couldn't really pick out its form, but it was definitely not human. Then, it moved. Fear suddenly gripped her as she immediately let out a dying scream and sprinted away from the creature. And she didn't stop until she made it out of the woods. She had always wanted to meet an alien, but she never thought she would be this terrified. Alanya wasn't sure if she was seeing things as she staggered up the stairs to the house. It had gotten dark and her parents were home. She didn't want them to know what had happened as she snuck into her bedroom and shut the door. She had tried Brandon's number several times but received no reply. She sobbed quietly under her blanket.
This is all my fault. I should have just listened to Brandon,
she said. She wondered what might have happened to Brandon, and she soon dozed off. Her eyes were greeted by a bright light which invaded her room. It was morning. She picked up her phone and dialed Brandon's number.
Hey, Allie. How are you feeling today?
Brandon's voice echoed through the phone. Alanya's heart skipped a beat. Brandon? Are you alright? She asked, curiously.
Yeah, sure, I'm fine,
he replied.
Oh, sorry for leaving you behind in the woods. It was getting really dark, and I just had to. Did you find anything interesting after I left?
Alanya was perplexed. She wasn't sure what to say. She wanted to get mad because he had left her behind in the middle of the woods, but deep down she was just glad that he was safe. Besides, it was her fault. She wasn't still quite convinced, though. Her guts told her that something was definitely wrong. Brandon would never have left her behind in the woods, no matter what had happened. She had known him for years. Besides, he just vanished. It wasn't long after he left that she fled out of the woods too, but she didn't bump into him on the way. I'm just glad you're safe, she said, and ended the call. Her heart pounded as her thoughts trailed back to her encounter the previous night. I'm so stupid. What the hell was I expecting to see out there? She angrily let out. 3 days had passed since Alanya's encounter with the invisible alien in the woods, and Brandon had avoided her ever since. He no longer picked her calls, and he seldom showed up in class. Her suspicion grew by each minute, especially when reports of missing persons began to spring up every day in town. She had told the authorities about her experience, and of course they didn't believe her. They eventually agreed to search the entire forest, but they found nothing. Alanya was left with just one option. She decided to stalk Brandon at night. She planted a secret cam in his room and kept watch. She was right. It was 1:30 when Brandon rose off from his bed and strode calmly into the woods. It seemed as though he was sleepwalking. She was crouched somewhere close by, and she had seen enough. She dumped her laptop in her backpack and stalked closely behind. "What are you doing, Brandon?" she whispered to herself as she trailed behind at a considerable distance and out of sight. Brandon suddenly came to a halt. Alanya would never forget this place, even in the dark. This was where she had seen the invisible alien, or so she thought. Her heart began to race as she thought about the encounter. Brandon made a few weird noises, and the huge UFO, which had been seen a few days ago, appeared out of nowhere, right in front of him. "It wasn't an alien," she mused. "It was a door." Brandon proceeded into the UFO. "Where are you going?" she whispered, as she heaved a huge sigh and ran straight in. She wasn't quite sure what Brandon had to do with all of this, but she guessed he was being controlled. She was welcomed by a terrible sight. A huge, spider-like creature sat in the middle of a massive chamber as a few dozen of ugly-looking creatures fed it with whatever was left of a number of humans that had been wrapped up in a cocoon for a long time. Alanya let out a dying scream and fell to the ground as the creatures gathered around her. Brandon became conscious immediately when he saw Alanya. He immediately grabbed her and jumped out of the UFO as the aliens chased after them.
I have heard so many tales about Bermuda. Tales of the strange disappearances of ships that dare to sail close to her borders. Some say that she's a gateway to the underworlds. Others say that she's a door to another world, a portal to a locked realm, or a window to death. Everyone who wandered close to her borders never returned. No one knows why. They all disappeared without a trace or any plausible reason. Some folks call her the Devil's Triangle. She sits calmly on the Atlantic Ocean, waiting, searching, and calling out to her prey. 309 sailors are aboard the ship, and each one of us has heard the tales of this dreaded place. But our captain has gone mad. He just changed our ship coordinates right towards Bermuda's Triangle. A strange silence has engulfed the entire ship. Everyone knows where we are sailing into, but they have chosen to be submissive. I cannot just sit by and watch this madness go on. Something is definitely wrong somewhere, and I must find out what. 2 days earlier. "Rogers, have you seen the captain?" Those were the words that woke me from sleep. "He should be somewhere on the loading dock," I replied. Of course, I didn't know where the captain was. I had been sleeping all night. We had just sailed past the coast of Puerto Rico, and we were slowly getting closer to our destination. "No one has seen him for 2 days, mate." My eyes shot wide open. 2 days? We've searched the entire ship, but no one seems to know where he is. This was troubling news. Captain Brown had been missing for 2 days, and he left without leaving behind any information. He should be on the ship. There wasn't anywhere he could go anyway. We were in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. I was still lost in thought when I heard a bang west of my location. I hurried towards the site where the noise was coming from. "What in the hell? Captain?" I stammered. He was unclad and looked completely drenched. I searched my thoughts to find a meaningful explanation, but I found none. He didn't seem to be bothered about me. Instead, he strolled calmly into his cabin. As he turned around, my jaws dropped as I spotted several weird carvings engraved on his back. "That looks totally fucked," I mused. I was certain that something had happened, or perhaps it was just my mind playing tricks on me. I decided to investigate his strange disappearance anyway. Captain Brown seldom came out of his room. During my short investigation, I could also hear whispers anytime I strolled past his room. Sometimes, I heard many voices. Whatever he had seen or met during his 2-day disappearance had changed him. This was not the same man that began the voyage with us. It came as a little surprise to me when he made a strange decision. "We have received a warning," he began. "There's a gun battle ahead of us. We are changing our route." I'd been keeping a close watch on Captain Brown, and he had been acting suspiciously ever since his strange appearance a few days ago. I shifted my gaze towards my brother Ridley. I had told him about my observations. He shook his head sideways, indicating that he had not received any warning. He was in charge of the radio after all. I took a glance at the new coordinates. What was the captain thinking? "But, sir, if we sail that way, we'll be sailing right into the Devil's Triangle. There's still a safer route that we can sail by. I think we should—" "You will not tell me what to do, boy!" Captain Brown barked back. I jerked in shock. This was not the man that I knew. I could not sit by and watch this madness go on. I decided to confront him in his private cabin. We knew the tales of what had happened to all of the ships that had sailed into the Bermuda's Triangle. This was madness. As he stepped into his cabin, I joined him. "Sir, I want to—" My words were cut short when he suddenly turned towards me. I spotted something odd. He had 3 different shadows behind him, and they looked like nothing human. He suddenly let out a loud screech as his face began to morph into something else. Something alien. "Oh, fuck me!" I let out as I sped out of his cabin. Present day. There was a strange peace and calm which surrounded the entire ship. We all held our breath as our ship danced right into Bermuda's Triangle. We could all feel a strange atmosphere that engulfed the entire place. But nothing odd happened as we continued to sail deeper. We all had expected to be faced with a terrible storm, but the seas were silent. Too silent. Our fears soon began to drown in little waves of hope. I had kept what I'd seen to myself. I didn't even tell my brother. No one would believe me anyway. "I heard we're gonna see ghosts down here." One of the sailors jeered as a roar of laughter erupted from amongst the crew. Perhaps they were just rumors, I added. I was still speaking when our ship hit something. Whatever we just hit was large enough to make quite a disturbing noise, throwing some of the sailors off balance. Silence strolled in once again as my heart skipped a beat. We stared down into the sea from above the ship. Nothing. Something weird was happening, and the only person that seemed to be enjoying the moment was Captain Brown. What the hell was that? I mused. No one had any ideas. Amidst our confusion, we encountered another strange occurrence. A strong wind suddenly ravaged the entire ship, bringing with it a ferocious storm. Where did this freaking storm come from? I wondered. We could hardly spot a wave just a moment ago, but we were now sailing right into the heart of a violent storm. Echoes of all the tales we had heard about the Bermuda Triangle plagued our consciousness, and only when the tempest began to grow rapidly in intensity did I realize that we were standing in a trance, watching this sudden change of events. Is that a whirlpool? Jesus fucking Christ! We're all going to die! My brother Ridley began to give up hope. Come on, Ridley, it's just a storm. We've trained for this. I just wanted to calm him down, but I had been in the Navy long enough to know that this was not an ordinary storm. The storm had appeared out of nowhere, without warning. Ridley had just joined the Navy shortly after I did. And even though I wasn't comfortable about his entry into the military, I began to get comfortable when I noticed that he fit in quite nicely. He is the only family I have left. I shifted my gaze towards the sound of his voice. Deep in the heart of the storm was a massive whirlpool, surrounded by fearful thunderstorms and a thick mist. There was something strange about the recent turn of events. It was not long before Captain Brown lost control of the ship as the sea began to guide our vessel. Chaos broke out amongst the crew. I could hear someone in the distance saying that all the radios were dead. Nothing seemed to be working, and we couldn't even send out a distress call. Everyone was attempting to prevent the ship from swirling into the whirlpool. Captain Brown stood in front, at the edge of the ship, dancing and laughing with a high pitch. I was right, I thought. Something had taken a hold of him. Something dark. It had led him right into this ungodly place. All of our efforts seemed useless. We all held our breaths and said a short prayer as we sailed into the deep abyss of the whirlpool. Despite the storm, I could still see the tears gush out from Ridley's face. He was engulfed in fear, bathed in the uncertainty of whatever lay in the deep abyss at the whirlpool. Death, perhaps. We grabbed our weapons and prepared for anything. We should have never trusted our captain. A scream echoed in my ears. My eyes shot open and all my senses came crashing at once as I groaned in pain. "Brother!" Ridley's voice echoed in the distance. I could hear loud gunshots and screams of men. We were under attack. From what? I wondered. Where were we, anyway? I attempted to stand up, but I felt weak. A set of hands grabbed me and guided me away from the growing chaos. It was Ridley. "I've been looking everywhere for you," Ridley said. "Where the hell is this?" I managed to stare at Ridley's face, but my sight was blurry. All I could see was what seemed like a thick mist that filled the entire place. "How long have you been up? What happened to everyone?" I began to plague Ridley with questions. "Most of the crew are dead. Even Captain Brown is dead. And I don't know where we are. The gravity is weird too. I don't even know if we're still on Earth." "Dead?" I countered. "Yes, he is dead. I've been up for a while and I was scared that I had lost you. Not long ago, we heard this strange and frightening noise coming from the east, so we prepared for whatever emerged from the dark mist." "What came out?" "I don't know. I've never seen anything like these things before. They're definitely not human. Like some sort of alien creature." I shifted my gaze towards the direction where Ridley was pointing to. I could see a bit more clearly now. "Oh my God! Oh my God! What the fuck is that?" I yelled in shock. Suddenly, one of the creatures approached us, and Ridley wasted no time in dropping me to the ground and shooting towards the strange creature. It smelled terrible. He was able to repel the creature for a while, but our bullets didn't seem to be inflicting much damage. I immediately spotted my gun lying very close to me. I dashed for the gun and joined my brother. I could move much better now, and my senses had begun to adapt to the new environment, but it wasn't helping. Two other creatures approached from the distance as I exchanged glances with Ridley and swallowed hard. The creatures tore everything down in their path. It was a bloodbath, and we didn't stand a chance against these bloodthirsty creatures. We continued to flee further away from the creatures, shooting at close intervals. The creatures were too fast, so I turned completely, running at full speed. Ridley tripped and fell, but with the noise in the ship that filled the place, it was too wild. I didn't hear him fall. Ridley stopped shooting. I stopped to look back. My eyes widened in terror. "Ridley? Ridley!" I stared at his face as one of the creatures hovered around him. I could hear my heart pound. I stared at Ridley once again. His face spoke of the obvious truth as a tear strolled down his cheek. He was scared. "No! No! Ridley!" I fired everything that I had left in my gun at the alien as I sprinted towards him, but it hardly had any effect. In a flash, the alien dug its claws deep into Ridley's heart as we both screamed simultaneously. The other aliens surrounded me as I dropped to my knees. This was the end. Out of nowhere, several men sprung out of the shadows bearing various advanced weapons. They knew exactly where to hit the aliens, and the aliens saw them as a threat. They began to retreat slowly where they had come from, and in a short moment, they were all gone. I crept towards Ridley and held him in my arms as tears strolled down my cheeks. "No! Ridley! Please! No! No! Stay with me, brother! Don't go! Don't go, please!" If only screams and tears could bring people back from the dead, then Ridley would have just jerked back to life. As I stared at my brother's lifeless body, all I could feel was anger. I wanted everything to burn. I wanted revenge. And I was going to get it. I failed to protect him. I wanted to avenge him. Death to everything that lived beyond the mist. Death to these creatures. I was going to learn how to kill them, and I was gonna burn them all down. I shifted my gaze towards the group of people that had come to my rescue. They were humans. I couldn't help but question as to where they had come from. How did they suddenly appear from nowhere? My heart was heavy with grief, but I had to go with them. I needed to find out where I was and what the hell those creatures were. I followed them to a small settlement. They were all humans. One of the elders in the small settlement approached me. "I have been here for as long as I can remember," he began. 40 years or more. There were others here before me too, and we have tried to evolve with the little we have to fight and stay alive. But the aliens seem to be evolving too. They've been getting a lot stronger and faster recently. We do not know where we are or where these aliens are from, but what we know is that this place has nothing to offer except death. We have been searching for a way out of this terrible place for years, and we are finally making progress. You are welcome to join us. Although I was grateful for their help and his great words of encouragement, I recognized that kind of speech. We were definitely not going anywhere anytime soon. One thing was certain though. I was going to kill them all before I left this godforsaken place. This is Private Calvin Jackson at the United States Military, and I've been stationed in Newport, Rhode Island for the past 8 days. Command set us here under the strict need-to-know directives. Our only guidance was to maintain order and subdue those that approach Easton's beach. The townspeople tried to tell me, but I didn't listen. Something was happening out there in the water. Hey, get away from there. Close it. I said close the fucking door! This is Private Jackson of the U.S. military. I've been hauled up in the basement of a local diner in Newport with several civilians for almost 24 hours. I've decided to only transmit when they sleep. I can't keep them calm anymore. They want answers. They demand them from me. As if my uniform and gun mean that I know everything. But I don't. I don't have a clue what's going on. They sent us here with no explanation. I don't even know what happened to the rest of my unit. Everything went to shit so fast. These civilians know more about what's going on than I do. I assumed the government was doing something to piss these bored rich people off. Maybe the military decided to set up a base in this town. Maybe they found oil close to Easton's beach, and tree huggers and prude oil broads living off family money were throwing a bitch fit. These people knew something was wrong, and I didn't listen. With all that's happened, I don't think the military was building something out here. I think they were investigating something that showed up. What? What the hell is that? Is that the military? Are they here to rescue us? Hey man, where are you going? What is that? I don't know if anyone is listening to this, but there's no way you can't hear that. I'm in the upstairs of the diner now. Everything is quiet except for that sound. I can see some of the street outside. There are fires. Cars are wrecked. And bodies? Protocol says wait for help, to keep those around us safe and wait for the military to send someone. But they're not coming. That sound is not them. That's not the military. I can't figure out where it's coming from. God, my ears feel like they're going to explode. I don't understand. It's not coming from anywhere. It's everywhere. It's in my head. I think it's gone. What the fuck is happening? Get back inside, sir. Stay in the basement. Is that them? Is that the military coming to get us? You need to get back in. An earthquake? I've never felt one like this. Look, I need you to get inside with your family. I'm gonna figure out what's going on. If I don't come back, just wait. The military will send someone. Where are you going? To see what they're hiding at Easton's beach. It came from the water. There were so many people. They were standing on the beach. Some of them were military, but most of them were civilians. They all just watched the ocean, like zombies. Like they were already dead. It was huge. Like a dragon, only messed up. There was blood all over it, like it was bleeding. It bled into the ocean. The ocean is red. God, I can't believe this is happening. I can't believe this is real. Things came from it. Things that flew like bats. Like demons. They ripped people apart. I tried to shoot one. It tore my gun away and clawed my chest. I think I'm bleeding out. Now, the streets are like the ocean. They're red. There's blood everywhere. There's blood on everything. We are all going to die. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread and forgive us. Forgive us. Forgive us! My name is Logan Davis. I'm a mechanic, just like my dad before me, and my grandfather too. When I was just 5 years old, passing my dad his tools as he repaired cars in front of our house, I never imagined I would have reached the places I have. But here I am, after a lifetime of hard work, good friends that offered great opportunities, and becoming a real expert in certain types of engines. I am boarding a spaceship for the first time in my life. I stand in awe in front of the giant structure that is meant to take me and several other people into space. The thought brings chills to my entire body, but at the moment, I'm merely excited. There are nerves, of course, but I don't feel fear. Not yet, at least. I have no idea I'm a few hours away from experiencing terrors that no human should ever experience. My thoughts are interrupted by a strong arm falling around my shoulders. It's the captain of the ship, Marcus. He tells me, "What? Are you scared, kid? Don't worry. All first-timers pee their pants on the first day. He laughed as he walked away, bumping shoulders with his co-pilot. I try to laugh as well, pretend that this is just friendly banter and it only means that I fit in with the crew. But that's all lies. I watch as the onboard doctor and the pair of scientists that will be dropping off at the space station walk past me without sparing a glance. Unlike the head engineer, when she passes by, she does look at me. But there's nothing but pure disgust and resentment in her eyes. Apparently, her daughter had been studying for years to get the job I have. I might not come from some fancy university, but I am confident in my knowledge and her nasty looks don't affect me. Not much. The only other person left is Andre, another engineer, but from a lower level. Closer to me than the other smug knucklehead people walking ahead of us. We were the brute force, hired to do the hard work and keep the engines running. Andre arrives at my side and affectionately slaps my back. He grins and asks me, "Hey, Logan, what do you say when we make it up there, we just let those idiots fall off the ship?" Let's do this. I followed him into the ship, feeling more confident on my feet and ready to start this adventure with a smile on my face. I don't think about Andre's words again for a long time. The ignition goes well, the takeoff is perfect, and we cross the atmosphere of planet Earth. Just seamlessly. Everything goes perfectly fine until the moment the captain announces that we're on a steady course and allowed to wander the ship and get to work on our respective stations. It takes less than an hour for things to go wrong. That's all it takes for me to remember Andre's words. Idiots falling off the ship. It's starting to look a lot like the ship is trying to get rid of us. The darkness is so sudden that, for an instant, I fear I've died. Then, I hear a couple of screams, which makes it worse. I feel the ship tremble for a few seconds, and the panels of the walls around us rattle all over our heads. My heart skips a beat, and then the lights come back on. I think. But there's something wrong. They start to flicker, on and on, slowly at first, then faster and faster, like the beating of a panicking heart. And finally, an explosion. Dozens of them, all over the ship. The lights explode one after the other. The glass breaking flies everywhere. The sparks leave burns all over the ceilings. Again, shrill screams all around me, and absolute darkness. Slowly, the emergency lights turn on, and it's almost worse. These red lights are built considerably stronger than the regular ones, and I know both kinds inside out. That's why I'm so worried. I know perfectly well that for these lights to explode like this, they need a very sudden and extremely high charge of energy. Something that's far from expected irregularities. No, there's something deeply wrong with our ship right now. I don't have any time to lose. I had been on the storage room fetching a set of tools for Andre when this happens. So now I run all the way back to the engines room. The broken shards of glass from the lights crunches under my boots, and the red emergency lights flicker ominously over my head. Something stops me halfway through. One of the hallway's doors is locked, and I can hear the engineer, Tanya, screaming from the other side. "Help! Help! Is there anybody out there?" She yells angrily. Tanya, it's me, Logan. Are you okay?" I ask her. She replied with a very annoyed tone. "Of course I'm not okay. The lights are out. The doors are locked and I can't make my way out." I struggle against the locks on the door, but it's useless. Without energy on the ship, we need to pretty much dismantle the controls besides the door to open it up. "Tanya, I'm going to look for Andre, and we'll come back with our tools, okay?" I tell her. Before I get too far, she calls my name and gives me a warning. Logan! Listen to me very closely. It should be impossible for the ship to lose power like this. There's something terribly wrong with our engines. An emergency like nothing we were prepared for. The distribution of oxygen won't last long. You need to bring me my suit and open these doors. You useless grease monkey! Now! I don't bother replying. I start running. I have a front row seat to the effects this power outage has on the ship. Doors are halfway shut. Wires are falling from the ceiling where the lights used to be, and sending sparks flying that I do my best to avoid. In one of the hallways, I finally glimpse a different kind of light. A flashlight being pointed right at my face. 2 figures walking towards me. "Logan," the captain asked me, "what the hell happened? What did you do?" Me? I have no idea what kind of mechanic we have on board, the captain interrupts me, if you don't even know what went wrong. I took a deep breath to force myself to calm down. Fighting amongst ourselves is not going to solve this crisis, even if I'm the only one that seems to know it. So I share with my crewmates what I know. "This is a very grave situation, guys," I tell them. "I found Tanya, and she's locked in one of the hallways. I'm going to need specialized equipment to unlock the door. But first, she told me we should get all our suits on. The oxygen might not last long with a few this severe in our system." "Jesus Christ!" The captain groans and rubs the bridge of his nose. "All right, let's do this. It's going to be okay. I'll make sure of it." His promise sounded quite empty. I believe. He could be the captain, but only Tanya, Andre, and I could solve a problem this big with the power of the ship. Either way, we started running towards the area where our suits were. The journey isn't easy. The failure in the system leaves doors half open that we have to squeeze through, and 1 or 2 that relentlessly opens and closes, threatening to cut one of our limbs off. The co-pilot is caught in one of them, and she's lucky to keep her right arm. But the blood, there's a big cut on her shoulder, and her screams are still ringing in my ears. Just like the metallic smell of her blood fills my nostrils and makes the overall state of the ship much worse. She's going to need stitches, urgently. Otherwise, her suit will be a worthless effort. We agree to search for the doctor as soon as our suits are on, but that's when we hear someone yelling our names. "Logan! Captain! Tanya! Logan!" It's Andre. I feel a great relief knowing he's alive. Together, I'm certain we can fix any of the problem that's destroying our ship. But my relief is short-lived because I caught the urgency and fear in Andre's voice. The 3 of us start yelling until he reaches us. I almost don't want to see him knowing he won't be bearing good news. The emergency lights flicker above us. The ship trembles once more. The bad omens take my breath away. "You guys have to come with me," Andre says, reasonably foregoing any small talk. "The doctor is in the infirmary, and I can't open the door. And... What? What?" The captain yells loudly at my friends. "There's a fire!" Andre yells right back. The captain and his co-pilot immediately run to the infirmary, fixing their suits as they go. I grab Andre's arm tightly to keep him from following them. "I'll go," I tell him. "Put on your suit and meet us there. We don't even know how much more oxygen we have left." After receiving a nod and a confident smile from my friends, I feel stronger, braver, ready to face whatever we have in front of us. But as I probably should have expected, I was wrong. I started running in the direction of the infirmary. Before arriving, I'm already hearing the doctor's screams. She's yelling at the top of her lungs. She sounds in incredible pain, and I can hear desperate banging on the door. But I know what a locked door means in these circumstances. When I reach the infirmary, I'm paralyzed. The shock seizes my body, and I watch helplessly. The captain and the co-pilot are trying to take down the locked door, while the doctor is being burned alive inside. Through the small window at the top of the door, I can see the flames dancing, and the doctor's burnt hand knocking with the last of her strength. It's fucking hell. I am convinced we're in hell. "Do something!" The captain tells me as soon as he notices my presence. "Do something!" His yelling snaps me out of my shock, but all I can do is shake my head. There's nothing I can do, I whisper, This man is desperate. He grabs me by the shoulders and shakes my body roughly. But it's helpless, and I tell him so. It's useless, Captain. Even if I had my tools, there's no time. We can't save her. Just then, we hear the co-pilot scream. She flinched away from the locked door. The heat was too much to bear, and there were burnt marks on her suit, but even more concerning, her wound was leaking badly, and the red stains on her white suit made me nauseous. This could kill her, and quickly. But before we could figure out something else to do, there's another scream coming from nearby. Andre! I exclaim and run up to follow his cries for help. I notice the captain and co-pilot follow me, but we don't make it very far. There, in the middle of one of the hallways, it's the most horrifying scene I've ever seen. The two scientists that had been on board with us lie dead on the floor. There's a pool of blood around them, a gruesome open wound in the throat of one of them, and on the back of the other one. It's as if a beast had clawed its way inside their bodies. The co-pilot throws up. She looks on the verge of fainting. The captain looks pale too. Is there a chance? I try to ask, but there is no way to put my question into words without sounding half crazy. Captain, do you think something alive could have done this? Something from somewhere other than our planet? I see the captain gulp nervously, but he doesn't reply. Instead, he grabs me and the co-pilot and moves us forward. We have to go. Emergency shuttles, now, he orders. But Tanya, I mumble. It's useless as well. On our way to the emergency shuttles, we pass by the hallway where she was locked in. There's a puddle of blood coming from under the door. Something other than lack of oxygen must have killed her. We really are in hell and we have to escape, quickly. However, and this shouldn't have surprised me, I am left behind. When we arrive at the escape pods, we remember only 2 people fit in each of them. There's not even a discussion about it. The co-pilot is barely conscious. The captain sends me a solemn nod, and then the 2 of them enter the first pod, abandoning me. I can leave by myself. I can, but the last straw of their disrespect towards me hits like a ton of bricks. I told you, we had to let this ship people fall off the ship. I turn around hastily when I hear that voice behind me. It's Andre. He's standing there, a toolbox at his feet, a saw in his hands, the kind we used to cut through metal on the ship. Most of his suit is splattered with blood. Our crewmates' blood. Oh my God, you didn't do this. I sigh. I can feel my entire body tremble with the realization. Every moment Andre was missing, every one of his resentful comments, everything clicks, everything makes sense. Yes, Logan, and you feel the same, don't you? I know you do. Andre nods again. This time his smile makes me sick. He really believes this. He doesn't even feel remorse. Behind us, the emergency shuttle had already taken off. But it only takes a moment to explode into a million little pieces on fire, including the bodies of the last 2 members of our crew. We'll go home as heroes, Logan. Everyone's finally going to respect us, Andre tells me. The psychopath wraps an arm around me and pats me on the back. If he's the one that ruined our ship, then that means we can fix it. No, Andre, I whisper. You're not going back home. He's so confident I agree with him, and he's so content, basking in the glory of his horrifying crimes, that he doesn't react in time. I grab his hand with both of mine and drive the saw directly into his throat. When he falls to the floor, I stab him again and again. The blood splatters all around us, all over me. The monster is dead, but I'm a killer now too. And I don't even know if I can fix this ship by myself. But I reassure myself by repeating again and again the only truth I know. The only monster of the ship is now dead. Sergio, hurry up! I can hear something coming! Sergio Andreas trembled in fear as the loud growls drew closer. This team has defied all odds to get us to the Valley of the Dead, as they all called it. The genesis of the contamination, but they have had to pay a heavy price to get it. Sergio, hurry the fuck up! We need to get the hell out of here! I'm trying. Just give me a minute. Come on, Andreas, we don't have a minute. Andreas could hear gunshots in the distance and the screams of the soldiers. Probably the last they'd ever make. He needed to extract the biological vaccine, but time was not a luxury that had been granted to him, and this wasn't exactly in the best of circumstances. Oh God, I don't want to die, he mused under his breath as he continued to attempt the hacking sequence. Password incorrect. Access denied. The female AI computer was surely enjoying this. And then she made it worse. This is your last attempt. Her voice echoed throughout the lab. They both exchanged glances. Yaroslav was surely not enjoying the heat. The creatures were endless. They rained in like a storm. You'd better get this one right, boy. I've lost a lot of men today. If you miss this one, it'll be your head at the other end of my gun. He wouldn't blame Yaroslav, though. It had been a bloody day for them all. Andreas loved his Russian accent. It seemed to give out some sort of cool vibes. He swallowed hard and shifted his gaze back to the sequence and punched the keypad with increasing prowess. Access granted. Yes! Andreas' voice echoed throughout the lab. Now to get your ass back to that vaccine. Yaroslav sounded relieved. Andreas rushed into the lab and opened the vaccination cabinet. He scooped out his prize and proceeded towards Yaroslav. All of a sudden, a massive creature broke through the wall beside Andreas, throwing him off his feet and landing right in front of Yaroslav. Yaroslav wasted no time and fired several rounds continuously at it, but his bullets seemed to have no effect on his new friends. You motherfucker! He exclaimed as the massive beast charged towards him. He grabbed Andreas, who was still trying to get his bearings, and lunged towards the right. Run! Sergio Andreas was a top-of-the-class Harvard graduate. He had won several laurels during his years in college, and graduated as the best student in molecular biology. He was immediately awarded a job in the university, and was allowed to run his research, while lecturing a few of the students. It had been a wonderful day in class when he stepped out to grab a quick bite. He spotted an unidentified flying object in the sky, and his eyes flickered with increasing curiosity as he sped home to check it out. Welcome back, sir! Suzanne's voice echoed throughout his study room. How was your day today? Suzanne continued. Suzanne was a supercomputer artificial intelligence, which he had built by himself. He was proud of his invention, but mostly himself. I had a wonderful day, he replied. Suzanne, hack into an active satellite. I need an immediate feed over the Atlantic Ocean of approximately 10 minutes ago. Yes, sir. Hacking into satellite feed, her robotic voice responded. Andreas helped himself with a warm cup of coffee, and then proceeded to his recent research. His new sighting could be the missing piece of the research that he had been secretly working on for months now. NASA had done something with this experiment. He knew it. The government was just trying to cover up their asses, but they might have just succeeded in unleashing doom upon the entire world. If his hunches were true, he knew that he would need to get a working solution very fast. I'm a genius! He smiled to himself as he stared into the mirror, while stroking his dark brow. Satellite feed obtained. Suzanne was done with the scan, and he jumped to the front of the screen at the sound of her voice. He adjusted his glasses and watched intently, His eyes widened as a few disturbing words escaped from his lips. What have we done?
Sir, we spotted—
I know, Captain Dimitri interrupted. A team of Navy SEALs on their way to investigate the anomaly? In Yaroslav, Dimitri continued. Yes, sir. Get the jet ready. Yaroslav had a perplexed look on his face. Where are we going, sir? Yaroslav asked curiously. Washington. Yaroslav was even more confused. Washington? Yes, Washington, Dimitri replied. I'm going to see the US President, just in case the situation goes beyond a bunch of Navy SEALs. Yaroslav watched as a bunch of Navy SEALs emerged from a helicopter. He had to lead them into the depths of the ocean. They were most likely diving to their deaths. At a distance, a team of Navy SEALs alighted from a helicopter and strolled into the Navy warship. The mission was to take the warship to the site of the crash of the UFO and dive into the depths of the ocean to investigate what had entered into Earth's atmosphere from space. The Navy SEALs, led by Yaroslav, dropped deep into the ocean until they came in contact with the strange objects. Sir, are you seeing this? Yugoslav whispered. Everyone on the warship watched in terror. They were staring at something else, but the Navy SEALs were looking at the ship. Guys, get out of there. But it was too late. The alien creature already had them in its grasp.
Drop some explosives down here!
Yaroslav yelled.
But you're... Just do it!
Yaroslav interrupted as he swam towards the warship. He had watched in horror as the other soldiers were turned into those filthy creatures. The last thing he wanted to do was die as an actual monster. The unearthly creatures hurried towards him, but a few explosives dropped down towards them as they all attempted to evade the blast. Yaroslav had successfully evaded the blast, but that was not the end. He rushed for the chopper immediately, after he was brought up the ship. A few of the creatures had jumped onto the ship, and Yaroslav could still hear the screams of soldiers from miles away as he sped away from the ship with the chopper. Andreas was actually working on a cure, but he now needed one more ingredient: the genetic makeup of the remains of the creature he had discovered during a trip to Italy a few months ago. He had tried to get to some top government officials, but they had denied him access to his very own discovery. He had earlier warned them not to proceed with an experiment on the cadaver of the unearthly creature, but NASA had refused to listen to him. Andreas knew that releasing a little pulse of electromagnetic frequency from the alien could signal more of his kind, and Earth was oblivious of their capabilities and abilities, and now they had succeeded in unleashing doom upon Earth. Due to his continuous failed attempts to see top government officials about the issue, he decided to try another way. He knew that it was already getting too late and it was probably time to go rogue. Yaroslav and Dimitri had succeeded in informing the president about the impending threat, but they were already too late. The infection had already begun to spread. The only option was to contain the infected and prevent them from spreading further out. 2 weeks had passed since the pandemic began, and scores of people had already lost their lives, but a specific number had not been identified yet. Not much is known about the genesis of this infection, but we have gathered that the pandemic began from an alien spaceship that crashed into the Atlantic Ocean a few weeks ago, turning humans into foul creatures upon contact. The United States government has succeeded in temporarily preventing the further spread of these creatures, but the report has it that this can only hold them off for a few days, as the evacuation of citizens has been ensured in those areas. The President of the United States of America stated in his last broadcast that a solution is almost 100% complete, as normalcy will be achieved soon. This is Martha, reporting from Washington, D.C.
This is Yaroslav. We need immediate evacuation. Do copy.
Sending an immediate evacuation. We copy loud and clear. Get ready for standby. Infected creatures poured in from every corner, and the team fought their way through. The roar from the beast, which they had encountered earlier, still reverberated despite the chaos. It was huge, massive, and strangely fast. They had been running for a while now, and they finally reached a dead end. A huge wall stood in front of them. It was the divide that had been temporarily created, to keep the creatures from proceeding into the remaining parts of the country, at least until Andreas had come up with a working cure. The world would await Andreas's cure. Andreas had succeeded in hacking into the government's database and requested a private talk with the president about the cure for the growing pandemic. He couldn't be ignored anymore and was invited to see the president. According to the estimates, the wall was only going to hold them in for a few days. Andreas was racing against time to create an airborne vaccine for the pandemic.
Here they come!
Yaroslav yelled at the top of his voice. Everyone turned around, hurling everything they had left towards the incoming creatures, as they'd hoped for some heavy fire sometime soon. Yaroslav grabbed his radio.
We need to evacuate now!
Right above your heads, a voice answered through the radio. 2 helicopter gunships thundered in, raining down heavy fire on the creatures. One of the choppers dropped down, extracting them all while the other fired continuously at the creatures. Evacuation is complete. Let's roll. But it was a bit too late. The huge monster, which had chased Yaroslav and his team earlier, leaped into the sky, making the other chopper crash into the grounds. Andreas was glad that wasn't the evacuation chopper as he stared down into the NASA headquarters, which had now been decimated by the infected creatures. Sergio Andreas was fully aware of the enormous weight that had been placed on his shoulders, and he had just a few days to produce a cure, as the infection had already begun to spread to different parts of the world. He knew that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for his name to be forever stamped on the history pages of the world. It wasn't going to be an easy task, but he believed that there was nothing that couldn't be achieved if he put his mind to it. He believed that the mind is the man. Andreas adjusted his glasses as he strolled into the lab. Time wasn't on his side. If it meant not sleeping for the next 72 hours, he was ready. He needs to create a vaccine that will save the whole of humanity. Do you like your new job? The pilot asked me. To be honest, I loved my job at the laboratories, I replied. But it is nice to finally sit in the spaceships I've spent so long working on. My name is Robert Dykman. I am a scientist. By the time I turned 30, I had designed and tested spaceships on 3 different planets of our galaxy. This was the first time I actually worked as a co-pilot on a mission. Admittedly, I was a little nervous, but I was grateful to be part of one of the most exciting types of jobs. I was on an exploratory ship with Captain Ramon Bravo. The ship was one of our best models. Practical, incredibly fast, surprisingly resourceful for its size. And the captain, well, it was an honor to work with him. Plus, he adored his job. Actually going out and exploring the universe around us is an underappreciated task nowadays, he told me with a nostalgic tone. Well, I shyly added, most things we'll see were already noticed by our satellites, Captain. He shook his head with amusement and toyed a little with the controllers in front of us. Satellites can't do everything. They only notice the things that they are programmed to notice. Right? Wouldn't you like to be surprised? His last word was accentuated by a frown on his face, and a red light starting to blink on our panels. Are you trying to scare me? I chuckled. I had designed ships like this one. I knew how scary a red light could be. It's not me. Ramon shook his head. Take a look. Our radar just stopped working. Radars can't stop working, I nervously retorted. That would leave us stranded in the middle of nowhere. Hopeless and helpless, and with only a few hours to... Robert. The captain said my name firmly to shake me down from my panic. Focus. You know what you're doing. Look, the radars appear to be alright, but they just refuse to show what's ahead of us. I leaned forward to take a closer look, and he was right. The ship's radar were completely functional, showing everything around us, except what was way ahead. It looked like a clear circle with the top just sliced off. There was nothing there. Maybe it's clashing with the satellite signal, Ramon wondered. But I shook my head. No, look, we left the last satellites behind a while ago. This means we're really in unexplored territory. And the territory apparently doesn't want to be explored, Ramon whispered. Carefully, he made our ship move forward slowly, getting closer and closer to the source of the mysterious effect on our radar. But we couldn't see anything. Movement, warmth, radio signals, depths. All our signals got cut off on that spot. It wasn't even blurry or a spot in the radars. It was a clean line slashing through our screens. It was a wall. A wall? I mumbled and repeated myself so my partner could hear me. A wall. It's like there's a wall blocking our path. Ramon laughed. It's space, Robert, he said. But I noticed the tension on his brow. There can't be walls. I don't see anything blocking. I don't see anything there. It's space as I've always seen it. Could it be a new type of matter? Something we can't notice. I wondered why I frantically tinkered with our controllers, trying to get as much information as possible. I can't tell how far this barrier goes or how long it is. I can't figure out anything about it. There's nothing there, the captain insisted. There can't be. You said it yourself. Our satellites have seen it all. Not all. Not this far, I replied. Bullshit, he barked. What are you suggesting? That this is the end of the universe? Come on. He laughed bitterly. I could tell that the uncertainty and lack of explanation were driving him a little mad. He started moving the ship again. A little faster, a little less carefully, and his movements were jerky and less precise. Ramon, Captain, please calm down. I tried to soothe him and slow down the ship, but it was useless. We reached the barrier and we crashed. Lightly thanks to me pulling the brakes and the captain's quick reflexes despite his state of mind. But the fact remains, we had just crashed against an invisible wall. Our eyes weren't lying. After the front of our ship touched the invisible barrier, what we were seeing was an endless space blinked and blurred for a couple of seconds, before steadying again. It wasn't space at all. It seemed to be some sort of projection, an image put over a physical obstacle on our path. Incredible, I said, astonished. Impossible, the captain cried out. Our ship took the impact well. Despite our lights blinking and the alarms going off, nothing appeared damaged. Well, besides our conception of the universe. There was a long, intense pause where we both got lost in our troubled thoughts. But finally, the captain asked me, do you think... if this was a secret, they wouldn't have sent us both here, right? I perfectly understood his point. No. I shook my head. I have a feeling we are the only two people aware of the existence of this wall. I started breathing heavily. I was panicking again. But this time the captain made no effort to stop me from rapidly darkening my thoughts. I also have a feeling that this wall was fabricated. It is not a natural presence. Someone or something outside of all norms of regulations created this. I know that you and I are completely alone. The nearest satellites might catch a distress signal, but it'll be too long before any sort of rescue could find us. We have absolutely no way of knowing what this wall is, why it's here, what's on the other side, and who or what put it there. My heart was beating out of my chest. My hands were shaking. I was sweating. I felt on the verge of a precipice. This was worse than a black hole. Still, Ramon caught the way I was holding something back. But, he tentatively prompted me, but I'm dying to figure out all those answers, I whispered. At first, he looked horrified by the mere suggestion. I couldn't blame him. I looked like I was seconds away from fainting. But I was a scientist that had literally just crashed against an impossible obstacle. The only thing on my mind was this invisible wall. countless hypotheses in a desperate need to get to the other side of this problem. Metaphorically, and quite literally too. The captain started moving the ship backward and away from the wall. "You are mad," he told me. "You have absolutely lost your mind. We are lost alone in space, facing something unreasonable, impossible, unimaginable. And you want..." He trailed off, thought about it for a second, and prepared the attack systems of the ship. "Do you want to try something?" His question definitely intrigued me. We barely thought twice about it. In a matter of seconds, we shot 3 quick blasts at the barrier. Once again, the image of the endless space blinked, ruining the illusion before restoring itself. I heard the captain groan in frustrations before we started shooting again. Our projectiles did little to no damage to the wall. But after a minute of this, the captain stopped so we could see the results. After the image steadied again, it wasn't the same. There were gray spots all over, like a ruined screen, some cracks here and there. The illusion was over. The wall wasn't invisible anymore. It was obvious. But the most obvious part, the thing that made both of us gasp in terror, were the words. "Desist!" The words appeared in giant red letters over the surface of the wall. They were so big the red light covered our entire ship. The letters were there for a second at most, but still, it was beyond ominous and it took our breath away. This was enough to make me lose my mind. The repercussions of that combination of letters was unmeasurable. This unthinkable wall in the middle of nowhere had just communicated with us. In English, signaling not only intelligent life behind it, but creators' knowledge of who and what we were. I couldn't resist. I took over the controls, fired up the ship's engines, and drove it forward, as fast as it could go in that short distance. This time, the crash against the wall made our entire cabin shake. The lights flickered. The alarm started to ring loudly. Warning lights lit up all over the controls. Damage was done to our ship, but to the wall as well. There was a noticeable dent on the surface that made me grin. "Are you crazy?" Ramon asked me when he recovered from the shock. "You could have killed us. This thing could explode, or attack us." "Or what else?" I asked him. My partner frowned. "Or send another message. Or open up, eat us, make us disappear. Or not," he mumbled. His expression grew thoughtful, and when he looked me in the eyes, I noticed they were sparkling with curiosity. "Or something could come out," I whispered back at him. "Someone. People, monsters, hallucinations, planets, aliens. Anything at all." The captain looked disturbed, and I had never been as scared or as excited as I was at that moment. We couldn't keep talking though. The dent I had caused on the wall started to tremble, and then one by one, little pieces of the wall started to fall off. They floated away in space slowly, weightless. Ramon and I watched marveled as the barrier broke down in front of us. We couldn't utter a word. By the time fear started to overpower all of our other feelings, it was way too late. At first, it looked like beyond the wall there was only empty space with stars in the distance. But the stars started to blink, and multiply, and move. And those were the eyes watching us. Dozens, hundreds of them. Bright as stars, but soulless and undoubtedly not human. We couldn't see anything else. Planets, other constructions. One more word. There was nothing but those unblinking eyes staring at us from every angle. As the hole on the barrier continued to grow, the eyes started to move away, as if opening space for us. The captain glanced at me, and almost imperceptibly, I shook my head. It took us way too long, but we had finally regained what had remained of our senses and reason. There are limits you aren't meant to cross, even in the endless expanse of outer space. Ramon moved slowly, placed his hands on the controllers, and tried to move the ship backward. The damaged engines protested, and warning signs lit up on our entire cabin, but the ship moved, for a moment at least. Because a second later, everything stopped, and then the ship started moving forward. Ramon scrambled to get the controls to do as he demanded, and from the co-pilot's seat, I imitated his movements desperately. The engines roared, but they were helpless. The ship wasn't moving on its own accord. We were being dragged forward. An invisible force was attracting our entire ship, closer and closer to the wall, until we were crossing it. We had no idea what we were entering. We knew nothing but its deep darkness and fortress we had just ruined. When our ship was fully on the other side of the wall, we stared at the screen showing us the space behind us, and we watched with tears in our eyes the way the wall rebuilt itself, locking us inside.